And so like I was out there, and most people don't notice me, but there was these guys that kind of, I don't know if they were homeless or they looked like Mexican, but this one guy looked all dirty and shit, and they were up on the hill above me. And the one guy's like, "Hey, look," telling this buddy, like, "Hey, look," because he noticed me. He noticed we're at my camp.
Right.
And I said, "I wouldn't come any closer. I know how to protect myself." And I go, "I'm just out here because I like to peace and quiet." And they go, "Oh, okay." I don't think the first guy that was all excited even spoke English, but his buddy, I think, kind of told him, "Yeah, just cool it. This person knows what they're doing." See, so
Yeah.
I'll preempt it. Listen, if I'm outnumbered, I'll preempt it with a statement like that. And usually people aren't going to come close enough to find out how I can protect myself. That would just be kind of nuts, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Like if I, like if, I,
you're right.
if I'm out in the wild, look, if I'm out in the wild and I'd say verbally, orally to somebody that I know how to protect myself, only somebody insane would come around unless they thought they could overpower any kind of protection. Now, or disregard what I said and come to find out what type of protection I'm going to use if they come closer. That's
Pull a
kind of
shotgun out.
yeah, they have no fucking idea who I am, how dangerous I am, and and I don't need that kind of weapon to be very dangerous. Like yeah, I could cause havoc, and that would be like I'm not. It's not something to be proud of, but I know how to protect myself. I'm not. I'm not. I won't fool around if it comes to it. Like honestly, I have to search myself first, so and go like, okay, so what is my motivation here? Is it just easier for me to spend half hour, just pull up the whole thing and move on and just go back home? The problem with camping that close for me right now is that I know it's only 2.5 miles away from home, so I could pack it all up, like I said, and ride home to a nice warm shower. It's too close because so it's sunset.
Yeah.
What I do is I chicken out. Plus, like yesterday, I already had a really long day, and I would have just gone to sleep out there and just slept all night, but I was really already, I don't know, man. I was already really tired and I wasn't ready to sleep. It was still daylight, but I was tired, really tired, man, because I got up yesterday like at 4:30 or something, and I was awake the whole day. So at sunset, I was ready to go to sleep, but I'm like, sunset, how long would it take me to just move and go back home? So I just rolled it up, I chickened out. So what I'm going to do is go to the beach and do it. That way I won't be able to chicken out. There's no way I'm riding back 8 miles back home after I've got my place set up. Like if I do this at the beach, which I'm planning on doing, I'm going to just have to do a different setup. Like right now I do it when I go out, I have a lighter bike, but actually not so much. I have a tent, a sleeping bag, air mattress, a towel, a jacket, maybe some extra clothes, enough food, about a gallon of water. That's all on my bike, all strapped to my bike. And in my basket, I have. But when I put the trailer on, I put all of the weight in the trailer, and the trailer has a waterproof pack that everything goes into as well. So I could be in the rain or anything pulling that trailer. It's a single track trailer, so I can go on trails just like I do now. It's easy. I've done some of that with it when I first got it. Checked it out once I put it all together. I rode 40 miles that day. I had 70 pounds of camping stuff, but I never used it because I couldn't get to the place I wanted to on the beach. The tide was too high, so unless I know exactly when the tide is at that one place to be able to walk around the rocks. And some low tides aren't even low enough. So theoretically, I could go there and have to wait 12 hours to find out if I'm going to be able to walk around.
The last thing you
To get
need
to the
is
place.
last thing you
But
need
once-
is
but
set it
see-
up, and then the tide comes in.
Man, I'm dying because I've got stuck on top of the rocks before and had to spend all night there at this place. So I'm not doing that because the bike I have now with all that stuff, there's no way. See that, but the other bike, mountain bike, I just pulled it up onto the rocks. But when the water came up too high, I waited too long. I got stuck from both sides. I couldn't get down. So I had to spend the night there. But anyway,
Nightmare.
this is such a fucking beautiful place, man. I don't want to dox myself too much, but there's a beach here that is so pristine, man. I'm just like drooling to be able to get myself there with everything I need on my bike. It's like you're so free in that instance. I mean, where I could cook myself a lunch, I could have barbecue at night, or if I'm really set up, I could, once I get really set up, I have mass fin and snorkels and a Hawaiian sling and just go out, just be right around the surf line and get some dinner, some fish. I mean, this is a place where you can see the waves and you can see fish swimming through the waves. Like you could see its fish right through the waves. I've seen dolphin there. I mean,
What did you say? What did you say? You're about 8 miles or so. Are you from the coast?
yeah, I'm closer to the harbor, but the harbor is not the ocean front. The ocean front, I have to go down the road, and then I have to go west out to where the beaches are. Yeah, it's I'm in the city, so I have to go to Ocean Beach, closest beach, really. Or Shelter Island, but that's on the inside of the harbor as well. So, I have to go to Ocean Beach to get to the actual beach.
It's not safe for us, really, where I am. I mean, I'm only about, what? Yeah, I would say I'm about 5-6 miles away from the east coast of the UK, up top end, northeast coast.
I got
you. There's quite a few. You got your beach there and everything and whatnot, but like yourself, really, there's an area. There's like a woodlands area and everything.
Yeah.
Within 100 or 200 yards from the beach, where if you wanted to, I haven't done it myself, but if you're that way inclined, you could go and camp up on the hills there in the woodlands and everything. You've got the beach.
Right? You could, right?
Yeah, It's just something I've never sort of like, I've never took on doing.
See, most people aren't thinking of doing that, but I am. Like my dad used to go up to the desert himself in his 70s, out to the desert when it was wintertime and sit in hot springs. I showed him this place myself. I'm the one that told him this place, but he would go there by himself where you could sit in a hot spring and it could be snowing.
Right. And you're in
I've been there when it was freezing. I've been there before when it was freezing, going from the hot springs, from the pools out there in this place I'm talking about, out near San Bernardino, up above in the San Bernardino Mountains in Southern California here. So, like, my hair froze. I went to that place since I was like a teenager, in my late teens. And I remember my hair freezing going from the pools to my tent.
I think it's also more so for me, my partner. My partner doesn't like the outdoors, creepy crawlies and all that. The first sign or the first thought of any creepy crawlies about.
You know what? None of that stuff bothers me at all. Like,
no, it doesn't bother me. But you get a little house spider in the house.
Oh yeah. That's going to be a different. Yeah, that's going to.
You get a little house spider in the house. She's on top of the bed.
Shoot!
No, get that away from me.
See, people. That's why women are what created civilization.
Yeah,
because they said, "I'm not living in this freaking cave anymore. You better build me something better than this, and it better be clean." Right? It's true.
Yeah, I'll see where you're going.
Men are kind of because I'm kind of that way. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like I could sit
I know.
out of my tent, be fucking satisfied. Yeah, spider. I'll just like swoosh it along, or like I'm not really very friendly with insects that are in my area. So especially if I think they're like, well, either from very annoying to causing a serious bite, I'm not going to wait to see what kind of bite they cause.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck that. But anyway, it's cool when you got the right equipment, man, and like you can temperature control. That's one thing I have to worry about because I think I'm outside, I'm fine. I can sit out here with my shorts, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting still, so your circulation is not going as much. And I'm older, and then the sun goes down, and that chill comes down. And if you're close to the ground, it's different than sitting inside my pad here. Like I need to dress immediately as soon as that sun is gone, and I need to fix the tent up so it's warmer because that chill is just going to come right down into the tent. And so I like having equipment, the tent that's fully screened when it's hot, or I can open the door. It has two doors on each side. It's a big, large 2-man tent. It has great headroom. It's freaking fantastic, man. It's like green and gray. It blends in. It's nice. So I like having the right equipment.
What time are you there now? Are you about 8 a.m.?
It's 9:25 a.m. Mm-hmm.
You're 9:25, right?
So what are you, like 17:25? You're like 5:25 p.m.
Yeah, 5:25, 17:25. So you'll be getting it hot soon then.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see. Today it's temperature's going up. It's been in the low to mid 70s Fahrenheit, which is like 25 C. You might know that already.
Look, I thought you'd be a lot hotter than that at the moment.
Well, look, going up to next weekend, it's going to be up in the 8. It's going to be 80 again. Let me check the weather today. So it's actually a really great time for the beach because the water temperature in the ocean is nearly 70 degrees right now. In the water. So I have to get back there, even if I have to ride there every day. Oh, shoot, you'd never believe this. 66 degrees right now.
66.
I'm here to report. That's all. I'm just reporting the weather. So look, it's only going to be to 73 today. It's like yesterday, though, but when I was down in the canyons, it was at least 85. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's 10 degrees warm.
That's the thing here at the moment. We've had some really nice weather. Like at the moment, it's actually raining at the moment, but the air is so warm, humid. It's so
Yeah, so it'll be 23 C today, but later on in the week, it'll be 25 on next Saturday. And Friday and Saturday. Hold on. So let's see. Starting with this coming Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, it'll be 25 C all 3 days, which is 76.
Then stayed here that we're 20
Fahrenheit. Then on Saturday, 25, and then on Sunday it'll be 27.
That's exactly what we are at the moment here.
80 degrees Fahrenheit. You're at 27 C.
Yeah, up past 7 at night. Up past 7 at night, and it's showing up at 27.
Wow.
It's so warm and stifling, but it's raining at the same time.
Oh, wow. You got that weird monsoonal. That's bizarre. Yeah, that's hot, man. When I visited Paris in 2005, it was 100 degrees right near the river.
Yeah, well, I've just been watching. I don't know if you're a Formula One fan, but I'm an avid Formula One fan, and obviously
Formula One, yes. That's a perfect subject for me, man. Go ahead.
No, bang on. I'm just saying I watched the race today, and apparently it was 100 in the peak of this afternoon in the race. It was 125.
Where was the race?
At France, at the I've forgotten what circuit it is at the moment.
Wow! So on the tarmac, it's like 125.
Well, the tarmac, the tarmac itself was, I think it was going on for 58 degrees.
Which is how much Fahrenheit? 50.
That's nearly. That's nearly what 110, 112.
Wow, yeah. It's that hot in our deserts, like right now. It's not that hot.
It was stifling. It was hot. You could see. I mean, when they were filming today, the live race, it was like just stifling. They couldn't handle it.
I can't believe it's that hot in France. It doesn't. Like, so you're a.
Oh no! It gets fairly.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I went down there. Well, I'm going back a fair few years ago now when I had a motorhome. And we travelled down there to the Ardèche in the south of France.
Nice.
And it peaked on the Saturday, I think it was, we were there. It peaked at 40.
Wow.
Which is again pretty much just going into the hundreds. Oh, and it's just unbearable heat. It's just
crazy, man. Yeah.
So, did you say you're a Formula One fan?
Yeah, I used to go to the Long Beach Grand Prix several times. Yeah, back in the 70s, actually.
You don't go to the US races then?
I haven't been in many, many years, but I like the topic and the subject. I'm interested in like engines and stuff, so I'm always looking at hot rod
getting
shows, like how
it's
they
getting
build
quite
them. Yeah,
it's getting quite popular over there now, though. Is the Grand Prix? I mean,
yeah, it is very.
they're thinking of starting up another, so they've got two. I mean, they've obviously got quite a few already, like down the bottom of the US. Like you've got your Mexico and Brazil and all that lot down in
Yeah,
southern.
yeah.
But
But the
central,
U.S. has some good tracks, really good tracks that are city
yeah.
tracks. Like the Long Beach track is like a freaking really amazing freaking track on the streets. Like it's a trip to see the Grand Prix 200-mile-an-hour straightaways on streets that like I've walked on before,
Right,
as a
yeah.
teenager. Yeah, trippy.
So are you actually following it and supporting anybody at the moment?
No, not really, because I'm not really following along very closely right now. Just generally speaking, like I like engines and I like fast cars. I've always been interested in fast cars, how they build them. Like I'm
Right.
interested in
So
the
are you
mechanical
familiar?
part of it. Like
Are you familiar then with the new sort of like the new? Because they're not actually called engines now in Formula One, are they? They're power units.
really, so
They're not. Gone are the days. Gone are the days of like the V10 and the V8s and all that lot. And
yes,
it's all sort of like electronic power units now, mainly.
some of the V12s, yeah, like Ferrari and Lamborghini, and well, Porsche's always been kind of different outlier with their horizontally opposed motors, but yeah, I actually love those fucking Porsches, man. I used to have a VW70 camper, a bay window VW camper van. I wanted to put a Porsche motor in it. I had the 1600 in it, all souped up, oil cooler. Like I had some pretty cool stuff on that engine that I built myself. But like it was set up like a Baja racer almost in my van. But I saw people that had those Porsche motors in their vans, and that is badass. So if you can get a power unit like that in your van, like, but listen, the latest thing I've been thinking of, because like I'm an avid bike rider, but I'm also like an inventor. If I had a shop, like I don't even have a workshop, but when I had a workshop, I was always making stuff, building stuff, and I want to make a power unit for a bicycle that's a small HHO generator, and that could power a small freaking gas turbine, and then you could use the gas turbine for anything you wanted to power the motors on whatever kind of vehicle you're talking about, like a pedal. A combination powered vehicle with HHO, electric, solar, and pedal power, maybe even wind power. Who knows?
Well, there you
Like
go.
there's all kinds of
Invest in sort of like if you're an inventor like anything, get yourself invented a nice, like you say, solar pedal power, something like airship or something, and go and explore
no
Antarctica.
kidding, man.
Get over
No,
Antarctica.
no, I'm not going anywhere cold like that. No, hell no. Not me. I'm the wrong one. I'm not going there. I can barely stand it when it drops 10 degrees, 12 degrees here.
Right.
I'm a little baby. I have to like have all these different layers. I get hot really quickly, like if I'm working, but then if I take off too many layers, then when I'm already like a little sweaty, then I'll get chilled. Then I have to put on a layer. It's just like for me, I'm so skinny that it's a whole different ball game than somebody that has more body fat. Doesn't have to worry that much about temperature fluctuations. It's like I have to continually take off and put on layers.
Oh, no, I'm all right with that.
My temperature.
I've got enough fat to keep me going.
Yeah, I can't gain weight if I try.
Well, that's a bonus, isn't it?
Sorry, I had to drop out. I had to step over to my kitchen. I'm running my still, so I had to turn on some cooling water. So yeah, I love my newfound things I have going on at home here. I'm making my own kombucha. Uh, Actually, I need to get some more milk and make my own kefir and sauerkraut. Bunch of good stuff. So this still, I have 2.5 gallon stovetop still. It's just phenomenal, stainless steel. The price that it cost me, I figured after 10 gallons, I would make my money back. I mean, it would have paid for itself in the amount of water that I used to have to carry up to my place, like on a cart. So I've got like 20 gallons now. It's great. No, wait a minute, not 20. Take that back. I have about 10. Yeah, I have about 10 gallons now, but I've already made over. Probably have made 20 gallons by now. It's already paid for itself, and I have the best water on earth. What's up, Gladflow? Curve is where? Where? Let's post this image. There we go. I don't know what's happening. Oh, you can't. So, why is it that I'm not seeing any of the images for any links anymore? What happened? What happened? Is that a setting anywhere? Does anyone know? Hardly anyone's here. Sunday morning. It's really quiet on the Flat Earth 24/7. Hey, so flat facts. Cool, man. I guess what's your take? It's Earth is flat, huh? Yeah. Haven't,
Oh, sorry. I had to just flip off. I thought.
no problem. You haven't ever found any bendy water, right?
Any what? Sorry.
Bendy water. Have you ever observed
Bendy-
any bendy water?
No, only very small bubbles of tension water, but
There you go.
nothing more than that. No.
Yeah. Large bodies of water don't bend. Yeah, I never seen that bending water. As a matter of fact, light doesn't bend either over imaginary balls. Well, okay, imaginary light could bend over an imaginary ball, but only in your imagination.
No, I think for a light to bend, it has to be deflected, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's not a bend. It's just changing direction. So bend is a different thing. Bend is like when you bend, like you bump into somebody, you bend their fender. That's a bend.
Oh yeah.
Or bend a rod, like you bend a rod. That's it's more like
A bend would be a more of a constant
curve.
arc. A constant arc.
Like arc. Like a bend would be like what you would do with a handsaw. You can take the end of the blade and the handle and you can bend it. That's what a bend is.
Yep.
Well, light doesn't do that. Light will deflect if hitting a different isotropic. Is it isotropic medium? Yeah, I think so.
Yep. No. There's no proven curve whatsoever. Is that? Are you still there?
Yep.
You know that image you posted just there, the Earth is flat. Is that
Yeah.
is that a GIF or is that an image?
It's like a meme that I don't know if it was
So
posted by.
how did
I
you
don't know.
post it? I've got. I mean, I can post. I can post selected GIFs, but is there a way of actually posting images into?
Yeah, you'll need to get a image perm here, but I don't have the ability to give that to you. One
Oh
of the
right,
moderators.
See it, right, yeah, because I'm only on low. Yeah, I've only been in it. Well, I was in it a long time ago. But
Right,
I
right.
came back, having lost all my rights and everything, and
Yeah, that's all right.
obviously,
Listen, just spend some time in here like you've been doing today, and then you'll just get the
yeah.
roles.
Oh
You'll get the
yeah,
roles. It'll just happen with time. Usually, we
yeah,
don't get roles by asking for them. We just, the more you participate, the more you are able to, put into the conversation and,
yeah.
be
You find that
present.
I find that when you've got a room full, and you've got something to interject or think about, you find it very hard sometimes to get your point across. You know what I mean? Especially when there's a lot, and there's obviously, I mean, the flat earthers that are in here, like us all, we've all got a very strong emotional sort of reaction, if you will, to someone in here who's. I mean, the other day, I think you were in at the same time. I don't know, but it was just one specific person that was in. He's probably been in before. Is it a guy called Kosho?
Oh yes, we've talked with Kosho I've spoken with those people for like 2 years.
Do you not get frustrated?
Going on 2 years. Yeah, I do. I used to get really upset, and I used to yell. When I first came on, I would get very upset. I wasn't very nice. I mean, like,
Yeah, I
I
find
had
it
to learn.
sometimes. I do find it sometimes though to stay in and listen to some of those conversations because you want to interject, but there's that many people
It
putting
is,
their
yeah.
pennies worth. You know what I mean? And you can get. I mean, this subject, I get very passionate about it. This subject,
I do
because
too. It took me
it's
a while to be able to control my emotions with it because I would get off the rails sometimes and have to take a break and step back.
yeah.
But now
Oh,
I've
yeah.
learned it's like because see the conversation has a way of tempering you. So I'll speak personally. For me, it took a while for me to be tempered to a point where I was malleable enough to be able to just be okay, be calm, and like what they're saying has no correlation on myself, or my belief system or anything, whatever it is that I have going on inside of me, whatever their point of view is really doesn't have anything to do with me,
Yeah,
so
good,
that's
yeah, good
them
say.
and I can just stay on my side of the street, and I think that's the best way to handle it. I try to keep the
Oh
personality
yeah,
out. Like,
yeah.
listen, I try to keep the personality out of all things, including my own even my own dialogue. I try to keep my personality out of it, and others as well. Like, I try to keep their personality out of it and stick to the principles of the matter. And it takes a while. Like, I had to do some growing up, actually.
Oh yeah, we've all been there, though, haven't we? We've all been there, and it's a case of people will learn it in their own time, in their own space, if they want to. That's it.
Yeah,
If they want
exactly.
to. If they want to. Some people just
Yeah,
haven't got the inclination.
yeah, and it's not up to me. It's not up to us, like to convince anybody.
No, but it's nice when somebody comes in, sort of like on the fence, querying it, maybe questioning it, and then asking genuine questions. I love that. I love it when people are inquisitive to it. They don't know about if they don't
Yeah,
know
you
about
can
the
kind of
flat earth
tell.
system. And I love it.
It becomes self evident if they're actually inquisitive and they want to know just because they're curious, or if they're a larper or some other form of troll.
Oh, good day to you, Kiwi, as well. It's just a good day in the chat there. Good day to you, Kiwi. I don't know if
Good day, my guys. Thank you so very much.
Hey, Kiwi.
All as well.
Good to see you
Yes,
in here again, Kiwi. As again today, awesome.
it's always true. Since those seeking knowledge, you can always tell whether they are sincere or if they're just here to be a troll and, as you say, LARP. It's to be able to sniff that out, feel that when they're speaking and the questions they're asking, how they're responding to the ideas that we're presenting. That is a very, very key point, boys. Well stated.
That's it. For me, there's nothing better than an inquisitive. If you don't know anything, that's fine. But for me, it's the inquisitiveness. If they're willing to listen to you and say, "Well, you might have something there," and then show them doors, let them go and investigate it. If they're not willing to do so, then there's nothing you can do for them.
Hello, folks. I want to ask you guys.
Hello.
Hey, John. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Would you people be interested in using a flat earther online dating platform?
I'm spoken for, so I'm not interested in dating anyway.
Ah, I see. Is this the consensus? Like, is this just a thing? Like, nobody here.
Wait a minute. Could you ask your question one more time?
Oh, if anyone here would actually thinks they may or would use a online dating platform for flat earthers, if such a thing exists. I'm just
I don't know. Possibly. You
Like
know.
I say, I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy and content in my relationship I've got. I have got no inclination to go elsewhere. So no, a dating app to me would be absolutely 100% useless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
I'm single. I'm single. I don't have a partner, so I would probably look into something like that because I think I'd find it hard to be with just a normie that
Yeah.
isn't. Yeah, I think it would cause
That's-
conflict.
Oh, I couldn't think of anything worse. Being a flat earther and being with a 100% Globy.
Yeah,
Oh
I
no!
couldn't do it. I could not do it, man.
So I'm going to throw this up for consideration to I think it was John that asked the question. Being able to, okay, so number one, a dating app for flat earthers is a great idea.
There's already one on the Friends Finder.
Reason being, finding somebody who has a common understanding on the land that we walk on literally it's the common place, it's a common ground. So if you're able to, as I think it's Wit and Kai, like they're having a kid, right? Flat Earth seems to be a really common place to find love these days. So I actually think it's a really, really great idea, and I tip my hat to that. So it's push forward with that, man. Great idea, John.
Bit of a irrelevant question, but Sonny, are you able to do an interview right now?
Like what kind of interview? Like here on the live?
Yeah, for the Flat Earth World.
Surely. Yeah.
Alright, I'll be in the interview, VC.
Oh, okay. Okay. I wasn't sure what you were asking at first. I thought you.
He already switched to the other channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up.
Oh no, I just assumed their gender.
Can we do it here? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Sonny, could we do it?
I'll be interviewed. Interview me.
Yeah, Sonny already switched to interview VC, apparently. Yeah. So, any
Yeah,
news?
In
Anything
answer
new in the world?
to your question there, John, I mean, regarding for any singles, I mean, it's got to be. I mean, the only thing I can think of at the moment that's the nearest to any, same you will, dating app is the Friend Finder on the app, and I mean, apparently there's many of couples got together via that app, and that's got to be brilliant. If you are single and you're looking for that lifetime partner, then yeah, there can't be anything better.
Yeah, so my belief is that if you are a normie, online dating is actually. I mean, if there's no lockdown, like COVID lockdown, it's actually not really necessary. You can just meet a random person, right? If you're like, let's say, you're of average intelligence, average interests, average beliefs, then you can just, meet a random person, and chances are it's gonna be kind of okay. But if you are in any sort of niche, if you're a sexual deviant or part of a small religious cult, or let's say a flat earther, then this is way harder, right? I literally heard, I think it was in lobby, someone talk about how their girlfriend actually broke up with them because they are a flat earther. So that's kind of hilarious.
What, got together with someone and then realised they were a flat earther?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, as I say, if I was, I couldn't even. I mean, don't get me wrong, my partner, she's not a flat earther, as in out as a flat earther, but she doesn't not sort of realize sort of like what I talk about, you know what I mean? And I certainly don't get knocked or ridiculed for my beliefs.
But I think it's an interesting thing, actually. I don't know if this was always like that or only in our days, but that people are like, I mean, to be honest, some sort of belief like that, like that has no really relation to the actual relational interaction in a partnership. That people are so petty that they literally break up about it. I think that's was a bit shocking to me when I heard that, actually.
I mean, in my experience, I have had. I mean, at the moment now, as I say, I'm with my partner, who I've been with now for probably, but to round it off, to nearly 5 years. And I was in a marriage before that, where before really, flat Earth didn't come into it. But for years and years, for the last 10, 15 years, I've been going down the conspiracy rabbit holes, left, right, and centre.
Right.
And it got to a stage where I just couldn't even mention it because I was classed within the family in general, and that included slightly my children, but mainly my partner, my wife, who, believe it or not, eventually sort of like had me a psychiatrist even. But nothing became of that.
What did you say about a psychiatrist? I didn't get that.
My partner. I knew I did. Is what? Sorry.
She was a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist.
No. She's just a normie who worked an everyday 9 to 5 job. But because of my beliefs and what I looked into of all the, and I mean, like I say, I'm going back about 7, 8 years or whatever.
She was pathologizing. She presumed that you have a mental disorder because your beliefs don't match the mainstream.
Exactly. And like I say, I agreed. I knew there was nothing wrong with me, but I agreed with her. You know what I mean? I agreed with her. I said, right, well, if you want to get me to the psychiatrist, let's see what they've got to say about it then. And with psychiatry, you get your initial sort of like assessment, don't you? You get your assessment sort of like interview. And they said there and then, we're not taking this any further. You've got your opinion, you've got your ideas of how this world works. I mean, absolutely nothing wrong with you. Go away. That was it. And
right.
Yeah.
Right. From my understanding, what psychiatrists would do is mostly if there is some sort of, let's call it pain, in a sense, psychological pain, like something that is detrimental to you living your everyday life with some basic level of content. Then psychiatry would come into it. Like, let's say you and this can of course intersect because some people may feel like they are being followed, right, persecuted, stalked, if you may. And then the question is that like is it something that is just in their head, right? Is it true? Maybe. And then this becomes more of a question, but if it's really just about opinions on what is factual and not.
Oh yeah, definitely. But like I say, I went through years of it. I went through quite a few years of it, and at the end of the day, I mean, I was glad. Let's say anyway, at the end of it, I was glad to get not so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was also relationship problems, not just that and everything, but I was glad to get out of the situation. But I mean, having said that, it's like now. I mean, I'm a full out 100% out of flat earther. Anybody asks me or whatever, or if it ever came up, yeah, the Earth is a flat plane. You know what I mean? Whereas at one time, which is becoming more acceptable in this day and age, really, I feel there's a more of awakening of it, that people are becoming more interested in it. And the fact is, like I say now, I've lost a lot of family and friends over it, but I've gained a hell of a lot more. And yeah, it's one of them. I mean, when my friends, family and friends turn around to me and say, "You know what? You're not normal. You thinking the way you." And my rebut, right? Every time my rebut for that is, "Well, if you are normal, then thank God I am not, and thank you for calling me not normal."
Well, but that's interesting. I'm curious how did that come about that people would cut contact with you about your beliefs?
Just because they thought I was a nutter. Just basically just thought I'd gone doolally, and that all my beliefs.
Why would I even care if your beliefs are nutty? I mean, but they're
Because I'm out of the narrative, aren't I? I'm just out of the box, and if I'm not in that box, I don't even. You've obviously. I take it you've never experienced it yourself.
no.
But it can be quite. It can be quite horrifying. I mean, I know there's friends of mine who are out with the flat Earth and out with other conspiracies that and whatnot, who get a hellish time from either their partners, family members, or whatever. Don't speak to them no more. I mean, you only have to look at it. You must have heard on this channel or anywhere else a true Globie who thinks that this idea of flat Earth is nuts. There's like a psychological trigger that just triggers and the outrage.
Yeah, but I don't think that the globe earther that comes to the server to debate is a normal, an average person. Okay, and a normal, well, just a person that just happens to have a mainstream belief because everyone has it, like because they just were proud of it. They don't have this the strong motivation to go out of their way to try to convince flat earthers that the Earth isn't in fact flat. Like this is not an average person that would come here as a globe earther to argue, right? They are already a bit deviant themselves in that.
I'm just mostly on about that trigger switch is very easily activated.
Yeah, it's they feel a cognitive dissonance, and then the question is how they cope with it. How do they handle the conflicting beliefs to their own? But if that is their problem, then psychologically, then this seems like the same person that would not date someone from the other side of the political spectrum, or with another faith, or they like another religion, or not being an atheist like them, or something this is just at the core, it's just a strong intolerance to conflicting narratives.
Yeah. I know exactly. Yeah, I'm with you there, 100%, John, mate. But it happens, doesn't it? And like you said, I'm with you that the fact that it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter your beliefs or whatever, but it does, and it's like I say, the trigger on the reaction is to some people is just absolutely unbelievable. Like I say, I've lost many a family and friends because they won't talk to me no more because of my views. Which, like I say, I'm in such a good place at the moment that I don't care. I just literally don't care. Go and do your own thing. I'm in such a wonderful place at the moment that. It's unbelievable because I just basically I know who I am, where I am, who my creator is, and I don't know. I can just go outside and see this world for what it is.
Yeah, but it would also seem that in general it must be hard to I don't know have meaningful relationships with such people in general, because it wouldn't just extend to stuff like Flat Earth. I mean. Yeah, they would also. I mean, how would you even ever have a debate with them on anything, right?
Oh, correct. Yeah, you couldn't. You can't. That's what I found difficult. Like I say, in my marriage, I couldn't talk about. I couldn't talk about anything, and it can be very frustrating when you've got to keep. It's like you just hear something on the TV or somebody says something that you think, oh, you can't say anything because then that would trigger a reaction from your partner or whoever, and then it just sometimes it can get into a wild conflict. So you just don't bother. So it's very, very difficult in those circumstances.
But I mean, beyond the normal conspiracy talk, if a person is more inclined to believe what some random stranger says on the screen of the telly, or some random stranger writes in a newspaper, than what their own partners, think, right? If this is already pretty odd. I mean, it also ties into them rather believing what they hear on this or see on the screen than believing their own experience, right? I mean, this is an
So,
incredible
John,
level of indoctrination. You know what I mean?
so yeah. So, John, have you got no one around you that sort of like that you sort of like you're in sort of conflict with, or well, not so much conflict, but of a difference of opinion?
Oh yeah, sure. Often different opinions with people, but usually that's fine. I mean, I don't.
And that doesn't affect your relationship with that person.
Yeah,
One way, what vice versa between them to you or you to them.
yeah,
It doesn't.
yeah,
It doesn't affect that.
yeah. Or maybe I'm so abrasive that those people don't even come to enter into relationships with me. So, well, of course, with family it's different because they wouldn't seek you out. But with my family, no such problem.
Right. So, you say within your family you're on the same page, or do you have conflicting views?
Oh yeah, totally different views, but it's no problem. Like nobody really.
No, that's good.
It's a problem that people have different views.
Yeah.
It's cool.
No, that's how it should. That's how it should be. And if that can happen, all well and good. But it tends to be the higher percentages tends to be the other way around. Where
We can. I mean, we can have very heated discussions, and they can even go to insults. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that like half an hour later anyone holds a grudge. If you know what I mean. Like it's okay, then it's cool again.
yeah, that's fine. That's great. If that can happen, and you've got that mindset where you can once it's happened, that's it. You shut it off. Good. Full stop. Done. But like I say, I can only go by sort of like my own personal experiences that once someone's been triggered, they just do not let it go.
Yeah, that sounds like some, but actually something like mentally not well adjusted with them. To be honest. That
Well,
sounds
I mean, exactly. I see a
they
problem.
have an obsession.
I see more of a problem on their side that they can't sort of like at least understand, or sort of like take your view and think, right, well, that's your view, fine. But no, the amount of trigger that I see and the anger and the frustration that people get into, to me, it's just unbelievable. I mean, if I talk to a Globie now, okay, I get slack. I can if they're an adamant Globie like, and they give you're putting all this evidence in front of them, and they just sheerly do not want to look at it, not just sort of like deny it, but just sheerly do not want to look at it. Then that gets me slightly frustrating, and I get a bit sort of like, well, that's your views, but don't get. I mean, I wouldn't sort of like alienate them.
Suppose you make a 1 minute or less pitch on the Earth being flat. What would you tell them? Like, what would be the first thing you tell them?
My main argument is, like, I think maybe a lot of people use is that we can see too far, and just to take someone outside and say, look, you because a lot of them go, well, how the hell does the sun work on a flat Earth? Because you'd see it all the time because it's flat and it's always above you. That's one of the biggest ones. But my biggest thing is we can see too far for the globe calculated mass that would have to be there for a curvature, and we can see too far is one of my biggest, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But there's many of others that just 100%. See, I can't understand, you see, because since I got into this and realised exactly who we are, where we are, and everything, and the simplicity of how things work on a flat plane, just the simplicity of it, to the absolutely outrageous figures and numbers to a heliocentric model, is absolutely unbelievably stupidly how you can even believe that. Well, we all did, because I don't suppose when we're indoctrinated in our early days of schooling, we were taught this globe and everything. I don't think we even give it a second thought, really. But when you do, and this is what I say to a lot of globies, analyse the heliocentric model, and I mean truly analyse it. Don't think about flat Earth. Just analyse the heliocentric model and how far things are away. Then tell me, can you see something that far away? Things like that. But just break down the heliocentric, and you'll come to realise that doesn't make any sense. And then, if you've got the inclination to go and look into the flat Earth system, then you'll realise where things do make sense.
Yeah. Also, I now just formed an idea on why people get so upset. In a sense, it's a very big pill to swallow because of the further consequences. If you would accept this, you know this metaphor from the Matrix movie with the red pill and the blue pill.
Yep.
So, and the problem is in the reality, there's no blue pill to swallow, so to speak, because you never make a conscious choice to swallow the blue pill. It's just a default. So it's really just a question if you swallow the red pill, so to speak, or not. And to swallow it is, I mean, this is very disruptive. I mean, it sort of deconstructs or disintegrates your entire worldview, because it rests on the idea that society and the government and the media and so on, and the science, and these institutions are at their fundament not corrupt. That at the fundament they are truthful, and that everything is fine except for deviances. So overall, as society is, it is fine, and then when problems or bad things happen, it's always because of someone not adjusted to society, so like criminal or the like, right? And or someone with a mental or physical disease. So basically, it's a kind of inversion from actually the whole set of beliefs they have. Like they rest their beliefs on what is accepted. They externalize reason and judgment from themselves to quotation mark society. So basically, it gives you lots of I guess peace of mind to just be able to believe that what's right and wrong, what's true and false, you can simply ask. You can simply look up, you can simply read, and the things around you, they are just how things are. And if you suddenly can't believe them anymore, like if it's for them believable that they would be lied about the shape of the Earth or the geometry of the Earth, then they would have to question everything else they've been told.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's a big pill to swallow, right? Because that basically turns around everything in their belief system.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, I've got it. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I weaseled sort of like slowly into this really, to knowing what I know now and everything. So, yeah, I suppose I know what you're saying. For somebody to come into it, I mean, the big thing that comes into it, isn't it? It's ego. And the fact that you have been born into a belief system, and to come out of that belief system is very, I suppose, it's very difficult for a very high majority of people just to come out of that belief system.
Yeah, and it's I mean the whole but this is also the whole thing on how can brainwashing and propaganda work at its fundamental, right? How can this work at all? And people don't even get what brainwashing really is, right? Or propaganda. And the fundamental presupposition that you need to convince a person of in order to be able to control them, like also in gaslighting, for example, right, is that you say your own capability, your own sensory perception of the world, your own basically the things you take in with your senses, and the reasoning you do from these perceptions is to be trusted less than what an external authority tells you. That's the core of it, and that's the core pill. That's the so-called. It's basically this blue pill that you have been swallowing from birth, and it's easy. It's obvious because even the whole thing of upbringing, like child rearing as a child, from a child's perspective, is there's this external authority, the parents, and you ought to believe them. They are your source of truth and of judgment of what's right and wrong, right? And then at some point you just very naturally transition. Oh, now you go into a public school. Now another authority has come, the school. In school, they tell you, oh, you ought to watch the TV, so you're a good citizen in a democracy. You should watch news or read news in newspapers, and they are they are to be trusted, and so on and on, and then or the church, right, and all these things. So basically, at every step of your development, you are basically told the grand narrative that allows you to be indoctrinated and brainwashed, and that is the narrative of external authorities know better than your own senses and your own reason knows. Like
Oh,
those
yeah.
overrule it, and
Oh,
that's the
exactly. Yeah.
core.
Well, yeah, that's exactly that is the core. And yes, most definitely, I agree with you. Absolutely. I mean, it's everything that I say. You just pretty much sort of like, same doctrine and shit that I come out with, and the fact that, and the other argument is a lot of it is, well, have all the teachers and everybody, are they all in on this and everything and all this lot? Where when you talk about the indoctrination within the school system now. But you've got to. I mean, kudos to the powers that be that within the last 100 years that have changed our education system around to the current belief that we're in. I mean, they've done a fantastic job, and you got to give it to them. But like I say, when people say, but you can't, all the teachers, all the scientists, and everybody, they can't all be. Well, no, they're not all in on it, because at the end of the day, if you go back to what you initially said, John, when you're taught from your mother, you come out the womb, you taught from your mother and father how it is, because that's the system they've been brought up into. So they teach you how it is, and like you say, then you're grabbed by the corrupt within this system within the last 100 years anyway, and you're then dragged into the public schooling system where they're indoctrinated. But all it is if you, like the teachers of today, are just people that have gone through that system, and they've been the ones that have been selected because they can remember, regurgitate, and everything that they've been taught. So they're not so much lying to you; they're just going through the motions of what they've been taught, and because they've been able to remember it and regurgitate it the best, they then become the next sort of like teachers of the next generation. So no, they're not lying to you, because it's like when people say about NASA, oh, is everybody in on NASA? Well, no, because it's all compartmentalized. You don't know. It's like if you work in a superstore on a shelf full, you don't know what the big boss is planning for that store 2, 3, 4, 12 months down the line. You're not in on all that. You're not in on all that information. You just compartmentalize, and you know what you know, if you know what I mean. So no, they're not lying to us. They're just programmed as the rest, everybody else has been.
Yeah, and then we come to another point, and that there's something very fundamental about us humans. I mean, I don't know if you believe in evolution or not. I mean, you don't have to believe in evolution for this. So suppose people used to live in tribes, in small tribal groups, like maybe 20, 30 people, right? Human survival is a lot easier, like in an ancient environment, if you have 20 or 30 people to rely on, than if you are all alone, right? And so in this old system, let's call it, people, it was really, really important for people to not be excluded from the community, because it was almost a death sentence, right? And now we live in a very different world with big, not with small communities, but with big societies of essentially random strangers, and the interactions being guided not by the community's interpersonal relationships, but by bureaucracy and rules and their enforcement by the state, right? And so, plus the market, of course. And so basically, we have not adjusted to this. The vast majority has not adjusted to this transition. They still have this strong urge to conformism. That's how also things work with the media. You ever see those political talk shows where I don't know if it's in your country the same. But they may invite four guests, okay, and then three guests will have the opinion that you ought to have, and one person has the opinion you are not ought to have, and then that one person gets roasted by the other three. And then people basically get the sense of, oh, this is the majority opinion. And then because they see that, then it becomes the majority opinion because enough people see it, and then it becomes the reality also in their normal daily interactions, not just in the ones in the media. So people mirror these perceived relations of, basically of numbers of, oh, this is what most people think. Like in the media, they tell you this is what most people think, this is what you ought to think, and then individually they think, oh, I better shut up if I have a different opinion, and oh, I can say what I think if they have the same opinion, and ultimately people then just start conforming to it, right?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I mean, again, it comes back down what you were saying about the groups, when you're in a group together and you've got to conform with each other. I mean, that's where they got us again. Kudos to them. I mean, the division, it's all division now. So, which is like you just mentioned there. You've got a group of 4 people, and just one of them is not with it on the agenda. Then that if that person's isolated, that's division, and they divided us.
And then it becomes even more perfidious, okay? Because not only do they tell you what should be the accepted opinion, and then what is the not accepted opinion, but even which of the infinite alternatives to the accepted opinion is the one they want to portray. Like they can select what kind of opposition they choose. They can use a dumber one, a less reasonable one, or just one that is also not too bad for them, right? And they can choose the topics. That's called agenda setting. They choose what to discuss. So they obviously they are not going to discuss how is a small elite exploiting the masses as a topic in the media, right? That's not what they discuss usually. What they discuss is how is is gender real on like is sex a real thing or not? Like is there such a thing as men and women? And you can have a strong opinion about it. That's fine to me. But really, it just keeps people distracted. Basically, they have all the topics. Basically, if there's topics they actually want to have full control over, then they don't even make those topics. They are not even brought on the agenda. They are not even talked about in the media. So they rather have topics where even if the minority opinion somehow became the majority opinion, it wouldn't be consequential to them.
No, exactly. I mean, I like Platter. I don't know if you're on voice, Platter, but I don't know if you're on. I don't know if you want to interject here. Sort of like, what is it you teach in school then?
Yeah, I teach French.
Right, you can't go a lot wrong with that, can you? French is French, isn't it? I mean,
you could be selective about like if you have texts like I don't know, news articles, art like poetry or short stories. Obviously, you could bring into them ideology, right? You could always, like, if you are a leftist teacher, you could always teach always go with like some French postmodernist and such philosophers, Derrida and Foucault and such, as René Foucault ever. Foucault, sorry. Derrida, Foucault, Sartre, and then some early socialists from France, and then basically you have this option, right?
I think my view on that though, that my comment to Platter was, I mean, I don't know if he teaches. Is it just language? Is it just French language, Platter, or do you talk about the French history or French politics or anything?
I'm supposed to, but I don't. The curriculum has changed. I've been teaching French for 20 years now with an Irish accent, and out here, I'm out in Canada now doing it. But the curriculum used to be, I'll tell you, it's exactly what you said. The curriculum used to be for each year or each grade that you would teach certain grammar elements, but that has now morphed into forget the grammar. Now teach about culture and history and French politics or whatever, and
But
then the grammar and then incorporate the grammar through that. So I kind of throw that out the window and just teach it the way I want to, basically. I teach the grammar and I give the kids like real life scenarios, how they would order food in a restaurant, that kind of thing, because they're already learning all those things, cultural things in like their social studies classes. Like, why do I have to do that again? And and it's you could like, I don't want to be putting ideas in the kids' head about about philosophy and whatever if I can't actually teach the philosophy that I would like to. So I just I'm going to keep teaching them the grammar and the important everyday useful stuff until I get told not to. But I don't have that problem anymore because I lost my job about a year ago and I just work for myself tutoring French now. You'll never guess why I lost my job. We can't talk about it on this stream, but it was basically.
Can it be safe to say that you lost your job within the last 2 years, and because of events of the last 2 years?
It would be very safe to say that. Yeah.
right. Yeah, no more said.
It wasn't so much lost. They came with a proposition. They came with an ultimatum, sort of, and I said, "No, thank you very much," and politely said, "I think it's time for me just to choose where I work and who I work with." So I mostly teach French to homeschool kids.
I think that's happened a lot, though, hasn't it? Within these 2.5 years, like I say, without going into any details, with a lot of professions, even in the medical profession, the amount of people that have sort of decided, right, well, enough's enough, type of thing. But there you go. But it's like we were saying before, Plaster. It is, isn't it? It's just the indoctrination system that if you're the best and you come out with A pluses and A's and whatever, and you can remember regurgitate, then you become the next teacher to regurgitate that rubbish to the next generation.
What I like with French or with teaching languages is if I can test it using the scientific. I can get the kids almost to use the scientific method with actually learning French, or if it was another language, to see if it actually works in real life. Whereas a lot of the stuff they learn in science about the moon, they can't go and test it for themselves. And what I mean in terms of languages is, okay, if I teach you here's how you say this sentence in French, and now you go and practice it with a French person. If that French person understands, then you have and you alter the variables in your sentence. You have scientifically kind of proven that what you've learned works. But if you learn in science that you evolved over millions of years, you've no way to prove that. Or that the moon's 237,000 miles away and causes the tides. Like, how do the students prove that kind of thing? Whereas I can give the students some French to practice, and then they go to Quebec, and if it works, if the person understands, it works.
I think that's the difference of if something is a skill, because if what you teach is a skill, then it's very harder to warp the minds of people if it's like an actual skill. Like, so I'm an engineer, okay?
Yeah.
And so I have developed products, and they have been sold for like hundreds of thousands to millions of them have been sold, and been used for many years. So whatever are my beliefs about this technology, it must be at least true enough for it to work by the millions for many years, and then it's a pretty good test of it being true. You know what I mean? And
Exactly,
it's with French or even with mathematics, you have a way to figure out it's not true. But much of science, where it or also social sciences, it really relies a lot on the trust of things other people have come up with, and then there's no way for you to verify it. And that is, whenever that happens, then they can tell you anything. And then because it fundamentally relies on authority only, and not first on a sense of trust and then a test on it.
And that's fine, provided they were to teach it as possibility, but it's taught as fact within the science class. And I think that's where I would walk past the science classroom every day and you'd hear it, and they do incorporate it into almost every subject. Like I said, with French, I'm supposed to teach, if I was still in the mainstream, if you pull up the French or the Canadian curriculum, it's now like you'll not see lists of grammar that you cover in each grade. It's now cover Métis culture, or cover this element of culture, and cover this like exercise existentialism, and I was taught all that stuff at university. But it's like, where's the grammar? Like, where's the progression and the structures I'm supposed to teach? It's no, forget about all that. We need you to put this information into the students' heads.
this is really speculative.
Can I just let me interject with one little personal thing again?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like my motto on it is regarding we're going back to the education and the schooling system. A little story for you. My sister, who's quite sort of like financially wealthy, she's got a good life and everything. She's put her son and her daughter through the full education system from being 5 in the primary school right through to sixth form, right through further education. And that being said, my nephew now, he's a doctorship, he's got a GP practice and everything. Again, wealthy because of his job, and he's done well for himself. But the biggest thing, we don't talk anymore because I actually turn around and she praises all this up and praises her daughter up and everything. And I said, it's all well and good. And I mean, don't get me wrong, if you specialise in something and you're making a living out of it, and that all well and good. But I actually upset her, and we've never spoken since, when I said, but there's one thing that I've learned in this world is to never, ever mistake education and being educated for intelligence. And that was it. That was it. Well, the moment I said, do not mistake education or educated with intelligence.
You fell out over that? That's amazing.
How did
Yeah.
that
Oh,
go?
yeah. We don't speak. We don't speak. We haven't spoken from that day to this. And she's obviously told her son and daughter, my niece and nephew, that they don't talk to me now either. But it's one of those. I mean, that's going back, John, to what we were saying before about the trigger reaction of some people. Just because you have a different point of view, and yes, they've got the doctorship and everything. Okay, so he's got his doctorship, so he can sort of like. I mean, I don't trust the medical system, full stop. Anyway, but he's got his doctorship and everything, and she's done well with her business and all this lot. But just because you're educated and you've gone through in fact, you're worse. For me, if you've gone through the full indoctrinated educational system, no, don't mistake that intellect or that education with intelligence. And that, like I say, she's never spoken.
Ties right back to what you were saying just earlier, that they've done a bang-up job with the education system and dumbing people down. Because these educated folk can't even reason that education is not intelligence.
Absolutely.
That's what the education system's done to them. So.
Absolutely. Like you say, kudos. Yep, kudos to them. They've done a fantastic job. And if it was in reverse, if it was done in reverse, we'd be praising them if it was in reverse. But because it's such a corrupt system that the powers that be have, within this last 100 years, how much they've corrupted the education system and got into it, and it's just unbelievable. You've done a fantastic job, and it's our job. Well, I see it as one of my jobs now to try and undo that indoctrination.
I know my fair few highly educated dumb fucks, really.
Yeah.
But
These educated dumb people. It's so good.
I wouldn't even call it education. I would call it indoctrination. It's a difference between, for example, when you teach French grammar, you don't only teach French grammar, but you teach them how to understand how grammar rules can be learned. So you actually also set them up to be better at learning other languages in the future. And typically to better understand their own language, because usually you don't learn your own language based on its grammar, but then you have a better chance of understanding your own language grammar.
100%.
So, John, from a standpoint of what that idea, though, that was painted, right? Indoctrination is a great way to put it. But the crazy thing is, half the people, when you say the word indoctrination, half of the people that you say that word to don't even get what indoctrination means. They'll maybe try to pull doc out of that, but they don't understand that, right? So to be able to know that you're being fed the programming, and you sit down to watch the news to find out what is new, and you see the box that tells you a vision, right? These are all the things that, you start to lean into it. And as you say, start to pay attention to the language, and you start to realize very quickly that you're in deep. And if you want to ask why Santa Claus is fake, and we're told that at a young age, right from the very beginning, if we're lied to about that, how much else are we lied to about in terms of language being used? So it's a very fair, I think, correlation to pull. We're able to literally, I think it's a juxtaposition would be the right way to put it, I think. I have to look that up. But when you paint an extreme parallel and saying what is it? Smart, dumb people, right? It's just the absolute extreme in both cases.
Yeah. A few years ago, I heard something terrible. And basically, with every year of schooling, children's problem-solving skills actually decline.
Talk about it. Yep, I heard that. Further down the rabbit hole you go, the further down the rabbit hole you go.
Yeah, and 1984 is you know about the book 1984 by George Orwell. Yeah, so basically there's something described there. Is this idea that everyone gets these completely alien from reality indoctrination things as their beliefs, and the only area they are left to actual reason is the selective use in their own narrow field, right? And this is also hilarious because this even holds for scientists, because if you do a PhD, so when you do a PhD, that doesn't mean you become a your most general education, so to speak, happens in your undergrad studies and then somewhat in your in your graduate studies. But in a PhD, you become very narrow. You have one tiny thing that you actually study. And now when you have people talking with PhDs talking about their field, then there's actually not much of a reason to have more confidence in their statements than someone that has no PhD, if it's outside this one narrow thing they actually researched. And these things get so super tiny, it's incredible. So yeah, and because then the people can actually all, if they learned the same shit in textbooks that they were told about the general thing, then they may believe this, while their own subfield would lead to other conclusions of its own. But they just assume, oh yeah, but there's all these other guys who do these other things, and they know that it is like this, and now all of them think that because they all are in these narrow niches within their field, so they then also just trust their authority on the general field, and that way you can have like all these physicists with a PhD that will tell you Earth is round. Then that's not something they actually researched. They learned it's round like anyone else. They learned it in undergraduates. I mean, they learned in high
But
school.
yeah, but at the same time, so did we. We didn't do it. We didn't research it either, and until we came into contact with the flat Earth ideology. Well, I mean, at the same time though, you have to send. I keep telling people this, and I started to just believe it myself and understand that these people aren't like us, dude. We are very, very few. You are like maybe 1 out of 100 of your friends that understand what's really going on. And it's sad to say, a lot of these people will never wake up. We are very special. We are put on this earth for a special reason, because we understand that there's other things going on besides what they show us, right? People have seen the movie Matrix and they don't understand what it's trying to tell you, right? I mean, this is going on in front of our eyes, man, all of this craziness. And we have chosen to wake up, and not be blinded by all of this craziness. I mean, it's a losing battle we're fighting with these people, but it still has to be fought nonetheless, right?
So something else that I found very hilarious. So any of you guys did a STEM degree, like science or engineering in uni? So
You
what
must
I
be
know,
joking.
I studied architecture in
yeah, okay.
college.
Oh yeah, so that
I think the most. If I can just interject, I think the actual most intelligent, and we're back to that word, intelligent, not educated, the most intelligent people, in my view, and I can go with people that I'm related to as well. My son, for one, had a very bad problem with authority at school and was. Yeah, he was jumping out of windows of school classes and everything because he didn't like the subject or whatever. But he had a very bad issue with authority.
Right. Yeah.
But the most, as far as I'm concerned, the most intelligent people that I've come across have had a very, very limited schooling indoctrination.
Yeah. So okay. Anyways, what I wanted to get to is so in a physics degree, when you study physics, there are lots and lots of lab classes, laboratory classes. It means you will go to a laboratory several times in the semester. They give you a task, and now the interesting thing is you are already told what is supposed to. Essentially, you already know the outcome you are supposed to get, and basically, if you get the right outcome, like the right values in your measurement,
Yeah.
then you pass, and if you get the wrong results, then you don't. So what you train the people in the lab classes to is basically to confirm what they already know to be true, and then what they do is they will like fiddle around with the lab equipment in ways they don't even certainly know how if it makes any sense what they're doing, just so in the end the values come out the way they're supposed to, and if they still don't come out like that, they may you know fiddle the numbers a
Fail
bit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Not
they
get a good grade because
they definitely twist it to the outcome.
Yeah.
But it's like when you talk about the heliocentric model, you talk about
Yeah, but I'm talking about
when you talk about experiments there.
Yes.
When you talk about experiments, there is nothing within the heliocentric model that can be repeatably tested time after time after time.
That's the worst. See, this is even worse. What I'm talking about is even in things that in principle would be repeatably testable, right? What they basically do for 5 years of undergraduate and graduate studies in physics is they have lots and lots and lots of labs every year, and in all their labs they already know that they have to get a certain outcome in their lab experiments. And so basically they fiddle like this lab equipment that has lots of knobs and so on, and lots of stuff you can turn influence, right? And then they basically are kind of trained into this by knowing they pass if the numbers are right and they don't pass if they are wrong, that they basically make the lab equipment get the results that they would be expecting from the calculations. And so this is hilarious because then you may notice if you're like a lab assistant or something that some part was broken. Okay, like basically let's say it's some sort of electronic parts that are stuck together, some optical components stuck together in the laboratory. Okay, and then you noticed this was broken for like half a year, and somehow all the lab groups managed to still get the numbers out of it that it would give out if the equipment was not broken. Okay, so and this is the kind of thing I have seen as an I'm from STEM. It's my field. My field is within STEM. I mean, and so this is hilarious because this basically means we train people to confirm the biases. And we do it like with hundreds and hundreds of labs over 5 years. And now after you have done this for hundreds of labs, we have learned to basically fake things to conform with the consensus. And then we expect them to suddenly, when they are out of the graduate school and maybe do their PhD, to suddenly switch gear into the opposite, to suddenly not try to confirm the biases, but to actually look at do the experiment meticulously, look at what's really true, and then publish it no matter what.
Yeah, everything you described there, John, perfectly sums up everything that surrounds the Cavendish experiment, for example. Tests, I mean.
Yeah, but it's the whole field. It's the whole
Balls in a shed.
It's the whole field, and I'm not kidding. I have gone through this myself. I have many friends who studied physics and engineering. Most of my friends are from STEM. Okay, this is completely all encompassing in the natural sciences and so on.
John, your English is absolutely superb. Which I'm assuming you're from Germany, yes?
Yeah.
Which part of Germany?
Bavaria.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. So, do you know about the Gothic people?
Yeah, sure.
You do?
Yeah. You mean
They're
the Gothic tribes, right?
Absolutely. Absolute
Yeah.
legends.
Yeah. I mean, I know about the Voluspa Bible. It's basically a Bible translation into Gothic. So, I mean, heard about that. Heard about their things in the Crimea, in northern Italy, and in Spain. Like the Gothic tribes traveled there at some point at the time of the fall of Rome. Yeah, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff I heard about. I learned about in school rather.
Every time I watch,
I don't know, myself for sure.
I watch Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, Scottish guy. I think he might have some goth blood in him because the goths went to Scotland. They went actually everywhere. They went to India, South Africa. Let's see, where else? New Zealand. They actually
Oh,
went
that's pretty far. I never heard about New Zealand. That's quite far.
Yeah. They were sailors. They had a lot of words for sailing, didn't they?
Oh yeah, many of these tribes around the Baltic and North Sea. Yeah, I mean, makes sense if it's cold and the farmland isn't so great, then I guess fishing is a good idea. So you
absolutely
get really good at building boats over time.
Anyway, somebody just used the word something along the lines of flat Earth ideology, and it just hit my ears in a funny way because obviously when we measure the surface and we see that it must be level at the very least, it must be level, then it's no longer a set of beliefs, is it? And the radius is falsified and everything's fucked. All the distances to everywhere.
Who said that?
I didn't hear it here either.
Anyway, I'll just correcting.
But yeah, I actually didn't hear it.
Do you think that's what I said, Andy? Because you kind of like giggled kind of after I spoke. Maybe misheard what I said.
So I only came in to talk to the German fella.
Yeah. No, I was saying in response to him that he was describing how they just kind of they don't set out to disprove any of these experiments. And he was describing, confirming their biases and all that stuff. And I was saying that's what surrounds the Cavendish experiment, essentially. Didn't say anything about flat Earth ideology.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because I refused to do this. So when I didn't do it. Whenever I was in labs, I just did the things the way they were supposed to do. I made really sure that I understood the lab equipment and so on and on. And so what would often happen is, my numbers are 20%, 30% off, and then the professor or lab engineer would come, would look over it, would see my numbers, would notice, well, yeah, I mean, you did an experiment right. Like when I showed them in the end, like 20 minutes before the end of the lab, like my numbers don't come out like so clean like with all the other guys. Is there anything wrong with my equipment? And they notice, no, it's not wrong at all. I guess that's just what comes out. Or I would notice, oh yeah, okay, this part is broken or something that we gave you. Yeah, well, I noticed it was broken. So this is kind of hilarious because this conformism goes even beyond what is expected, so to speak. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. Oh, plus people would often literally just like copy good lab reports from others and then just like manipulate the numbers a bit to not have the same numbers there. Like it's terrible. Like it's very corrupt and this is global. Oh God, this is worldwide.
It's scientism.
Yeah, I mean,
the new religion.
That's one thing, but this is, this is even without scientism. Even without scientism, it's a problem. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's just you because you're taught this so much in school that I think basically that is already done in school before university. Okay, because in school you're trained for so many years. Oh, if I say the right things, like if you have to do like in German class or in English class in English speaking world, I guess would be the same. You have to like formulate arguments sometimes. Like you have to write a small text on a question, on a debate question, and and you get good grades, right? You get good grades if your arguments argue for the right things, for the things that the teacher approves of. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you're really trained so much for conformism, like. Yeah, also in history class, like let's say you had your own stuff and it doesn't match what the teacher taught, right? And you write it down, and then no, that's less points on that.
Hey,
And,
teacher, leave them kids alone.
I love a bit of Pink Floyd. I have my daughter singing that song now.
Yeah, the lyrics are, "We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control." Are you listening, Snakes?
yeah, so I had something interesting with my history book. Okay, this is this is really hot territory. Okay, but I'm not saying this is a general rule. Basically, there was this text, and I'm not a Holocaust denier. Okay, clarifying. This was in the textbook. There was this text written basically. So and so many people were crammed into a gas chamber, and that's what was the size. And then I was wondering, hey, how does this work? Is this even like it seemed implausible just to me that you can't fit that many people in.
Hey, whoa, dude.
I'm not Holocaust denying.
This won't go down well on YouTube at all.
Yeah, okay. I don't care. I'm not a Holocaust denier.
Oh, no. I know you don't care. I'm just saying it's not a good subject for YouTube. And anybody that would want to look into it, I'd highly recommend the work of David Irving, the wonderful historian David Irving. But besides that,
I'm not okay. I'm okay. So the point was really then my physics teacher. He actually made us as a class go in a corner in the room, and he measured it. And with us kids, it wouldn't even work out. And then what we ultimately found out was, so basically what they had written in the history book was a witness account. It was a witness account, and so. So that's the next thing. A witness account can, of course, be a bit odd or off because they could have badly guessed the number of people, badly guessed the distance, the size of the room, right, and so on. So this is fine. This is not at all. This is not at all.
Listen, dude. Listen.
Implying
this is just not a good subject for you.
I understand. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is it didn't imply that it did not the Holocaust didn't happen. It just shows that you have this thing that we read witness accounts in books and then we take them for granted. And this happened. It's just the one thing that actually happened in my class at some time. That's why I brought up this one. But generally, that's also there's also something that you see in news, right? They want to give you a certain story in news, right? And then instead of just reporting that this is how it is, or instead of just doing normal report, they do lots and lots of quotations because they know that they wouldn't. The quotation is not exactly well defensible by journalistic standards, but the quotations they give the right idea that they want.
Yes, it's certainly a good idea to question all things, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you. That's certainly true.
And in that case, I think it was literally an accident. So I think it was literally an accident. They this was just like a bad how's it called? One moment, I looked up the one. A bad basically just one of the people who worked on this book didn't do their homework. Their homework well, so to speak. They just didn't well check the source, the plausibility of this specific witness account before using that witness account as an example. And this is, I mean, yeah.
I've studied that subject more than most, so I know quite a lot about it, and I'd love to talk about it here, but that's it wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah, but I didn't even want to get into it on that level. That's not
all good. We don't have to keep talking about the thing that didn't have to be talked about. We cut the hole in the wall. We can take the elephants out of the room. It's not a big deal, guys. Pack it up, move on. Right?
Yeah. And is
we
it
like
similar?
This on YouTube.
but topics like gender and race and so on and on, all these topics. I think this really just distracts people from the core that we, the many, the populations of nominally democratic countries actually don't have a say, and this works. The whole system is set up to work in the favor of a few wealthy elites, and they get what they want, and we get the we just get distracted with so many different topics that distract us just from the fact that actually things are not built up for our prosperity and our happiness, but they are built for the prosperity and happiness of a small group of rich people, essentially.
Yes.
So
A small
let's
elite.
talk about, you talked about distraction, right?
Mhm.
You mentioned distraction, right?
Yeah, by agenda setting, by the topics.
Yeah.
The
No,
topics
what I'm saying
that they don't affect your personal life.
taking that idea of distraction, right, and looking at even what we're discussing, the topic of the server as an example, right? Get them to look up into space so we can steal the ground out from beneath their feet. Right? Distraction. Look up, literally, so we can steal the ground out from beneath your feet. Make you think you're on a ball, make you feel unstable, make you second guess everything. And I always think about the idea of like the walls are closing in, because after a while, like I could just see somebody finding out one thing that is false, and all of a sudden they start to keep constantly looking behind their shoulders, worrying about what else could be potentially false. And that how that starts to literally mess with somebody's mental ability to deal with stress, rising cortisol levels, all of these things happen. It's all knee-jerk reaction. And to a degree, they have us also chemically, what's the word? Chemically captured, chemically compromised, that we are susceptible to these outside diseases and conditions and things that exist. So it's a thing that division is created daily.
Yeah, this is a
with many
dangerous
different
topic.
things.
Make no mistake, this is a very dangerous topic, Flat Earth.
No, hold on, Andy, slow down. It's not a
Everything with new
dangerous
eyes.
topic. We've left
No,
a dangerous
I'm saying
topic.
for the people in
No,
control.
we don't
It's dangerous
need
to them.
Yeah, no, we don't have to keep saying dangerous, right? Because that attracts bad karma, right? All I'm saying is let's be aware of the division that can be created. That's it.
I was just saying that you look at everything with new eyes when you come across this topic and you really look into it.
Yeah, the good thing is just this is a good one, but generally topics are good when people can look at things from their own sensory perception and their own reasoning, contrast it with what they are being told, right? Well, by authorities, and then notice that the authorities have told them something that conflicts, and when they then can make the mental leap to say, I actually choose to believe my own senses and my own reason more than I believe what authorities say. If you can get them over that breaking point on one topic, then you have a real chance for them to liberate themselves, to become more enlightened people in a sense, right? If you are okay with that.
That's the thing, though. We've always been this way. Like I was saying earlier, I mean, we've always been people that don't listen to authority. We always, we look for the truth behind the. We read the small print, basically. And we don't.
Yeah, often what's fun is the authorities like it's making a lie or making some or saying something that is counterfactual is actually harder than to say something that's true. So how you can often get them is to look at their own inner contradictions. Like they say one thing and then they say something other in a different situation, and you notice, oh, this is not congruent with one another. Yeah, or with history, like in all sorts of history subjects, like World War One, French Revolution, and so on. You have this basic narrative that tells you what you ought to believe, because then you are the right jolly goody what's it called, citizen in quotation marks. Well, but that's what you're told. And then if you read more on the history, then the history has to somehow match some events and some buildings that were constructed and so on and on. And then these things, when you go further into the details, then the details that they actually have to write, that actually have to be written, and to be somewhat congruent with those things, they don't match up with other things. And then you see the overall narrative doesn't work out anymore, really. Yeah. So.
Man, I've got to get myself to Germany. Tell you, especially to Bavaria, try those bratwurst and the sauerkraut.
But
I'm
don't
missing
mention
out,
the
dude.
war.
No, of course not. Oh, were you doing a John Cleese bit then? I think you were doing a Faulty Towers then, weren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's one of my little things on my list, and it's very attainable. Is my list, and that's one of the things I'd love to do.
Just take a road trip.
Yeah, I haven't really got a chance to get out recently. Yeah, I've been stuck in one place, but that's okay. That's okay. You see, I was very broken for a long time, and I had to heal myself. And people would often say to me, "Oh, you need to get out, go over to this place." And all I think is, that would just be me, this broken person, in a different location.
Yeah, different locations, still broken. Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
Was it a woman? Usually that's our problem.
Yeah, a bit of that as well.
Oh yeah, we know that one.
A woman? What's that?
an adult human female, I do believe.
A human?
He's obviously not a biologist.
Isn't a human like a monster that evolved from rats and monkeys?
If it's a woman, yes.
Oh, big
Now,
meanie.
I'm interested to talk to the French tutor. Is he still here? French, the Irish fella.
Platter. Yeah, I think he left.
No, Platter's left.
Okay then. Okay. I was just thinking about. You got me thinking about gender in words rather than people. But anyway, never mind.
Yeah, I mean the whole topic really. I guess it's you already lost if you start even discussing that in a sense. Like it's just such a huge distraction.
I think the whole gender thing's like remember we still take our picture of the world mainly from mainstream media, and they're gonna portray it as this is really taking over society. But I think a lot of people, I mean, it is picking up very quickly with the younger generations because they're changing the curriculum to teach it and confuse them. But most people I meet out just on the street and getting a conversation about such things, they can see the faultiness in it completely.
I was saying before that TikTok's becoming a very big thing in the flat Earth community at the moment, which is good for the younger generation. Obviously, I mean, it's factually proven, isn't it, that the attention span of the younger generation now is getting less and less and less and lower and lower and lower. And
lower in what sense?
The attention span yes,
absolutely.
The attention span of the sort of like the generation that's on its way type of thing. It's when I've got a 15-year-old stepson who. When I talk to him about this and everything, but it's a gradual thing with him, you know what I mean? Just bits here, bits there, interjecting. I'll get him there eventually, but his attention span on anything is a quick TikTok video. But the amount of people now that I see coming out, I don't know. Just a point of view here. I don't know if anybody's into Jeranism and they've seen the Jeranism show and watched. There's a particular young lady, very beautiful, very attractive young lady who's got. That's the one. I think. Yeah.
777.
Oh no, not Rose 777. It's not Rose 777.
Oh no, it was a blonde woman he got on. It was it's fairly recent.
She's only like in her early 20s, but she's
I
bang
can't
on
stop watching since then.
She's bang on 100% with their current belief on the flat Earth system and everything. But she's got a very big following now on TikTok, and that's only got to be a good thing at the moment for the rising generation to enlighten them to exactly what's going on.
Oh, one thing. So the internet, in one sense, is a gift for people because we now get exposed to other ideas that are not mainstream, and can research way deeper into topics than before. Because even your city library was fairly limited with the books, right, compared to what you can get on the internet. But it's also a cursing, especially with smartphones. What happens now? If let's suppose you are, let's say you sit in a beer garden or in a pub with a few friends, and you start to discuss a topic, right? And before smartphones, what would happen is you people start to speculate, and then you would try to infer from things you already know and from what is logical and plausible how things may actually be on some topic. Yeah. And and now
reason things out. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would train you. So basically, your social interactions, your fun time with friends, would in a sense be more educational to your reasoning abilities than, for example, sitting in school even. So this would make you smarter. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
exactly. You would constantly be training your brain, and yeah.
But now, if someone makes a claim and someone says, "Oh, I don't believe it," instead of them now going into a real discourse and trying to figure out what's true with their abilities, now they jump to, "Oh, let me check that out on a smartphone." Then they type it into Google and, "Oh no, look here, it says this and that."
Yeah, let's ask Lord Google. Yeah.
Yeah, and because this is what Wikipedia says on the topic, and so you're wrong.
I wouldn't talk to normies about this subject, actually.
But not even about random subjects, like even about, let's say, okay, so I had one thing with a friend recently. So what is actually sour cream made from? Like how is sour cream made? And then we discussed it on our understanding on dairy production and so on. And we actually became basically. I basically told him, "Hey, come on, let's not use a smartphone. Let's discuss it and let's figure it out for ourselves, and let's see if how far we come with that." And I mean, maybe it's a weird example, but yeah, actually worked for us.
It's interesting that the word "smart" is derived from the word "pain," isn't it? That's why they did say in America it's that smart.
Yeah, that's true. That the etymology of smart like that.
I thought sour cream came from the cows they feed sauerkraut to.
Funny, yeah.
Flat fact. You're talking about her, man, with the massive assets. Okay.
Oh, yes. I've just put a link in the chat.
Definitely got a following.
It's what she's got a following for. But
it's funny, yeah?
I've just put a link there to it's Jenny Rose. Jenny Rose. Very big TikTok following. I put a link there if you get a chance to watch that. She's very, very, very good for a young woman.
Yeah, I've seen some of her stuff because I've got Dave's app and he's put a few of her vids out on the front page.
But
and
something on
she's got some pretty trashy stuff alongside it, which is not very good.
Oh yeah, in her early days, in her early days, she did some very sort of like, But at the moment now, ever since she's, she even admits she's only come to the enlightenment of the current flat Earth system, and she's only come to the enlightenment of it within this last 12 months.
It's a great thing. We need more stunning women that know the truth because fucking beta males are brain dead. They only do what gets them laid, So they're dependent upon what the women are doing because they'll just go along with it,
Fun fact.
With a big following as well, personally. I'd be very wary of anybody with a big following in this current system, the way it is set up.
Yeah.
Sauerkraut actually has something shared with sour cream, because in both cases it's lactic acid. It's basically milk acid that is making it sour. So it was just wanted to bring that up because of your joke. But you guys are. This is also a thing that is a bit sad with how it works. You see the things that appeal to a lot of people in social media, right? and so
Yeah.
this is
If
so
it's
there's
less than 5 seconds long, it appeals. That's pretty much the basic.
Yeah, but this whole social obsession with not being with being inoffensive, I think, is also a lot related to this, because the way to succeed. So when people, like used to live in tribes, and we felt safe in a tribe of not being excluded if we were popular, and so this basically was strongly tied to our survival. And now, if you see likes and dislikes on social media, it triggers this kind of thing in you, in your mind, about your perceived popularity in the community, even though it's not your community. It's not like your 20, 30 people tribe. It's random. It's not even your society. It's global. Global. Now I said it again. It's worldwide, and so everyone ends up trying to be as inoffensive as possible. So their like to dislike ratio goes up, and
Yeah. It's the first way to figure out if someone's genuine about their intellectualism or not. Are they willing to offend?
Exactly. Are they willing to stand for something they believe, even if others may not be happy about it?
Yeah.
So this is terrible, really, in a way, that the internet has had these effects now. People not reasoning anymore, but just looking up what the authorities say, and basically, and then trying to be popular. So don't reason for yourself, but look at what authorities say for what's true, and check out what's in quotation marks ethical, moral, by basically a popularity contest on likes and dislikes.
Well, you know how every new technology we come up with or comes out is released for the public always just gets used to its success. It's never used properly in moderation and kind of sensibly, and it's no different with the internet. I mean, we're living on the internet way too much. Everybody, even us flat earthers. I mean, and
absolutely.
It creates it's a complete distortion between. There's two realities going on. There's one of the internet and one of real life.
But the terrible thing is that we have no choice, in a sense, anymore of getting away from it.
I just want to say, I think the reality that the picture the internet builds of reality is highly contrived, because we know there's hordes of Twitter bots and all this type of stuff. I mean, if even 50% of comments that are made on the internet are real, that would be generous, I think.
Yeah, so a big problem with that is that, suppose you throw away your computer and your smartphone, you have no internet, and you don't have a TV, and you don't have a newspaper. That doesn't mean that you are suddenly free from the influences, because one-to-one, the people who are on the internet then are also the people you meet in real life, and then the things they form, the opinions and beliefs they formed on the internet by popularity contests and by authority, they just they will just tell them to you in real life instead of on the internet. So,
but I don't believe that. I mean, I feel like the worst of the worst trolls you see, they're little basement gremlins, man. You do not meet these people in real life.
Yeah, right.
They don't come outside. They can't exist off of the internet.
Yeah,
they're
the
thing is,
toxic in their soul.
Yeah,
they can only live here in the internet.
Some of them might not actually be real as well. They might be AI.
And that, exactly.
Which is a scary thought.
What really bakes my potato about the internet is it was supposed to be free for everyone, and everybody pays for it in some way, shape, or form, whether it's $20 a month or $60 a month. Everyone's paying for internet.
Yeah, well, I'm absolutely grateful for it, because I got to experience it for at least, I'll say 20 years. I don't know. We can't count dial-up in this because it was pretty shit back then, but we had it for at least 20 years. Pretty good. I mean, I'm sure there was still a lot of information we're not privy to, but it was pretty open, pretty free for a long time, and that's not the case anymore, unfortunately. But that's the direction we're heading in, isn't it?
Is dial-up in any way still running at all?
I don't want to use it if it is.
You'd have to be one frugal motherfucker. Like the date walks in, what's that? Oh, that's my internet connection.
Beep,
that fucking dial-up sound, man. It's burning.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's almost trauma from that. Yeah. from that sound.
Get off the phone.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh yeah, I remember that so well.
Fuck,
Jesus.
I'm 3 hours loading my JPEG. You took a phone call.
Oh, and another problem with smartphones and so on and internet is nobody anymore has time for silent contemplation, like thoughts to just form in their minds, things to get put into an order and so on, because from the one thing they jump to the next. Either they have to like live their do their chores and their work, or for any time over the silent contemplation you would normally have, like sitting for 10 minutes on a bus stop or something, now you don't have this time anymore, in which you just are alone with your mind.
So I
Yeah,
want
that's
to
completely
post something
right.
for you, John. Something about the Goths from this youth. This bloke is called Asher Logos, and it's great. I'd recommend it. I go to sleep to it at the minute. Tend to go to sleep to philosophy books and things like that. But I guess I'm sleeping to this guy at the minute. But he does all. Have you heard of the Orlinda book? Found in Holland. Absolutely brilliant.
No, I haven't. Oh.
He does a series on that as well. Yeah, I mean, ideology is very dangerous, and it doesn't stick to me. It's water off a duck's back. But I still like to hear, just like I enjoyed watching Game of Thrones. Brilliant show, except that last season, which was a bit of an anticlimax. But, like one of his videos is called The Real Game of Thrones. And, it's set to pictures and it's fantastic. So he does a good job of talking in code as well, if you know what I mean. But I'm going to post it here off Odyssey because they've still got some semblance of freedom on there.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I found something really funny yesterday. Here's a link. It's on Wikipedia, actually. It's the concept of a cultural universal. And this is the idea of certain things that are shared in all human cultures across the world, right? And one of them really, really blew my mind. Like this is literally, something you can find there. De facto oligarchy. Like they said, it's a universal in all human societies. It's ruled by an oligarchy. That's kind of funny.
That's the history of the German people there. It's brilliant.
No, but this is okay, cool.
A root and its branches.
I have something. I have on modern history. I have something I recently found out, and this is also even on Wikipedia. Okay, you know how this Hitler dude, the Nazi guy, how he actually joined the Nazi party?
Are you going back into the subject we can't really talk about?
No, actually you can't. This is not even anything non-mainstream. This is it's
like this on YouTube,
little known.
John. We like this channel on YouTube. We want to keep it there.
Okay, so I
don't think the channel gets striked for that talk, but I doubt it gives us a bad image.
Great.
So just briefly, he was literally a spy for the German military intelligence, and you see it again and again and again in history. That intelligence agencies are behind such groups or support them. In Lenin's, the Bolshevik Party in Tsarist Russia, they literally were pushed by the Okhrana, by the Tsarist intelligence. Okay.
Yeah, I always recommend the great historian David Irving. He's a fantastic. David Irving. He had all the manuscripts. He had all the diaries.
Lol, you are the one always saying, "Oh, this is dangerous territory," and then you really bring up David Irving.
Well, I'm not, dude. I'm not talking about it though. That's the difference. I'm just recommending.
But I'm not at all. The difference is I'm not even believing. I'm not sharing your views on this. I'm not a supporter of David Irving. Okay, I don't support this stuff. So this is the thing. I don't think I say anything that is dangerous territory. I mean, maybe you are on the brink of saying something dangerous, but I don't know.
Well, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I tend to come on here and I recommend things, but what you do with that thing, that's up to you. You know what I mean?
What I posted in the live stream there, that John Thor, Eve of Truth, that John Thor, Eve of Truth, I posted in the live stream there is quite a interesting thing to watch. It's 23 minutes and a few seconds. if you guys take the minute there. It's pretty cool. If we could bring something like that about, it would be idea. Oh, and Nazis are bad in Kai.
I knew it was coming.
No, for real. I'm actually not a fan.
No, anybody who is lost in ideology cannot have their own thoughts anymore. Their thoughts have them, unfortunately, and they're basically zombies. And they scare me way more than the controlling factors that have convinced them of such things.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I don't even blame the elitists, man. They're just opportunists. It's the masses, man.
I have to be very careful because I can't help but laugh along with it sometimes. Laugh along with them because they're clearly laughing at all of us. So it's very difficult for me not to laugh along. You know, if I ain't got the terrible misery that they're causing some folks right in front of me and that kind of thing, yeah, it's sometimes difficult not to laugh along with them. I've got to be honest.
I was just going to say, they have to be sitting back there going, oh my God, they're calling each other he and her and him and she and that and thee and them and they
and young, girls demanding that they can kill their own babies. I mean, hello.
Is Piotr here in the chat? So apparently you can write in live stream voice text if you're not on the live stream. That's interesting.
You can type, but you shouldn't.
I mean, yeah. Because he used the word NPC, and I'm not a fan of the word NPC actually.
Why not? Dehumanizing.
Yeah, it basically dehumanizes people who are. I mean, I guess another word that would be used.
I think it's merely an objective summation of most people's state.
Yeah, but in a sense, it makes you less caring for them, less caring for how they are being deceived. Like, oh, they are NPCs. It's like they're not even real people. Like whatever. Like yeah, they're.
Every person is a real person to me until I bring the information to them, and they blatantly ignore it and get triggered and call me all sorts of types of things.
Yeah, but
and walk away thinking they're the bigger person and all that type of stuff. Then my care disappears, and I really don't care that it disappears.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
I'm a pragmatist, not an idealist.
But I mean, you can of course do whatever you want, but for me, it's I wouldn't do it like that because I think usually when they get really triggered, it's because they are defending their worldview. They're defending the coziness of feeling like nobody's lying to them. Everything the authorities tell the truth. They can rely on society because if you can't rely on media and government and teachers and society anymore for what's true, what's false, what's good, what's bad, then you're basically left left to your own devices, and that's scary, right? Because suddenly you actually have to come up with something of your own, and if you have never been much trained to do that, then it's scary. And so, but people try to defend their worldview as it's not strange at all, and I don't blame them. Basically, I just think it's sad, but I don't blame them.
The problem I have with the average person is I know how I got to this position in life, and it's because I know I genuinely cared why there was trouble in the world, and I wanted to understand what was at the root of it. And through the course of many years, it led me to where I am now, and my understanding of things I have now. So they don't have that understanding, and I can just reason that, well, they must have not had that fundamental care for why anything is the way it is.
Yeah, I fear,
and that's pretty dishonorable in my eyes.
Yeah, yes, but I fear that it makes us less motivated to help people become more enlightened, to be more willing to use their own devices. If we just write them off as NPCs after 1 or 2 times.
Well, I mean, I'm here pretty much every day, and I'm always, I'm in the chat most of the time more than the VC. But when there's an open mind person new to this topic, I'm more than willing to help them through it, explain some things, answer some questions, But I'm not of the mind that we need to save everyone. I don't even think it's possible.
No, of course not. I'm just
I mean,
saying, just writing off the vast majority of people is basically you already have lost in a sense if you write off 90% or 95 or 98% of the people.
But I'm not writing them off; they write themselves off. There's nothing I can do. I need to move forward.
Yeah,
They're
I don't
welcome
think
to come back into the fold, but I'm not going to go chasing after them.
Yeah, I don't think some of them can see the truth. I know we're not supposed to go here, but in Scripture it says, "Will deceive even the very elect." So, some people just won't be able to see it, no matter how hard you try to show it to them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just want to give a quick shout out to Piotr. He's joined our text chat quite a bit, but making comments like how stupid one must be to believe the flat Earth. Making comments like that, and this is again just for the community's understanding. We don't appreciate comments like these if you're not going to join the chat and at least let us know why. That would be greatly appreciated, because it really, comments like these do absolutely nothing for the context of the conversation. So we enjoy comments like these if you back them up with some voice reasoning, if you will. So feel free, Piotr, to come into the chat and defend your pointed statement. Thank you.
I mean, John, going back to what we were talking about, this is essentially how secret societies all came to form. It was, a small group that were generally more intelligent or more willing to think about things, at least, that gathered together and realized that they couldn't operate with the masses of people, and they had to go their own way and form their own societies, and they eventually...
What do you mean realize that they couldn't? Don't you mean chose to?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to be there to really know for sure.
If we give them the benefit of the doubt, I would imagine they would have tried at least to operate with the general masses first.
Well, I would actually make the argument that today's secret societies are continuously choosing to not have anything to do with this. I mean, it is just, hearsay, but as far as the hearsay goes, those Freemasons that are high ranking, they know the Earth is flat. They don't want to tell you. Yeah. Fuck you is their mentality. So fuck them is my mentality.
I think there's
there's certainly malevolent forces. I know that.
I think there's a sociological foundation to the whole issue with secret societies. So to clarify, I believe the world is ruled by secret societies, yes, and but I think you can explain it without much presuppositions. It follows basically from, okay, let me just lay it out briefly. If you have organizations, like if you have people organized in a group, at a certain size of the group, you need a functional administration. You need two people to administrate it, basically, that decide when there are meetings, maybe collect money if something costs something, right? And once you have that, these elites, they can, of course, always, they have an informational advantage. They know better what's up than the others, and then they can transform this into power. So in many organizations, what you get is you get votes. People can vote for them. And once you have that, then in theory, anyone could be popular and then get voted for. But now comes the issue. Whenever there's an intransparent group, a group that that in the hidden group that nobody else knows about, and such a group competes with a single individual, the group will win. Like the members of this group, the secret group, they can go into different peer groups within the organization. They can say bad things about that one individual candidate and say good things about their own group's candidate. And so basically, whenever there is a secret society, let's say, in an organization, in a normal organization like a club, a party, state, a business maybe, corporation, yeah, then these groups win out. And now, when you know that, then in any sufficiently big organization, all the real struggle will be going on between those groups, because any individual trying to fend for themselves to get up in the hierarchy is totally lost competing with groups, being able to do the things groups can do, hidden secret groups. And so inherently, always secret societies rule everything, like every society, every state, every big organization. So it just follows from just practicality that it is like that. Now the question is always, what are those groups that are currently in charge? And that's the hard thing, right, to know.
Well, I got news for them. I know your secret.
I mean, you probably don't know of all of them. I mean, there must be shitloads across the world.
I personally don't think.
Yeah, but you probably don't know their technological secrets if they have any.
Whoever rules
They
us,
can put those
we
where the
don't know
sun
who they
don't
are.
shine.
If we know who they are, they don't rule us. That's what I personally believe.
Yeah, but it's a fun thing. But I mean, per definition, all the successful are the ones you don't know about. And in this sense, in my understanding, in this sense, even the Freemasons are not a real one, not a real secret society, because the Freemasons, they are not sufficiently hidden, because in principle anyone can join, and so hidden groups can infiltrate them rather easily. The real groups are the ones that only select people from their side, but don't have like the offering for, in principle, anyone to join.
Well, I mean, the Freemasons couldn't possibly rule us because they're one proper uprising away from disappearing from this world, so it can't be them. They're too close to the front line, basically.
There was an interesting thing recently. A secret society, Oculists, in the 18th century. They existed, and recently, like I think in the past 10 years, it was possible to decipher an old document of them that was encrypted. And back then, in the early 18th century, when this was not public knowledge yet, in their documents, they knew all the rituals of the Freemasons and have written them down. So they already, for example, the Oculists, we don't know anything if they exist still or anything. These Oculists, they already knew everything and already had infiltrated Freemasons. And this is inherent to the issue of how anyone can join Freemasons. If anyone can join, really hidden secret groups can join them. And then the Freemasons are not an actor in the world, like the real secret societies, but they're just a battleground, just like a sport club, a corporation, or a party. So any group that in principle anyone can join is not an actor, but a battleground of secret societies. That's my take.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think when you have any club, it's subject to infiltration, if you will, regardless of the club's
right.
Pardon me?
Right. And if you want any chance of not being just infiltrated by such societies, then it has to be unknown and only by invitation of the group itself, new ones come in. And then at least you have a reasonable chance that the people you invited are not already members of a group they are even more loyal to, and it is even more secret.
Oh, I just looked back at the text and I think we misunderstood that poetry guy. He was referring to bot comments and he said, what is the thought process behind a comment like how stupid one must be to believe the flat earth? As if it could be just...
Thanks for the clarification, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
that so much. Thank you. I apologize for that, my friends.
And if he's
Apologize, my guy.
listening, yeah, sorry about that, poetry, however you say it.
Yeah, today is Peter, and we've invited him into the chat a few times. He's been quiet and not able to chat with us due to his, I guess, home conditions or something with respect to like work or whatever. So, IRL rules.
What did I miss? Anything good? No. You know what I thought was funny, but I'm just commenting on that post there, Levelist, is that somebody were banging on about Gwen Stefani in here the other week, and I was thinking about that song. Ain't no holler back, girl. It's that backwards, isn't it? Holler back. Probably another subject we shouldn't talk about too much in here. Yeah, the music industry's balls deep in it, let's just say.
I missed it earlier when we were discussing what women or girls were made of and stuff. I was going to say, does anyone know why you can't trust a woman? Aside from the whole apple in the Garden of Eve thing.
Well, you sound like you got insight.
How can you trust anything that bleeds for 5 days and doesn't die?
I should have seen that coming. How did I miss that?
It's old, to be honest. The joke is old. Yeah.
Well, really? I don't know what I meant for. Should we have dad joke hour? I can do dad joke hour.
I just like to lighten it up a little once in a while.
Yeah, this server definitely needs lightening up for sure.
Yep, but
jokes will never make water bend, but it's still good to laugh.
I mean, I'm cool with jokes, or despite being German, somehow. The thing that this kind of ties into Thor is the whole divide and rule thing, like people being split across those identity groups. That is such a big thing today. Like that is also being pushed in the mainstream narrative. Men against women, Christians against atheists, citizens against immigrants, racial groups. I mean, I'm not so sure this is anything more than a distraction, because if you're busy fighting other groups that are essentially controlled and oppressed between one another, then they are not busy trying to stop the central powers that actually control them. So in a sense, the small power elites win whenever we get all worked up about this stuff. Even, sorry to say, even gender, even like does it really, like, transsexuals, let's say, okay, or transgender they call them now. This is this group. This is like not even 0.1%, right, of all people. Whether you like them or you don't like them, it is inconsequential. They don't their rights or lack thereof doesn't affect anything in the greater scheme of things. It's just another weird divide and rule distraction in my mind.
Bread and circuses is as old as time. That's the whole point of it. And anyway, I want to talk about Germany because I'm a fan of Germany, and I want to go there. You got a car? You drive a car?
Me, yeah.
What sort of car you got?
I've got an SUV.
SUV? Oh, that's all the rage, isn't it? What sort of SUV?
I no docs, no details on me, but 4-wheel drive.
Right. What sort? What make?
Oh, I don't want to go into details of stuff on.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see. Bit personal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always watch this guy called Stretan on YouTube. He always fixes BMWs.
I hate BMW.
Yeah, your MOT is called Tooft, isn't it?
Yeah. So you want to know why I hate them? They now enacted a new policy. How is it called? Seat heating in English, when you warm up your seat electrically. Yeah. So then I have now a new thing with BMW. Now seat heating is basically a service you can book. So basically you pay a monthly fee to BMW to be allowed with the new cars to use your seat heating.
What?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and this kind of shit makes me really angry at the automotive industry right now. Like that they're going into this direction, where you basically buy some hardware and then they shut off features and make you pay for them monthly.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh my god!
I did actually see something. I can't remember what country it were though. They were having to show their how can I put this? Jib jab passport to get fuel, put fuel in the car.
Yeah, QR code.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. So it's very inconvenient, and and obviously a means of control.
Yeah, the other German guy that comes in here, Clay something.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a nice kid. He really don't like electric cars. Ooh, don't get him on electric cars.
I have worked several years. I have worked several years in an electric car company.
Oh, right.
There must be a way to bypass that BMW feature of turning on and off the heat.
But then you lose your how's it called? You lose your warranty, of course, if you change the software.
Yeah, just buy an older car. That's the way around.
Oh yeah, or just don't buy a BMW.
I find it so ironic. I own 2 BMWs. Both have seat warmer function. I've never used it once in my life.
Where do you live? California?
I do.
Oh,
actually, they lower your sperm count. So if you want to reproduce, don't use the seat heating.
Right, that's interesting.
Yeah, so you ever wondered why your testicles are outside your body in a skin sac? Yeah, it's because the sperm needs a lower temperature to survive than your normal body temperature, and so obviously with the seed heating, you get actually a higher than body temperature there. And then
Did you know your one nut makes boy sperm and the other nut makes girl sperm?
I doubt that this is true.
Oh wow!
I don't believe it. I think you made it
up. Anyway, GB's here. All right, dude. Maybe not. Did you hear my excellent joke? A play on words. He likes words. Does old gospel bearer?
Are you trying to talk to me?
Kind of.
I'm outside.
You building now?
I just put it on speakerphone. I'm going to be doing lots of work today. Fraud is joining me up here at the top of the world, as I call it.
Really?
49 parallel, you know. Pretty high up there.
Are you still building this porch?
I'm building my porch. I'm the one that is doing trying to what are they saying go something like putting makeup on a pig. Something like that.
Lipstick on a pig.
Lipstick.
Still a pig.
Ah, there you go. That's the one. Appreciate the support. Anything special going on today?
No, we might have to listen to you banging your hammer again because it's not much of a conversation going on here. I'm afraid. Not very talkative.
All right. Well, I'll stay off of mute. I might not be too close to my phone, but I'll stay off of mute until somebody tells me be quiet. I'm just setting everything up right now. We're going to get the ledger up today, at the very least, and hopefully mark out my spots and get the foundation screws into the ground.
Well, just remember, if you use a plumb bob, that it leans apparently because of earth curvature.
Oh yeah, that's the most illogical thing I ever did here. I tell you what.
Don't forget to calculate for Coriolis too.
That is not accounted for in the Earth curve model.
That's what Fight the Tight Shirt said.
So I got a brilliant idea. Feel free to steal it from me because I don't think only one person is allowed to do such a thing. I think a bunch of people could make videos like this, but I got a brilliant idea. I'm going to make a video and title the video, How to Convince a Flat Earther that Earth is a ball or that Earth is a sphere. I'll probably use the word sphere. I don't want to use any potentially, what's the word for it? Facetious words. I don't want it to come across as a joke. I want it to come across as completely sincere. But how to convince a flat earther that Earth is a sphere is going to be the title of the video. And I'm going to, number one, is physical measurement of Earth curvature. It's going to be number one. And I'm going to say I'm going to make a list, and I'm going to make this whole list, and I'm going to say it as if, I'm going to convey with the attitude as if all of these things definitely exist, and make it like matter of fact, right? So that all the Globers that watch video are going to be like, yeah, well, that's easy. And then they go to try to do it. And then they're like, oh, did I get trolled? So anyway, it's not a troll video. It actually is sincere. It really is sincere. But anyway, I came up with this idea after church today for whatever reason, and I actually know the reason. Just yesterday, I was having a conversation with somebody. It was like, yeah, my best friend lives out in California. He's a flat earther. And well, actually, it's his cousin. It was a cousin, not his best friend. It's his cousin. Who's like, that's all he ever talks about is the flat earth. And I just feel like we can't even talk about, like, you know, anything else. And I was like, yeah, that actually is really annoying. And I agree with you. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't. I agree. It shouldn't be like that. But... And he was like, yeah, and I went in a Learjet and I took pictures, and he was like, yeah, that's fake, and it showed the curvature of the Earth. I'm like, well, mathematically speaking, the arc segment that you were able to view of the Earth wouldn't possibly demonstrate any curvature at your potential altitude. It's just not even physically possible. And he just kind of gave me a blank stare. But the fact of the matter is, I should have said, oh, bro, I know exactly what you can do. The best way to get a flat earther to stop talking about the flat earth is just literally just demonstrate to or provide them with physical measurement of earth curvature, and they'll shut up forever. And that's what I should have said, and that inspired me to think of this idea of making the video. So that's the plan.
My idea. Sorry,
Did
go
you
ahead.
say I stole that idea from you?
No. I my idea is called the Laze and Tase or the Laze and Spray.
I don't know what that is.
You have the Globee, and you say, okay, here's the deal. If the flat earther or the red pillar can prove to you there's no curvature over a large body of water with a laser, you get to choose. You get to be tased or pepper sprayed because you lost the bet. So it's the Laze and Tase test.
Alrighty then.
You prove to the Glober there's no curvature, and then they got to choose the taser or the pepper spray.
I would absolutely always, no matter the pepper spray, I would always choose the pepper spray, because the fact of the matter is, a taser can stop your heart.
That's true.
Exactly. Me too. I'd be pepper spray, please.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah. No heart stopping, thank you.
Although I'd be the one with the laser and the taser and the pepper spray, right? So it'd be the Glober picking what they're getting.
I've actually had a bang directly from the plug socket, and I can tell you now, it's very unpleasant. And it feels like you've been hit by a hammer from the inside out. And it goes right from your feet to your head. It's fucking awful. And my heart was just... Yeah, I thought that was going to stop then, to be honest.
Sorry, go ahead.
To say thank God I were only about 19.
I give all the ladies in my family and all my lady friends pepper spray or little mini tasers they have on their keychains. Like, it's a light. There's a little LED light on it too. It's not just a taser. And I got the one shipment I was going to give it to my niece. And it's a little pump one that goes in her purse. It looks like lipstick or whatever. And I opened it up and I just did one little like pump in the living room or whatever. And whoo, that stuff is strong. No,
that was a amateur mistake.
But it's literally like a hand pump. Like you got a like a spray bottle, you know.
I think that'd be illegal in the UK. I think.
I don't care where it would be illegal. I care more about my niece's safety.
Yeah, I'm just telling you the ridiculousness of this.
Get the lawyer later, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, don't get a lawyer either.
We'll keep it off the books as best we can, but if we have to.
Someone hammering? I mean, it's cool to be here and in your workshop, but maybe mute.
He's working on his deck.
He's also better than silence.
Got something better to talk about than the hammering of my hammer?
So look, my real question is: are you actually in a workshop, or is this just something for you to reduce your anxiety? You just like hammer on your desk or something.
Oh no anxiety here. I've got peace.
And a hammer.
And a hammer, yeah.
I got peace too since I lost just under 200 pounds.
You know, not. I don't have peace like a river. I have peace like a hammer. That's a new song.
And where did you dig the grave for your wife?
My wife is out at the coffee shop enjoying herself.
I mean, I meant on the 200 pounds loss. Yeah.
No grave. I just dumped her.
Oh.
That was a pretty good joke for he's a German. Okay, German.
Okay, who's the?
That was pretty good.
Who's the world's most renowned German comedian, by the way?
Oh.
How can I learn a little bit more about this German comedy?
David Hasselhoff.
I think that's an American, but okay.
I was noticing your name. I didn't know whether to laugh or be offended by your name.
My name? Yeah,
John,
you can be offended.
John Budweiser McNuggets.
I'm not offended about you being offended. It's fine. You can do that.
You know, technically, German beer is far superior. I will just say that because they have an old purity law that goes back about 500 years, and they can only put 3 things in that beer.
Only 3? Are you sure?
Yeah.
I think you need 4.
Water, barley, and hops. That's it.
Yeast. You need yeast, but they didn't know that back then. But yeah, yeast is okay.
The point is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
But I'm actually also a big fan of Belgian beer and Czech beer.
Yeah, yay to hops.
I came in for a bit of an intervention last night with the boys. Yeah, I don't know. Went okay.
I'm a fan of cold and open beer.
And even better if it's free.
That's my brand.
Yeah, the Mexicans tend to be really proud of all their beers down there, and then they don't really like it when I point out the fact that all those breweries were started by Germans. So.
Oh, I heard about you're an American levelist?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I heard now in recent times American beer got less shitty because of lots of microbreweries being founded.
It depends on the microbrewery. Obviously.
I also heard that Budweiser itself redid their recipe. There's supposed to only be 4 ingredients in Budweiser and Bud Light now.
I'm gonna be my own microbrewery.
Old piss, fresh piss, water for dilution, and preservatives. Oh, what's in Budweiser now?
I don't know. I don't drink beer myself, so I don't really pay attention.
Are you a teetotaler or
a what? A what?
Yeah. Do you not drink alcohol at all?
Oh no, I drink. I make my own wine. Actually, I drink my own wine.
I also have made my own wine, but I usually make honey wine.
Yeah, that's my next step. I would like to make some mead myself, but honey's expensive over here right now.
Very cool. That's very cool. Is that just naturally fermented? What do you add besides the honey and the fruit or whatever you're using to make the wine?
It's I mean, obviously most is water. Then almost all the rest is honey. Then I use a port wine yeast. That's because they survive to a higher port wine yeast, because these survive to a higher alcohol level, and you need a bit more of the produce a bit more alcohol because you need to reduce a lot more of the sweetness with honey wine.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I started making my own kombucha. I'm in the process, the first stages right now, to create my own SCOBY. And
what I do also is I grade in some a big barrel of like a few not barrel, a big container where I make it. I grate an apple in. That's kind of good for the yeast to have something to attach to initially. And so what you do is what's good is if you have the time, like maybe set a timer, so every morning you pick up your containers and you rotate it a bit, so the yeast has more surface area for doing its work by floating and not just laying on the ground. That's really helpful
and so you do not have to distill afterwards or anything like that, right?
No,
Yeah,
the alcohol is
exactly.
just made by the yeast.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start doing fruit, like a different fruit mashes, and actually distill it, and have my own liquor. So
You can also use champagne yeast instead of the port yeast.
Yes, of course, it also has a higher alcohol.
a lot of the
level.
recipes for what I'm looking at, a lot of the recipes are just regular yeast. What do they call it? Fleischmann's yeast, and I think there's one other one, Red Star, I think is the other type that they mentioned. But I know there's lots of different. Where do you get the different types of yeast? You only online?
I go on eBay. Yeah, Lalvin has like 20 different kinds of yeast.
Oh, okay, good to know.
Or you just go to, I mean, if you're in a wine growing region, then you just go to the store for the wine stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of far from wine growing. That's several hundred miles north of me, about 500 miles north of me. So in California, that is. Yeah, good morning there, Gospel Bearer. How are you?
Howdy.
Almost afternoon for you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, you know what? I've actually had like a vision. I don't know if they're dreams or visions. Like, I guess you would call it a waking dream. I have those all the time. But anyway, I had one of that. I actually rode my bicycle to North Dakota and visited you, but it was in the summer.
And then you look like Lance Armstrong. Well, I don't know how you would survive such. I mean, it's a long. You could do it.
I know. It's pretty crazy, but I don't know if I could handle it. It would have to be a multiple like way of traveling. So I could go on the bike, and then if I could like once every few days or whatever I needed to be able to like get a hotel or something, motel, and just clean up, charge the battery, or even a campground. I mean, if I was in North Dakota, even in the summer, I'd be prepared for full-on snow conditions. That's the only way you could do it.
Well, actually, North Dakota is very popular for RV camping during the summer because they are usually pretty temperate.
That's more realistic.
Well, an RV, yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. So that'll probably be great. I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll just get myself a small RV that I can strap the bike on. That's what I've been thinking about.
Well, the thing is, there probably are those sorts of things, like a trailer behind a bike that what you would just be able to sleep in.
There is, and there's actually homemade ones that I've seen build, plans for that you can actually buy the plans, make it out of this coral board. Like it's like the things they make. It's the material they make signs out of, like election signs and things. It's flexible, so you can bend it into a dome shape, a tube length dome shape kind of like thing, arched. Yeah, I've seen those. They'll be easy, and I've seen them pulling those even in snow and sleeping in them, and so pretty amazing. Very light. So there's a way to do that. Also, you know what? Who was it? I think it was Flatty. He's down on the other channel watching a movie, but he showed me this thing from, I think it was Walmart. They were selling this self-sufficient solar like capsule house, completely self-sufficient house for $99.
Nice.
The whole thing. You just have to be able to have it shipped and put down where you want it. But basically, you can put this thing anywhere. You could just put some piers and lower this thing right onto it. Boom. So I was trying to find out if there was some way, because that thing's not that heavy, to just put it on a trailer so you could just take that with you. And then, I don't know. Just
Yeah, dude.
thoughts.
Tiny houses are huge. There's a
Yeah,
company
man.
down in Vegas called Boxable, and they're towing around these 500 square foot foldable
Yeah.
casitas with like a Tesla.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, the portability is huge, and even with what you said, Sonny, the you don't even have to do a pier installation because piers
I know.
piers require digging. You can just use like a Bigfoot type footing, which is literally
That's true. Just a
block.
footing. Yeah, you're right.
Drop
Just
it
a footing. Yeah, that's what I actually meant. Yeah.
I mean, it's
Just a square block would work. Yeah.
exactly the point that you raised that because that's
All you'd have to do is level those 4 blocks and you're set, man.
Yeah, man. Huge moves.
Yeah, so I'd love to do something like take 4 of those little homes and put them in a quad rectangular type shape, and in the middle have your big huge tent. And now I'm thinking of more like the desert because that looks like what's going to happen, man. I don't see any other way to find open land. There's tons of open land in those southwestern states, in Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, and I'm sure in Texas also, but going all the way over to the east and the southeast, yeah, there's open land. But not, California, it's a different proposition because there's all these restrictions, all these things about development and what you have to do and the hoops, and forget that shit. No, I'm not doing that here. No way. So I don't know if you guys have watched any videos about the land ships, earth ships they call them, in New Mexico. Gospel, you're hammering. I'll mute you.
Go ahead.
I'll mute you for a second, just for you can unmute yourself, of course. Here I am muting a moderator, but that's okay. They love me here. Anyway, yeah, Earthship. Or listen, even like a lot of people have been building with these shipping containers. So you can get like a 20-foot, you could get 4 20-foot shipping containers, put them in a rectangular shape, and put your big, huge storm ready shade, the big, huge durable tents you can put up. Put that up for over the middle. You could create an oasis anywhere. Recycle your water. Have a berm in front. Make it all greenhouse. Like, yeah. Have your gray water places. Have fresh water. Have cistern. Yeah, man. Like, there's a way to do all of this stuff. Or build it into a hill. Use the tires to make your foundations. Pack the tires. All that stuff. That would be great. I'd do that on open land. It just does take some resources. It does take some. I'm going to look into different ways of doing that, but I know there's open land for as little as $100 a month.
We just started locally bringing the whole tiny house movement to my municipality. So we're looking at like 400, 500 square foot studio type units that you can like granny suites, like laneway type houses that you can just like pop in your backyard and have.
I've seen whole communities like in Portland. I think there may be a couple of
tiny house communities, dude. Yep, tiny house communities. And what happens is you have a central building, like your community center, which would contain your water management and have your solar collected panels on the roof of that. So that's your distribution center for the community. And then you can literally support off that basis off of 1 acre, because I did the study. You can get, I think it's approximately 20 houses onto one acre comfortably.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That you could set up to have a whole community, have all your friends come and stay. I mean, like the maintenance would be like almost nothing, even on those that many homes. But if you could have a couple of people come in like several times a year, here's your little cottage. We have flat earth freaking community just like that.
Yeah, could you imagine that? Actually, a flat earth community, dude. That would be amazing.
Yes, or have all of like speckled all across the country with them like that, different places. Because I'm sure you could actually do it. It's just going to take a little organization, but it's going to have to be that way because I don't see any way out of it. We can't just sit here on the internet the whole time. We're going to have to start getting into action.
Yeah, it would be
If
sick
these,
to set up almost, and again, I'm just being absolutely letting my mind kind of run free, but to have flat Earth, tiny house communities, as you said, splattered kind of across over whatever, North America, Canada, the States, whatever. And
yeah,
we
yeah,
could almost do like a gypsy type of a traveling deal where everybody could like
that's
travel,
right.
stop
Or
in, be
yeah,
like,
that's
hey, you're gonna be
exactly.
here from here to here whenever we're traveling. That would be sick.
Or people that are doing like cross country, like we should get more of us going to cross country. I would love to spend like that's a good way to. I don't know what I mean. Like I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like I have a wanderlust still that hasn't been satisfied yet. I still want to travel. I enjoy
Oh,
that lifestyle of moving all the time, seeing different places every day, or every other day, or a couple days, whatever. Or
you
spend
know,
a week in one place and move on. Like so. Like that would be cool. People I would like to go play music all across America, flat
you
Earths
could have your flat Earth
at,
circus. That
at
you
flat
like.
at flat Earth gatherings. Like that is a long term goal. I still would love to do that. Like I have great dreams of doing that.
Like when you travel from town to town with your uh, houses, you could have like tent set up, had
Yeah,
uh, yeah,
sure.
music and your own flat Earth play, like a theater play and small
Sure,
exhibition
all of
on
it. Yeah, I mean,
like
think
a
of
fair.
all like it's really kind of endless of what is possible in that type of setting. I mean, you can, yeah, yeah.
Oh my God! Imagine you're like in some town and suddenly there's the flat Earth fair in town. Yeah, like in some
Well,
bumblefuck
listen,
town.
wherever I am, if I was in my own ranch like that, like there would be music all around me. I would have everything I want, and I would have a workshop. I'd be building stuff, working on instruments, making amplifiers, like making cabinets. I'd be doing the whole thing. So there'd be music all around. Like I would bring the whole community into it.
Yeah,
You
creating
wouldn't be able
millions
to
more
help but
gypsies.
dance and sing. If you came around my place, there'd be music there. You would not help yourself from dancing and singing. You
Mm.
wouldn't be able to.
That's good.
You wouldn't be able to resist, I tell you. Look into my eyes and then listen to this guitar.
So Sonny's gonna make a town that's opposite of like the Footloose town.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people.
we have that music over in the Headbangers cottage. You could go over in their
No,
Headbanger
I'll pass on
cottage
that one.
patio.
I'll pass on that one.
But, we have the folk music. Those girls can dance and sing. Oh yeah, the hippie girls, the hippie flat earthers. There's going to be all kinds there. I see it now.
Would the Juggalos be welcome?
Whoever they are, sure. I don't know who they are, but
Ooh, I don't know if I should let you know.
well, I
They're
probably do know.
they're followers and fans of the Insane Clown Posse.
Oh no, I don't know about that. I don't know if we don't get along at the entrance gate, then we'll not go any further. We shall not go any further if you don't make it past the entrance gate.
I mean, my cousin, she passed away a couple years ago now. I mean, she called herself a Juggaloo. I don't know. I couldn't handle more than 30 seconds of any one of their songs. Like, ugh. Do you call those songs, really? I don't know. Sorry if that upset any of the Juggaloos listening.
The Juggalos could be allowed for a limited time on special occasions. That way they could be special too on their special days.
We could have Juggaloo weekend.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't see why they should be not allowed to participate in fine flat earthery. Flat earthery. I coined another term. Okay, don't forget. It was July 24th, 2020. What year is it? 2022? Holy crap. I'm in the wrong time zone. I'm in the wrong freaking... How did I get to 2022? What happened? I must be a time traveler. Could have sworn it was 1976 just a little while ago.
I'm with you, man. I don't know if I feel like a time traveler or something is up with time, but I'm thinking the other day, I'm like, you know, there was the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and now we've already been through the zeros, the 10s, and the 20s. Like,
yeah. And in the 70s, from that period of time, I have missing time. My brother was telling me stories. Yeah, we remember us. I was with her, and you were with her, and we were at this place, and all these things were happening. I'm like, I don't recall.
Dude, this happened to me during
of the entire incidents. I recall nothing. I don't understand you saying I was there because I don't think I was there. Go ahead.
When the fake virus hit, I saw articles online about George Takei from Star Trek dying from COVID, and I thought he was dead for the whole year. And I remember, like, I was sitting there on Facebook. I'm like, "Holy shit, he's dead!" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, and then a year goes by. I just assume he's dead, and I see him posting on Twitter, and nobody else I know remembers him dying. I'm just like, "What?"
Yeah, that sounds really like a Mandela effect thingy.
I'm like, what the? Yeah, seriously, I'm not. Believe me, like, I'm a little crazy, but I did not imagine that. Like, I remember seeing it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have a Mandela effect myself. And it's you know the brand Fruit of the Loom.
Can you say again? Can you say again the grapefruit?
Fruit of the Loom.
Oh yeah, the underwear company.
Oh, they also make sweatshirts and stuff.
Right. Did they change their logo or something?
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I thought. So for me, this is crazy because it used to. I mean, this is Mandela effect thingy. Okay, it used to. For me, it used to be a cornucopia behind the fruits.
And you remember that, and nobody else does?
No, lots of people do it apparently. But the company and all the media and everyone says it never was that. It never had a cornucopia. And for me, this is strange. Let me explain why. I mean, I can post the cornucopia Fruit of the Loom.
The Horn of Plenty, right?
Is that a certain design or like geometry?
Yeah. I here. Let me show you. This is on the left. This is the cornucopia, and so when I was learning English. Okay, I thought the thing on the left is called a loom. Okay, I now know loom is something else. Anyways, so I showed someone this picture, some English speaker, and asked about this, and then I learned the word cornucopia because they said, no, this thing behind it's called a cornucopia. Okay. So that's how I learned the word cornucopia with this logo. But now they say the cornucopia never was there. It was always the logo on the right. But then how could I have learned the word? I literally I have the memory of how I learned the word with this.
What do you think's happening? Do you think do you think we're changing timelines somehow, or there's some kind of
I have no clue.
Mandela effect?
I have no clue, but I mean this idea of Either reality itself is changing. You know what I mean? Like it isn't as robust and solid. But then why would some only know it and others not, right? So yeah, this whole timelines thing. Then again, this whole timelines thing ties so much into this modern physics notion, right? Like these theories of physicists with timelines and the quantum mechanics and so on, right? So I'm not so sure I want to get too invested in that.
Do you think they're like purposely like putting these symbols into your kind of like the public consciousness for some reason, like the cornucopia?
So the problem is that it actually, I know that it happened to me because this is how I learned the word. Because I showed someone the logo, and then they told me how it's called. So this has, it's.
There's a few other logos that's happened to, right? Because I don't distinctively remember the Fruit of the Loom one, but I did see there's like a couple that were like changed that people remember they were different.
Yes. But yeah, so this idea of being of there being different worlds, let's say, and those worlds merging, right? So this is kind of how it feels, at least. I mean, in the sense of this is kind of what feels plausible enough. But then, how do you know when you? I mean, so many things could switch up, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't know. I mean, you really wouldn't know. It's like that's one thing that you remember because you had a personal experience that that made you learn something new. So that's why you remember it. But what if how many other things is it happening to that we don't know?
Right. And then they also say this is false memory, But I mean, I'm very skeptical of the whole false memory principle because this again ties into the whole trust authorities more than you trust your own experience and reason thing, right? This whole, yeah.
Well, obviously that doesn't apply to this stuff because trusting your own experience with the Fruit of the Loom logo, like you said, a ton of people remember the cornucopia, but the authority says no, we never did that. So they could be gaslighting everybody.
Yeah, they could be, and I mean this would be actually a smart move to further make people more compliant, because then if they say the Big Mac was never bigger, then I guess it's true, kind of thing. Like they can control narratives easier if you believe them, and it's also very Orwellian. Like we have always been at war with Eurasia, kind of thing.
I just think the symbolism that they use in their logos. It's not even just with for the Fruit of the Loom. There's just a ton of very suspicious stuff with these big companies and why they use these certain symbols in their designs and their logos. I wonder if it's for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It could all just be bollocks as well, couldn't it?
What do you mean bollocks?
Well, the whole, what's it called, Mandela effect, whatever they call it, just bollocks.
On some level it can be bollocks, but on the level where you have like meaningful memories with something that relates to how things were.
Yes. Listen, the mind is very powerful, and it does play tricks on you. Okay, and the people maybe they know this, so they put it out there.
So how have you experienced
rabbit hole for you to go down? Just another rabbit hole for you to go down. That's all.
I'm just asking
to nowhere.
I'm just asking, how did you experience that the mind is playing tricks on you? Like, did you ever experience that and then had ways to validate that it happened to you?
I'm just putting it out there as a possibility. That's all. Could it be possible? That could be a possible thing. Could it not?
I mean, I rather deal with things I experience and reason from them.
Sure, no, I agree. I mean, it's possible, but I guess it's just odd that there's so many people that like it's happened. That they believe that they've experienced the same thing.
Right, there's a lot of people that think they live on a globe as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, there's a lot of people. I've even heard people say they see the curvature of the Earth from their back porch. What would you say about those people?
Yeah, that's funny.
Too.
Yeah, I mean it's fine but like I'm saying, the difference is when you have such a Mandela effect yourself, okay, then it's reasonable to assume that this is real and not just a mind trick, unless people can show me that these false memory things are real, because this could just as well be gaslight, the whole false memory meme.
So I got something to say to that. I would agree with you that it's real. I think I've experienced it myself. Things changing that don't seem to make sense, But I just want to point out, I mean, it's kind of pointless to even talk about it until you can uncover new evidence about it, which no one's establishing, any cause and effect relationship. No one's, the point is we don't know what's causing it. So there's just no point in even talking about it. Like the point I'm trying to make is you're really only you might as well, I hate to say this because I don't really say this about anything. I really don't say this about anything, but you might as well just keep these thoughts to yourself because you're only shooting yourself in the foot being a flat earther talking about it because, a lot of the normies out there are going to be the point I'm trying to make is once you can prove what the cause of the quote-unquote Mandela effect is, then by all means, present it, or let's talk about it. But until then, it's almost pointless. At least for a long period of time to talk about it.
Yeah, but if you it's really helpful to discuss things sometimes, to pitch ideas to one another, and then you may have a start to find a track, a path to even try to prove it. Because otherwise, if you just never even discuss it, if you just prove by yourself, it's even harder, I guess. Inspirations are good, right, for finding ways to get evidence for something.
Right. I was just going to say that the deceivers clearly love to put these things out there into the world. So, the guy just said it himself. There's no point talking about it, and that is the only point I can see of it. So that's my opinion on it.
The same thing goes with Bigfoot. There's no point in talking about Bigfoot until you can demonstrate Bigfoot to be real. Once you've got one in a cage, no one's talk about Bigfoot. Until then, pretty much every conversation anyone ever has about Bigfoot is pointless.
What about Littlefoot? Everyone talks about Bigfoot. What about Littlefoot?
What's Littlefoot?
I'm guessing that would be a baby Bigfoot if they're real.
Bigfoot's cousin.
Oh, shit, yeah, cool.
And what about Shortfoot? Those short-footed people, they have to have a place to walk to. Short people have to walk.
That's the funny thing. I know we've said it many times before, but I'll say it again. That's the funny thing about flat Earth. It's the easiest thing to prove, but the hardest thing for people to accept.
Dang, that's hard. That is really hard to unmute myself, guys. Thanks a lot, Sonny. This is all your fault. But for the record, Littlefoot is from the land before time, guys. The land before time.
Land before time. That's right. Ding, ding, ding.
Every cartoon made for children where the main character tragically loses some family member.
So
it's just trauma-based mind control. But anyway, Land Before Time, Littlefoot, lost his mom.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. It's a classic lost your mom story like Bambi. Hey, Gospel Bear, just to let you know, earlier today I was in the interview VC and I was muted. It took me a long time to figure out how to unmute myself.
Well, I'm on mobile. On the PC, I could do it in half of a second, but on mobile, it's a nightmare. I have to find myself in the thumbnails and then...
See the thing that the moderators have that's useful is just disconnect the person. Then it's probably a lot easier for you to just reconnect rather
Yeah,
than
but
look
then
for
I
the
wouldn't be
mute
able to
button.
listen. So I mean, you did the right thing. I actually I told him, yeah,
Okay.
you did the right thing. Fine. I was just
Yeah.
complaining needlessly.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I couldn't find out how to do it either, though. Saying earlier this morning.
All good.
That was like reverse karma. What was that? That was like retroactive karma. I already got the karma effect before your event happened. See, that's like time travel, bro.
I got the thing on Discord.
Now the birds are chirping and everything is
Fraud is here.
wonderful. Yeah. When you hear that bird chirping, you know everything. And we're gonna get some maple syrup here right away.
I got to check this out. This is this podcast.
No, that's gospel. Who's got the birds? That's you, gospel, right?
Secret societies. It's these two Christian women.
Uh-huh.
So they were talking about the things of the earth. I don't know if you want to listen to this or you want. If they're talking about anything interesting, leave it. But
They've just been goofing off, talking about the Mandela effect again.
yeah, it's silly.
Wait a minute. Is that Flatman talking? Because I don't see you lighting up.
I'm not on them. Skeeters.
It's Fraud. He's here with me.
Oh, outrageous. That's a trip. Hey.
What's up, gamers?
That's fine, man. That's cool.
No, you want me to mute?
Yeah, mute the voice.
All
Am I
right.
gonna have to mute?
We'll
Am I
be
gonna have
back
to-
later.
Yeah, just self-mute, bro.
Goodbye.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting there.
Right on.
Gee.
What's up, Sonny?
You're gonna burn out the mosquito.
There we go.
Hello, my
Okay.
friends.
Hello, everybody. Hello,
Hey,
Gold.
Sonny.
How are you?
I was Dr. One Up before. I got wrecked.
Dr. One Up. I remember. I think I remember that. And now
Yeah,
it's
we were jamming. Remember back then? I was playing. bass.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I do. I think so. I think I do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right on.
Your account's been good, yeah?
What's that?
Your account's been all right, right? Or did you get a new one?
No, my account's the same. Even
Oh,
though
you haven't been on in a while. That's right. That's right.
No, I was off for a while, a couple months. Yeah. Anyway,
I was hearing about
but,
that 2 days ago. I think I was listening. I was like, "Oh, there he is."
But the other thing is, like recently, just all of a sudden, something snafu'd with my operating system where it completely turned off any ability to connect to the internet on the username and password that I use for every time. With all of my documents, all of my photos, like all of my everything is on that login. I can get to the login, but there's no way I can't turn on the network.
What the heck?
I can't. Like somebody turned it off, like permanently. For
What's
that
your
login.
OS?
I don't know how it could be done. So I had to load another whole operating system in parallel with that original login. And then I was able to check it, and through command line, like through terminal, I use Linux.
Yeah.
So through command line mode, I can turn on and off the network with commands. But when I go back, then when I went back, when I found out what that command was, turn it on and off, I went back to the first one again, and it won't go on.
What the heck?
So I can't. So in other words, like if I'm on Discord, usually what I'll be doing is I have whole files, like hundreds of files with nothing but like QE citations, QE slides, like
Yeah.
scientific definitions, like hundreds of flat Earth memes, like all those. So when I'm on this login where I can connect and get on Discord, I don't have access to those photos.
What the heck? That's so weird.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't have access to anything on that login, and I can't connect at all in that login. So I'm gonna have to like transfer everything out to a removable hard drive, and then reload my operating system and just use the removable hard drive.
What the heck?
Yeah.
You have Windows 10?
I don't understand who could do that. It happened right after I was on Discord, and I was talking about them unplugging the internet. That's all they would have to do. The next morning, I couldn't log in.
What the?
Have you tried, Sonny, did you try running it as root, the command as root?
I'm usually as root. Whenever I make any of the commands, I'm as root. Actually, super user. I'm the admin when I log in.
Right. But there's also the root user, which just makes it like it's like I think it's one above the super user. What is the super user?
I could go back and check. It happened right after an update. I know that. Like it got a latest update, and then all of a sudden, but this machine I'm using now with this login is got all the current updates. Like I don't understand what happened. Let me look at the software updater. Hold on.
What distro Linux you running?
2004. 20.04 is what I'm using. Yeah. I have 20.043 and I have 20.04.4. I have both of them on here. And then I'm also using a 16.04 on an older machine that someone was putting in the next to the trash out in the hallway, and I found this Dell Inspiron, so I just grabbed it. It had the charger and everything, and it works. As long as it's plugged in, it works. So I put a Linux on there too for that particular CPU, which is a 686.
Huh.
Mine's 64-bit, so I have to use a 64-bit. Let me see. Yeah, my software's up to date, so I don't know. Really weird shit, because what happened in that process is for some reason, when I got this new modem, I have the password for the admin in the modem itself, the modem controls. I had it. I thought I had it all. I have the password, but now I can't find the username. And I should have it. I'm sure I probably wrote it down, and I've been searching through everything, and I can't freaking find it anywhere. So it's not that it's a big deal, because I can use both machines hardwired in with cables, which that's what I got now. But sometimes it's useful to turn on the Wi-Fi. I never leave it on anyway, so. But if I wanted to turn it on, like if I had a guest and they wanted to use Wi-Fi, I can't find my freaking admin password anywhere right now. So it's okay that it's stuck off, which is better than stuck on. Like Wi-Fi stuck off, it's better than stuck on, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, technical difficulties. We all have them, don't we? With this technology, there's always some kind of glitch.
Always something.
It's a workaround you have to do, like something, you got to change something, you got to buy new equipment, like something happens.
Put a rover on Mars, but can't get Wi-Fi for 1,000 feet.
If push comes to shove, just hold down the reset button and everything resets back to a default setting, so the admin will reset as well.
Oh, that's what I thought. I was trying to get that answer. So on the modem, right? I could do that. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it just sends it back to admin and password. Then I'll just change it again. Yeah, that's what I thought it would do. Sitting here looking around for the company information. The first one I get in the mail, like when I got the whole thing, and I usually write all my notes on that set of paperwork, and I can't freaking find it. I'm usually pretty good. I'm getting way more organized, man. It's time to streamline, get rid of all this paperwork. I need to shred a whole bunch of junk. But I've been skimming it down for the last couple. It literally has taken years to get rid of all the
Sounds like me.
paperwork.
Yeah, I'm still working on organization. I have a lot of stuff.
Just my music, the catalog of music stuff I have just from the last 5 years. Lyrics. I have notebooks full of lyrics because, like most modern people, I guess, they use a little iPad for all their lyrics, even playing in bands. They just mount that sucker right to their mic stand.
I got to print everything out, dude.
Yeah, I like it printed out. I like stuff printed out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lyrics. I print everything out.
Yeah. So I have to get it printed down at FedEx, but it's kind of expensive. But It's not so bad. Little by little, I have hundreds of pages of lyrics. Yeah, yeah. I used to have like 50 music books, guitar music books, 50 or
Oh wow.
something, and old guitar player magazine for the practicing musician
Yeah.
from the 80s. From the
Oh
80s,
wow.
yeah.
Hey, do you read tablature at all?
Yeah, I read tablature. I can write tablature too. I
Oh,
have
cool,
tablets
man.
with pads.
Hey, I don't know if you want this at all, but I have a PDF of every scale this guy made. He sent it to me for free. You can just print it all out. It's 60 pages of every scale, like C
Sure,
major, B
man.
warrant. Dude, it's awesome. I just
I would
printed
love
everything.
to because I probably use most of those, but it's good to refresh because then you can
Sure.
like
Yeah.
get a different perspective on it. You go, oh, so this one kind of shifts here because you start getting the idea of like, okay, so this change in this one becomes the fifth of the primary
Yeah.
of the root chord, or key.
Yeah.
So like then you start figuring out, okay, so this change, the number one is the flatted seventh of the, or something like that. You start getting these ideas about, okay, where does it shift like that? How does this shifting happen like a flatted fifth?
Oh, it helps big time. And when you look up like A minor backtracking for guitar, you just yeah, that's right, these notes. Just like real quick. That's right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I sent it to you. I'll send.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I printed it out last
I'll-
night and just put it in my
I don't have my own printer, but like I said, but I'll print that sucker out.
Yeah, at least you'll have the digital version right now.
Oh, there it is. All right, I'll accept your friend request.
Yeah, I got it yesterday. It was an ad, and I was like, nothing's free, and they're like, no, it's
Yeah, in
actually
any
free. I'm like,
case,
"Oh, that's
since
weird.
it's on Google Drive, I can even just look at it.
Yeah, you can
on
just
here.
look at it. Yep,
I'll just download it though. Also,
it's it's pretty cool.
okay.
Because I got this guitar pedal that it's a Boss harmonizer. I guess what it was. Oh, harmonist.
Yeah, those are
And
cool,
you
man.
have to set it to a specific scale, and if you go out of that scale, it'll sound kind of evil.
Off.
So
Yeah,
it sounds like two guitars dueling with each other, or
that's
whatever.
pretty cool.
Yeah, so I was like,
And
oh, I
look
had
at
to
all
be
those
specific.
scales.
So
Yeah, look at all those scales. I love
yeah,
it.
you're all set now. Like it's all there
It's just the refresher courses right here. Yeah,
for sure.
that's
Just a little practice.
love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
can just
really surprised when I saw that.
actually, because I'm a little out of practice, I may just use this to warm myself up.
Yeah. Now I'm glad it was there because it was like you could buy it for $12, where we're giving out the PDF for free. I'm like, okay, I'm snagging that.
Yeah, I got it now. It's in downloads. Awesome. All right. Well, let's see. My bike's all charged. I think it's getting time to go out again.
All right.
So I'll see you guys a little bit later. Thanks for that
All right, man.
PDF. Appreciate
Oh,
it.
for sure, man. Have a good one.
Right on. Later.
Y'all, we're talking about the Mandela effect, or were they messing around?
So
massive shout out to Quantum Eraser YouTube channel and Quantum Eraser himself for this concise explanation of the Black Swan argument. I'll put a link to the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel down below. Subscribe today.
The death of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion again. Now, here's the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. There's the kill shot. There's what they call CGI. And they think this thing's a boat. Unbelievable. Observer's height is 1 foot. The distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Why? Because we can see the horizon behind the second platform. The argument isn't in regards to the oil platforms. This one, or their boat. Right? The argument is solely the horizon behind the second platform, which everyone can see. I don't care if there's a Chinese Superman on a hobbled refracted unicorn wearing a tutu on these platforms. Don't care. That's not the argument. If you bring it up, it's a red herring fallacy. That is a diversion or irrelevant. My argument is purely on the horizon behind the second platform. I hope that's clear to everyone. In about 9 months, it should be. They should be able to restate the actual argument. Like I said, the observer's height's 1 foot. I gave him 5 feet, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute. Distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Like I said, it's behind the second platform. The distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles is 1.22 miles. Based on geometry, that's it. It's hardcore. That's it. Even if he was at 5 feet observation height, which he's clearly not, but I gave it to him, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon is 2.73 miles. So way up in here. Even if he was at 35 feet observation height with his camera next to the water, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it should be between the first and second platforms. So they have no argument here. None. Here is the actual argument. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Listen closely to the argument, Globies. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. That's the geometric horizon. Not Q, because the horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you your black plague, the Black Swan. There it is. Bye-bye, ball.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord, and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So, what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'll let my
Okay.
friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask, and the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by the center of Earth, and they're showing how if you were to go around, if you were to go across the world, you would be able to go from Europe, or you would be able to go to Europe to Asia, not Europe, UK to Asia, or you would be able to go to from Florida to let's say California, if you're just going around. That's just a bad example, but you know what I mean.
Okay, so you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No. Okay. So, as far, hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, Christopher Columbus, those people who travel in ships. There was one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was, but
the Indians back in BC and shit like that. Because, they used to travel the world on ships, and they believe that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did 30-second search up, and it said that they used calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah. Parmesan, 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So technically, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not, you know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did, and then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. It just reified what he already thought before.
Can I say one?
So it wasn't. Just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify. Just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do or in theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I mean, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
was
there's
thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you can do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So and I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That is actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun comes,
Yeah. What does the sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean, we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. It's moving to like the top left and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe if you want to look it up or something. But how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
That's true. That's. He said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because I don't know much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that you know how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
No.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there's no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah. It's like a bike tire.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to, is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth. So
but doesn't that like pressure stay in because of like gravity and the like the center of the Earth? Isn't that have like a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at, on the beach or whatever. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
they're medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline. You have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. You guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have two questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah, let me wrap up these points, okay? So if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system, that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence and whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we could do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
Then can't you just walk off the Earth if the Earth is flat?
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
My bad.
All right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you will be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica, and also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add, but you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So, so it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is going to probably throw you for a loop, but we can't. Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that what is summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So
They're
when it's summer,
opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and
Yup,
the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right, Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. You know, when it's summer, it's closer to the north. And in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that and we could do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly. Just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, If it is if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy, rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing: we can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very, like, structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Alberto. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm going to answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're going to show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel. That people can travel into the vacuum of space. Because all gas pressure needs to be contained. So
if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them.
That's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay. And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes. And matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple hundred feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now, and it's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, 12. You go to 12 seconds in there. it looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
Okay, buddy. Well, I'll conclude that. I'll step back, and if you want to ask any questions, then there's a load of flat earthers here who will answer your questions, buddy. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. So I did ask firstly about what you think causes objects to fall down in one direction at such.
So, really, I'll take that. So things fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash, right?
If they go very fast, then yes.
Right. What about a helium balloon?
Yeah, that's interesting in a way. It is lighter than air, less dense.
What about helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, hot air, water vapor, all the gases that go in every different vector conceivable that don't go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash? What about those? Gas.
Well, the thing is, from what I learned, or from what I think I learned, is that there's a lighter or less denser.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with your gravity, right? So gravity doesn't affect those. So thereby saying that all things don't fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. Then.
Well, the only station in which the gas bubbles or the gas balloons or helium balloons don't go up is when when the thing itself experiences no acceleration. Like when you drop, let's say, when you drop something like if you have a water bottle with bubbles in them, if you drop the bottle, the bubbles won't rise.
I'm talking about helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. Those things don't fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. You said, please explain why things fall down. Obviously, you're talking about gravity. So let's get to gravity. Which gravity are you speaking of?
The universal, God of the earth.
The universal. Are you talking about the universal law of gravitation?
Well, yes.
Yes. So that's Newton's universal law of gravitation. Unfortunately, that is debunked pseudoscience, and you're 106 years out of date currently.
106?
Yes. Because Einstein's general theory of relativity superseded and knocked Einstein from the throne in 1915.
Well, from my knowledge, Einstein's theory just made it the theory more precise, right?
No. Number one, the universal law of gravitation wasn't ever a theory. Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, scientific theories, actual ones, never explain alleged scientific laws, because then it would make that law not a law anymore. Number three, like I said, Einstein's general relativity superseded, then knocked it from the throne in 1915. Do you have a problem? Do you have an issue with that?
Well, to me, it seems that it's just a more complex yet and more accurate version.
No, it's not more accurate at all. Einstein's general theory of relativity deals with pseudo-Riemannian force space, and it is proposing the bending and warping of space-time. That has nothing to do with Newton.
Well, but the theory itself doesn't talk about gravity.
What theory?
Well, Einstein's theory of gravity described how the bending of space affects objects moving in time.
Yeah, well, it describes it, which tells you that it's not a theory in the first place, because theories don't describe, they explain the hows and the whys. That's one big problem.
Oh, don't they also
So what I'm trying to say is that when you say gravity, you should really be talking about Einstein's general theory of relativity in 1915. Is that correct?
Because it's better than Newton's?
It's not better. It's superseded. Newton was superseded. It got debunked.
Well, Newton, he would get debunked, but...
All right, let's get rid of this, because this will make it a lot quicker.
Sure.
And are you in live stream voice text at 30 minutes after the hour?
Yes, you mean debate text in the entry level?
Live stream voice text is just above this room. Hashtag live stream voice text.
I can't seem to find it.
Does he have can somebody give him permissions?
Yeah, just gave you permission.
Oh, thank you.
Buddy, it's the text stream that's just above this live stream. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can see it now.
So go down to Quantum Eraser. I'm near the bottom.
Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, I got a Santa hat on. With fire wings, with the Terminator.
You mean the one when you nicely point your finger at us?
No, keep going down.
Oh.
30 minutes after the hour.
30 minutes past the hour. Big yellow letters, quantum eraser. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded. From there, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, I'll go over these real quick from the Alma Mater Wiki. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special general theory of relativity. This is the real kicker, Douglas Klein, Phys Libre Text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that have reigned supreme since publishing the Principia Atom in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So you see what I'm talking about. They were completely toppled, replaced.
Is it not? It seems to me to be just a figure of speech.
It's not a figure of speech. That's not a rhetorical device.
Well, we don't put theories on thrones.
Oh my God. Number one, Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life. What does fucking superseded mean then, Mr. Rhetorical Device?
Superseded, as in was used instead?
Yes, exactly. So, can we move on to Einstein's general theory of relativity and your gravity now?
Sure.
Yes. So, when you say gravity, you immediately invoke the general theory of relativity, which was published November 15th, 1915. Now, to be an actual scientific theory, you would have to have an actual scientific experiment validating it so it can become a scientific theory in the first place. So, we're going to need the observed natural phenomena, the hypothesis, and the experiment from Einstein's paper, General Theory of Relativity, published in 1915. Can you do that, please?
Find his original paper on his theory from 1915?
Yes, we're going to scientifically validate, because we already debunked, or he already debunked, Newton's law. So now we're going to go to the new hotness from 1915, the General Theory of Relativity, which speaks to gravity. So we're all on the same page. Now we're going to see if it's a scientifically validated theory, which it has to be if it's a scientific theory. Got it?
When you say validated, what do you mean? I mean, what does a theory need to be or to be scientifically validated?
Yes, a scientific theory is a group of hypotheses or a hypothesis that has been validated via the scientific method by experiment.
Sure, that would work.
Is that reasonable? Do you need citation for that, or can we just roll with that?
No, it seems reasonable.
Okay.
So just bring it.
So what you're going to have to do on or before it should be in his paper, 1915, General Theory of Relativity. So you don't have to really do anything. He should have done all that work for you, is what I'm trying to say. You don't have to do anything. You just have to post the natural phenomena observed, the hypothesis, and then the experiment. I'm going to need the independent variable, dependent variable, and controlled variables, and then the experiment. Simple.
Oh, that seems. Are you sure that we use this exact for every single theory we have?
No, just okay. To be a scientific theory, we just went over this. You need a hypothesis or a group of related hypotheses that have been supported through repeated experimental tests. So that's a scientific theory. Yes, he must have that to make it a scientific theory.
Is it the only definition we have?
Yes. That's
Really?
a scientific theory. Yes. That's why I asked you, do you need me to post citations for that? Do you need me to post citations what a scientific theory actually is?
No need, because there are many other definitions.
No, there's no. If there's another definition, then you're equivocating fallacy.
Well, no. The thing is, if there are many like definitions or attempted definition of science, then how do you know?
There isn't. I'm going to have to post this, right? Scientific theory. 1 second. So go to 36 minutes after the hour. Here we go.
Yes.
Scientific theories explain how and why. This is my summation. I put it at the top. We'll get to citations in a moment. Scientific theories explain the how and why, mechanism, and process like germ theory. Scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses that have been rigorously tested. So, from chemistry about, a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis, a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From quarks to quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis, a group of related hypotheses, which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Any questions?
Sure. When you say testing, do you just think about your delicately set up your setup of control groups and variables and such? Is that your only definition of testing?
Scientific experiment is a hypothesis test. Yes.
Oh, so there may be more ways to test.
No, there's not. Nope. You test your hypothesis. Experiment is a hypothesis test. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yes, a model which still is not yet doesn't have solid data or evidence that supports it or conclusion.
That's not a hypothesis.
What's it then?
It's not a scientific hypothesis, sir. You just made that up.
Indeed, it's not.
So what is it then? If not that.
A scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. It is an educated guess used to explain, it's a supposition to explain a natural cause and effect relationship. It contains two aspects. It contains your dependent variable, the observed phenomena that you observed in step one of the scientific method, and it contains an independent variable. So you got two constituent parts of a scientific hypothesis, which is more or less a prediction.
Yes.
Yes. So that's a hypothesis. Now, an experiment is one step further. It takes that hypothesis and adds control variables into it. And then you have a physical test. Any problem with that?
No need. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's a scientific experiment. So what I'm asking you for is going back to Einstein's paper, because that's the only way you can scientifically validate it. So what I'm going to need is, and you don't have to do it. Like I said, it should be in his paper. If it's an actual scientific theory, it should be easy. So I'm going to need the dependent variable. I'm going to need the independent variable. That's the hypothesis with both of those. And then I'm going to need the actual experiment that validates the general theory of relativity. Is that reasonable?
Yes, reasonable.
I figured it was.
Right. So from my own, Einstein might have provided some empirical proof from empirical data from the other world, from the real world, not just his math. But wasn't there a validation from outside Einstein? Like someone else found out something that supported his theory?
No mathematics. Don't need any mathematics. I didn't ask you for that. I asked you for the hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship. Therefore, the experiment must be a cause and effect relationship, validation or invalidation for the current hotness of the general theory of relativity explaining gravity.
Well, sure. It's the solar eclipse that happened like 2 years afterwards, or the one that happened 8 years afterwards.
Well, that's fine. Now, we can get to that. However, like I said, we just went over a scientific theory, what one is. It must have validated scientific experiments validating that the cause is the correct one for the effect, right? So we can get to other experiments after that. That's fine. I want the one that made it a scientific theory in 1915. It has to be in his paper. If not, then it's not an actual scientific theory. Fair?
Fair. Also, can I ask if you think that its theory was massively accurate the first year, the first month he published it?
Yes, it would have to be in his paper to make it a scientific theory.
Yes. Because I don't think there's such thing.
Then it's not an actual scientific theory.
Even if an evidence was found later?
Yes, it's not a remember what a scientific theory was?
Yes. Yes.
If it doesn't have an experiment within that paper, then it was never an actual scientific theory to begin with.
That doesn't sound reasonable.
That's
right.
Well,
it's never been proven.
Well, no, the thing is, just because it's not in the evidence for it's not in the first paper doesn't like magically invalidate.
Is there a second paper on the general theory of relativity by Albert Einstein?
I was just
he did produce his special one in 1919.
Oh, the special one came before that in 1905. It doesn't have anything to do with general relativity.
I think I know this.
Oh, my mistake. I was wrong. Yes.
Yep.
Well, I don't think he ever published any major works afterwards.
So it's not an actual scientific theory. So where does that leave gravity?
Well, the thing is, anyone can add to this theory.
No, it's not a scientific theory.
Well, not then okay. Then let's name it not theory. He doesn't have copyright over his theory. I mean, anyone can use it and see for it.
It wasn't a scientific theory, sir. Sorry, that's begging the question.
Okay,
it was never a scientific. Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me. You keep on saying the theory. It was never a scientific theory. You haven't given me the experiments validating.
Well, I tried to do the eclipse. That's the first.
What eclipse? When did that happen?
Well, they tried it once, like 3 years after, but that didn't work because they were closed. But the one thing 1923.
So 1919, right?
Or 1933, like at least 5 years after the general theory of relativity.
Well, it's not a theory then because it's not in the paper. That's all right. We'll get to it. That's not a problem. I'm just saying that it was never a scientific theory to begin with.
Yes.
Okay, we can agree on that? Yes?
Yeah, let's say that it was the theory the moment it struck the printing press.
Yeah, it wasn't a theory when it struck the printing press, and it wasn't a theory after the printing press had already printed it up because it had no experiment validating it, correct?
Yes, but to my knowledge, there was no major empirical proof from the real world.
Right.
That's yes.
Right, so it wasn't a scientific theory. That's all I wanted to establish. Now, if you want to go with Arthur Eddington's 1919 fiasco, we can go there. That's fine. Are you ready? You prepared for that?
Oh, well, sure. I mean,
so Arthur Eddington in 1919 is trying to validate a non-scientific theory. No problem. Go to Arthur Eddington's paper. This is not going to be a surprise. I'm going to need the natural phenomena observed, that is the dependent variable. I'm going to need the hypothesis, that's the independent variable with that dependent variable from the first step. And then I'm going to need the experiment, that is independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables. Can you do that in live stream voice text for us?
I don't think I'm but I mean, I don't think I can be able to read the whole paper. Like,
maybe do a word search.
Word search. Well, the thing is,
do a keyword search. Put in dependent variable, independent variable, hypothesis, experiment. See if you can find anything.
maybe not using those words. Maybe they used some other words. But I can find the paper if you want right now. The Eddington paper, right?
It's the Eddington. It's your claim. I'm just looking for scientific validation of the non-scientific theory from 1950. It's quite. Now, this isn't unreasonable, right? I'm asking for scientific validation. This is supposed to be science. To be natural science, you must have validated scientific experiment. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, and you're in your right to ask that, but I don't think I can provide it right now.
Yeah,
it seems to be a very heavy read for me.
So, okay, hold on, Sonny.
All right,
I got him. That's all right. If you can't get it right now, then before you come in and claim gravity again, you're going to have that. Now, maybe not somewhere else, but in here, you have to have the scientific method along with the hypothesis, along with the experiment validated. Reasonable?
Very much.
And then we can move on from gravity. For right now, gravity has not been scientifically validated. So, do you have another point?
Well, if you drop a book on the ground, you will.
If I drop a book on the ground, what if I drop helium?
I don't know. Over a lot of time, maybe.
What if I drop water? Yeah, over time, maybe. We're not into maybes here, conjecture. Everyone knows that gases
talking
have
about a book,
all
though.
conceivable vectors. Don't overtalk me. Right? Gases have all conceivable vectors. Your gravity, whatever that is, says that there's only one vector, and it's down towards the center of mass, whatever the heck that is. Right? How can that be? How can you have
Wait, did you just say that mass doesn't exist?
I'm not done yet. I try to be as concise as possible. I don't monologue. But I got to get my complete thought out before you respond. Is that okay?
Yeah, continue.
So how can you have only one vector in your theory or law, but gases have every conceivable vector possible? I'm done. Go.
Because gases are a different form. Okay, a book, solid object. Gas, no. It's not a solid object.
Who cares? Who's talking about solids?
You. I just said drop a book, not drop a fucking gas.
Drop a book. Yeah, but I'm sorry, but we have more than solids in our reality, correct?
Yeah, and maybe different forms of matter work differently under gravity.
A difference in the gravity, begging the question fallacy because it's not established yet. So, back to my question.
You're just giving us the effect. We want the cause. Sorry, Quantum Eraser. He just keeps giving us the effect. I want the cause.
Well, he hasn't answered the question of one vector versus gases, which are matter. Are gases matter?
A different form, yeah.
Hey, who cares if it's a different phase?
Many people care if it's a different thing, okay?
It's not a different thing.
Well, a flat and a round Earth is a different thing.
Oh my God! Okay. Shut him up because he's a fucking gish galloping moron.
I had a question to ask real quick to the gentleman who was talking before, Farguting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Are you like? It sounds like you're a teacher, or you're in a specific field. Is there a specific field that you teach, or?
Well,
if you don't mind, I don't want you to reveal if you don't want to. I'm just kind of curious because. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Well, as of now, I'm a student in a university.
Okay.
I'm not a teacher.
Yeah, is there a specific field that you study?
It's in the science. It's physics, actually. First year physics. Okay, that's all. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Right, no worries. And if I might just budge in, I think I have an explanation for why helium balloons go up and a book goes down, or why the skies go up when it's lighter than its surrounding.
We need the cause, not an explanation. We need the actual cause of it. You don't have that.
I think I do actually.
Why? Yeah, you're going to provide something that's describing the effect of something. But you don't have the cause.
Does anybody have the cause of that? What's the flat Earth cause of that? Because that's one thing that people ask me that I get confused about often.
I do. I would. Yes, the cause is let's call it, since it's not.
Not let's call it. No. What is it? You are the one that has the burden of proof. You're claiming gravity. You have no proof of this gravity. As we already went over, you don't have a hypothesis. Therefore, you don't have any control variables. You don't have a theory.
Right.
You don't have anything.
So here's another thing I'm going to suggest, Fargutin. I'm going to make things a little bit more difficult for you, actually, to think about. The idea that you're talking about gravity already presupposes that the Earth is a globe pulling things to the center of its mass, right? In your mind, you have this kind of concept, right?
I mean, yes, if gravity is correct. Yes, if it's correct, then it explains the shape of our ball and vice versa.
Right, and vice versa. But here's the problem. If you do not have the presupposition that the Earth is a globe with the curvature, see, that's what we want here. When you come into this Discord, we want for evidence to be shown to us. Is there any evidence for the measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Fargutin.
None I can now provide.
Not that you can provide. All right.
Right now.
So right now, here's the problem that we're going to run across right now. The fact that you can't provide the evidence for the measurement of the Earth's curvature, you're now working on a presupposition that you just believe is true. You don't know it to be true. So everything that precedes you, your arguments like gravity, Coriolis, or anything you could think of physics that would work on a globe cannot work if you just believe them to be true. We need evidence that the Earth is indeed a globe so that you can talk about gravity the way that you want to. But if you can't, we can't hear a just so story of what you think is or is not happening on a presupposition. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, yes.
Right. So in order for you to have a conversation here, you have to first provide the foundation of what is that you're standing on, right? So if it's a globe, then you need to provide the evidence for the measurement of the Earth's curvature. And then you can have a conversation about what the Earth is or is not doing with gravity. But because of the fact that you can't provide that evidence, it is just a belief that you have that the Earth is a globe and that there is gravity working on that globe. But you don't have any evidence of it. So now you're talking about a belief that you're presenting to us about what you think gravity is doing. But that is just a concept built upon a presupposition that you believe. Has nothing to do with reality as we know it. That is big problems for you, sir. We first have to establish the foundation, which is that the Earth is indeed a globe by way of measuring the curvature of the Earth. If you do not have that, you do not have a globe, and you do not have the physics that work on the globe. Simple as that. Provide us the evidence that it is a globe, and then we can talk about what gravity is or is not doing.
I think I said before, as I said right now, I don't have any direct evidence of the curvature of the planet Earth.
Okay. So now we're going to be talking about beliefs then, because that's all you have is a belief that the Earth is a globe, and the physics then would follow that. But we don't want to talk about what we believe in this chat. We want people to bring evidence for what they know to be true. If they do not have the evidence, then we're not going to talk about beliefs, and we definitely don't want to hear people preaching to us of what they think that they believe they live on. That conversation has to stop, and it's going to. We've reached the end of those kinds of arguments. We're moving forward into a new year. We want people to get on board with bringing the evidence or find somewhere else to talk about their beliefs, because this place has everything to do with evidence and little to nothing to do with about beliefs.
Okay, sure. Can you at least, just ask, what do you think evidence is?
Direct measurement of the Earth's curvature.
As in, like,
hold on a second. It just depends. Remember, we talked about your claim of gravity. Well, gravity is supposed to be science or natural science. So we're going to need scientific evidence. To have scientific evidence, you need validated, confirmed experiments. That's number one. Correct?
Sure, yes.
So if it's science, we're going to need that.
Yes, and it is a very, well, it's a very rational thing to ask, but the thing is, I have a fear. Sorry?
If your claim is about geometry, then you're going to have to provide the geometry of the Earth and then confirm it. Is that reasonable also?
Yes.
Okay.
Completely, actually.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries. Well, the thing the thing is, I think that what you think of as an experiment and what I think of as an experiment, it may differ.
No, it can't differ because there's only one definition of of a scientific experiment. You're a physics major, for God's sake.
Yes, I am. And definitions, well, who made them?
Who made the definitions for an experiment?
Yes.
The scientific establishment made the Do you know what three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, I don't know yours. Can you
They're not mine.
Okay, sorry.
My words, sir. These terms have been defined for at least 200 years.
The thing is
okay, hold on. Let's go over this. Hold on 1 second. I was in the middle of something. I'm going to have to break off. All right, give me a moment.
No worries.
Let's go. This should do it right here. So, where am I at so I don't post this in the wrong
live stream voice text?
Because I was headed to do that exact thing.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so here we go. It's too big. 1 second. Let me stop right there because that shouldn't be too big. I know that's what she said. So, come on, do it for me, baby. There you go. Okay. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 56 minutes after the hour. Let me know when you're there. Farguten?
Yes, I think I've seen it now.
Okay, from California State University, keyword is testable. That is, you will perform a test of how two variables might be related. This is when you are doing a real you are testing variables. From Penn State University, there should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment: dependent, independent, and controlled. From Explorable.com, that's a professional research organization, there are 3 important variables you have to remember when you're designing your experiment: independent, dependent, and controlled. Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. When you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are 3 types of variables: controlled, independent, and dependent. From My Tutor UK, GCSE Chemistry, what are the 3 main variables within a scientific experiment? Independent, controlled, dependent. Would you like me to post another 50 of them?
No need.
Okay, yes. So we're good. That is a scientific experiment. A scientific experiment is a hypothesis test. It validates natural cause and effect relationships. Period. There's no other definition for a scientific experiment. Good?
Sure, yes. Let's go with that.
Okay. So we're good. That's what we need. If you have a scientific claim, it's not out of the realm of reasonability to ask for scientific validation. And that's experiment. Now, if it's not a scientific claim, that's no problem. Depends on what your claim is. If it's a geometrical claim, then you have to provide the geometry of the Earth and then validate it for us by demonstration with a measurement. Right? If it's a logical claim, then it must follow logical guidelines. Modus ponens, modus tollens. Each premise must be validated so the conclusion's true. Reasonable?
Yes.
So that's all Miggy was asking for.
Well, I can say that in that form, you just to describe any evidence that I may have in that form. I don't think I can do because I think I just discovered the definition.
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's fair. And that's fair. Well, I don't want to hammer you with everything. You can go off and figure out and get your research in line with your claims. Right. If you claim gravity, then you got to have to come up with scientific experiment. If you claim geometry, like I said, then go do the geometry. You don't have to do it yourself. You don't have to recreate the wheel here, right? You just have to do research and find it. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and then come back. We're not over pressuring you now because I understand you're new to this, and that's fine. But when you come in here, your feet are going to be held to the fire again. Okay? Fair?
Sure. Fair, right?
Okay.
Fair.
And I would expect that. If I came to your forum and I started making claims, I would expect you to hold my feet to the fire. I wouldn't find that unreasonable. If I made a claim, I'd have to support it. Right?
Right.
Yep. Or we're going to go down the village idiot lane where people can make baseless assertions after baseless assertions. What they're doing, most people do, is they're parroting wiki or they're parroting mindlessly somebody else has told them, no matter their credentials, right? We don't care about that. We want demonstration. We want experiment. We want illustration. And that's not unreasonable for anyone, I don't think. Fair?
That's right.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, that's all we got. You can go out and get that stuff, and you can come back anytime you want.
Well, all right then. Well, thank you for this first chat, and I'll see you then.
Okay.
See you, Farquharine. I'm back, man.
Yep.
That's a nice little tie a bone at the end of that.
He seems like a good guy, and he's going to go searching that stuff. He'll be back.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yep. Cool.
Number of games are fun, but we're going to move
Listen,
on. Because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to take it back to the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right, what does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one sentence.
Just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean?
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
no.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based on
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better with the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the
you
flat
don't
horizon.
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on.
You
know what's
the
below
ground?
your feet?
Like I go to the ocean.
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second.
right.
I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yeah, you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
this is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
You just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is salt water. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now you say you can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well, like anything in the physical world.
Saltwater.
Sorry, that was the best one, man.
This is the logic we're talking about, right?
There's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt water, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying, it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
There's a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what NASA
I don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use the number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1, and when you say 1, we mean the same thing. We're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're saying that NASA haven't proven. Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof.
Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number 1 and number 1. We are speaking now about number 1. That means that proof in this moment means number 1 for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number 1?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
Okay, so we put 1 apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is 1 apple in front of us?
No, I want to. No. I want from him that prove is the same like a number 1. That I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. But I want
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? If we if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil. Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not
that's
what is that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha, he's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's-
can just I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
we
here's
can agree.
here's 3 proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right,
Matthew?
so-
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your face. You see with your eyes, you're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that...
Would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches with our physical senses, I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof, the same way that mathematics...
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling. I don't think no matter how many physical senses you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Oh,
listen,
damn.
No. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is what we experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that you
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh, right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one month.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
Real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, then.
You definitely don't know it. You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it. You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot. All the while,
you can't know salt water. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows...
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word.
No, because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say, I know it. It's not proven.
There's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can you?
Crack, your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
But you know that Canada exists. You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about salt water.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists. And salt water is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
now show the strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly
to begin
right.
with. So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've just
knowledge
said
is a separate
the globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that
can't
there's
prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you asked me about proof, and I said
Okay. Let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit. He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get in the weeds. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please.
Are you saying? Yes. No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go. Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Go.
One question. And so you're saying you can prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
So
saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of
so yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are. Right, yeah, so again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole, okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is, okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, but things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any arguments.
Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you gonna use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief, crypto. He's got a porn subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know
Yeah,
what?
no, you're all
I
right,
know
Matthew.
that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of
thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah. Give
Like,
the guy
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expected him to say yeah?
I don't. He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you just was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
all right. So since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
No, it was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose stating a point that it's just a belief, because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistency? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum in air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas need to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, Never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out the cog. This number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Happy in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Welcome to the collector's edition exposition of the #1 ball killer, bar none. I've given everyone the afternoon off, so it's just you and me. Let's call it quality cowbell time. Pay close attention, then send this gargantuan death blow to everyone you know. There was a textual error in one of the photos in the last presentation. I'll identify that here in a few minutes. It has no material impact on the argument whatsoever. And a phenomenon that's happened quite recently, some knucklehead flat earthers have decided to wield this simple argument like a 3-month-old wields a Husqvarna chainsaw. So, I'll be going through this baller chimera each week for the foreseeable future. It's so utterly devastating, folks. I'm going to kill it with such ferocity it's going to make the $6 million man crash and burn look like a fender bender. What's really cool, besides Steve Austin blushing? The ease in which the calamity befalleth it. Many thanks to Ben, Taboo Conspiracy, for bringing it to my attention, and BMLSB69 for the boots on the ground. Before I pummel this disheveled monkey, allow me to lay the foundation of the entire argument. And it's really simple. The horizon. I've got 3 definitions here. One from their alma mater wiki, Merriam-Webster, and Oxford dictionaries. The horizon. It's the apparent line that separates Earth from sky. The line where the Earth seems to meet the sky, the apparent junction of the Earth and sky sailing toward the horizon. And finally, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It's just that simple. Why is it apparent? That is, not actually? Well, one is well, duh, right? The sky never actually meets the ground. That's a big one. And number two, it's conditional on weather, atmospheric conditions, waves, tides, etc. However, on the ball-tarred ball, the geometric horizon can be no more than, this is very important, critical, the geometric horizon can be no more than what its geometric constraints allow. It's based on the observer's height and the radius. Let's confirm that with the subject matter expert in the area, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's it, folks. Now, it can be closer, the horizon can be closer than this, but under no circumstances, under any conditions, can it be any more than 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. Hopefully, everyone understands that. Without further ado, the death of the ball-tarred spinning space monkey religion. Again, listen closely. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's a very important statement right there, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. Go to any curve calculator. That's the formula they use. What do we have right here? It's called the kill shot. We can clearly see the horizon behind platform habitat at 9.4 miles. It's over right here, folks. The rest is barely palpable background noise, but let's have some fun. So, the observer's height in this particular photo was 1 foot. Distance to the horizon, according to our formula, greater than 9.41 miles. Distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with an R radius of 3959 miles, according to that formula, is 1.22 miles. You have some big problems right here. Now, one of the rebuttals, one of the objections was that BMLSB 69 was greater than 1 foot. Now, we're going to hammer that into the incoherent oblivion here in 1 second. However, even if he was 5 feet, his observer height was 5 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles. That means it should be before Platform Hill House, right? Even if he was standing on the shore with his camera almost in the water, at 35 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it would be in between Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. So that's debunked. Now, for the for the next kill shot. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague, your Black Swan. Here is the final kill shot. This photo is impossible on their sphere. Let me say that again. This photo with the horizon behind the platform habitat is impossible under any conditions on their sphere. That's it. You know, go home. It's over. Now they're going to attempt, quite feebly I might add, to escape and evade, tap dance, and clumsily attempt to obfuscate using all manner of Mr. Magoo's sophistry. But I'm going to stamp them out with belly-laughing ease and extreme prejudice. So, let's take a look at some pedigree information. We're going to take a look at the original video from BLMSB 69. Now, don't worry about the no sound in the beginning. Just take it all in. I'm going to stop the video a couple times to emphasize a few points. Here we go. Platform Hill House. Going to identify it for you on the map. Next, platform habitat. Platform habitat there. He's going to orient you. Platform habitat. Platform Hill House. Observer's location. Let's get some distances, because that's all we need. That's all we're using these platforms for. Demarcating distances. So, Platform Hill House, the closest platform, 6.21 miles. Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. Pedigree information. This is the photo. This was the problem photo. He just mislabeled it. This says 1 foot elevation. This is incorrect. It's 30 feet elevation. It doesn't matter anyway, but I wanted to keep everything wired tight, so I took this photo out of the presentation. As you can see, it's the same photo. Let's get real. Couple things here. Obviously, he's pretty close to sea level. Don't you think? I also want to get your attention over here to this landmass, right? Because we're going to pummel another rebuttal, quite feeble one, I might add, here in a couple minutes. This is Santa Cruz Island, and it's off to the right because the platforms are right here. It's going to be off to the right of these platforms. Let's continue. D-E-D. Dead. Curve calculator. One foot eye height, 1.22 miles to the horizon. Now, focus your attention to the right of the photo, please. Over by the boom. Here you go. This is the end of Santa Cruz Island. It abruptly stops. Quite a distance away from that right platform, correct? Focus your attention over here. Uh-oh, what's that? That's another landmass over here. That's Anacapa Island. There is about 4 3/4 mile distance between the end of Santa Cruz Island and Anacapa. What I'm trying to say is he is looking out into open water. And I'm going to show you that here in 1 second. Pretty close to 1 foot, don't you think? I mean, come on, people. All right. Let me orient you again. We're going to take a look at those 2 islands. We're going to take a look at the line of sight down the lane of the platforms and the 2 islands. Like I said, the one to his right is Santa Cruz Island. What do you see over here? Right? His line of sight, it was real close, right? But no cigar. And the island to the left, like I said, was Anacapa Island. And there's 4 3/4 miles between here. His line of sight from his position through these platforms is out to open ocean. So there is no land behind those platforms. Y'all tracking me? All right? Take a closer look in here. Platform habitat. In the lane, 5 by 5. Platform hill house. In the lane, 5 by 5. His position. Right? It's pretty close. I'm pretty close in there. We're going to take a closer look here. I don't want to go down the street view, so I'm being real careful for you. That should be just about good enough, right? Let's take a look on where he's at, and we'll come back here. Because he's going to get up and turn around. As you can see, this is the stairwell. He is just right to the stairwell, and as he walks up here, about 18 paces, he's going to shimmy to the left a little bit to align with his stairwell. Let's take a look. Right, there he goes. He's shimmying to the left a little bit. Align himself to those stairs. Right? Quite interesting. And what do we got here? Right? We got those same stairs right here. I got him just over to the right of the stairwell. This is 1 foot elevation. He's going to start walking up 7 or 18 paces. He's going to shimmy to the left and align himself with these stairs. Let me tell you something. If BMLSB 69 would go back to that same spot that he took these photos from, and I put a firecracker right at the end of this red line, I'd blow his toe jams out. Anyone willing to make that bet? I didn't think so. So, potential debunks. We already took 2 to the woodshed. The first one was BMLSB 69 isn't 1 foot elevation. Well, kind of is. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 1 to 3 feet. No problem. It doesn't matter anyway. because I took this to the woodshed in the beginning. He could have been 5 foot. He could have been at 35 feet at that same position. It matters not. Number 2, there is land or islands behind the platforms. Clearly, I showed you when we were keeping it real and with Google Earth that that's not the case. Number 3, you can't see the horizon. One of two things is happening here. Number 1, you need to remove the baked-on cognitive dissonance mud from your eyes. And or number 2, make an ASAP appointment with the ophthalmologist because you're dead blind. Everyone can see, just to let you know, if you look at this photo and you say you can't see the horizon, you're a horse's ass. Because I don't care. If you're legally blind, I still think you can see this horizon. You tell me. This is the kill shot. This is the black swan. Oh, number 4, the white swans. This photo was taken 2 months, same position, same observer height, same camera, same everything. This was taken in December, so 2 months after the black swan, right? No problem here, right? The sea was angry that day, my friends. It doesn't matter, though. Remember the argument. The horizon cannot be greater than that ratio of the observer height on a radius of 3959 miles. So this is before. It's fine. It's before the second platform. There's atmospheric shenanigans going on here. That's okay. No problem. This photo was taken 4 days after. This white swan was taken 4 days after the black swan. Again, no problem. Now, I watched this video. It doesn't seem that he was 1 foot. It seemed like he stood up and took this picture. It matters not, right? This is what they call a white swan. Does this observation debunk the number 1 globe killer? Look, this is a white swan. Does it debunk the black swan? No. It has nothing to do with it. You can show me 5 billion pictures or photos with the horizon before these platforms. Doesn't matter. All I need is this one. That's it. You follow? Probably not. You don't get the argument, ballers. That's the tear-jerking belly laugher. Right? It's going to be about 9 months until you can actually restate the argument. Right? That's my first mission, to get you guys to actually restate it word for word correctly. Only a sentence. I'm thinking 9 months. All right, so the white swans are dead. And number 5, we all know it. Refraction, right? Refraction saves the day. Gravity, refraction, right? Yeah? That's what you got, eh? You guys don't even know what refraction is. You don't. We all know you don't. Been out here 5 years. One of the first words I heard was refraction. You guys don't know what it is. Just yesterday, from a prominent baller, he was put to task with providing the 5 effects of refraction, right? Because people have been listening to the flat earth debate. You know what he said? There are no 5 effects of refraction. Oh, really? Your alma mater, atmospheric refraction. Let's read it together. Near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. So we'll go by the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get it yet? Let's try it again. This time, Wiki's going to parrot the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy. Let's go through it. While mirages are best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Here we go. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not.
No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. Let's count them together. The 5 effects of refraction. We ready? 1, mirages. 2, looming. 3, towering. 4, stooping. 5, sinking. You get it? Now, let's take your feeble refraction and go through each one in the context of the Black Swan and see if it fits. Why don't we? So there are 5 effects of refraction. So is the horizon miraged? Remember what mirages are. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So is there an extra horizon in the Black Swan photo? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in this Black Swan photo? No? Then it's not a mirage. Get it? 1 down. Let's take towering and stooping together. From Wiki, however, this is also from Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert. Towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon stretched or shortened in the Black Swan photo? Is the horizon stretched or shortened? This is non sequitur. Okay? So there's 3 down, 2 to go. Sinking. From William Humphreys, Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered, or may even disappear below the horizon. In looming, the curvature of the rays is increasing, while sinking produces the opposite effect. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Does the horizon disappear below it, or is lowered below the horizon? Non sequitur fallacy again, isn't it? You only got 1 left. Looming. From their alma mater Wiki. Looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena. It is abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see the objects that are refracted or that are located below the horizon under normal conditions. Let's take it from the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. Looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. We'll get to the rest of it here in a minute. All we need is this. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Is there a horizon appearing above the horizon in this photo? No? Then your silly appeal to refraction is clobbered to death. You don't know what you're talking about. You understand that? My word, people. So we're gonna take this further to the woodshed. Just let me remind you, the freaking horizon doesn't ever loom. Ever, ever, ever. Now, let's deal with the second half of this, because this definition, even in their fallacious definition, they're wrong. But this is an incorrect definition. I'm going to show you this step by step. Here's the first step. For looming, this effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. Usually due to a thermal inversion, looming is the opposite of sinking. Both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages. See the table of refraction phenomena, la, la, la. I really don't care. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. You got a problem, folks, because it's a fallacy. This is a stone cold, this little game right here is a stone cold begging the question fallacy. How so? Does light refract? Answer, yeah. Is that the same that can be accounted for by terrestrial refraction? Answer, nope. Why? Keyword terrestrial. You see, terrestrial refraction already assumes a sphere. That is, the calculations assume the radius of the Earth curvature, right? He even says it. The subject matter expert even says it. What are you going to do? Let's listen to Andrew Thomas Young again. Here he goes. The atmosphere is also curved. Yeah, right. As it follows the shape of the Earth. Gases don't form curves permanently. Just to let you know. Let's start over. The atmosphere is also curved, as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, you can't do that. You see this, Professor? You're assuming the premise, the atmosphere is curved. You're snorting some pretty good shrooms. Then by proxy, the Earth curvature. To prove the conclusion true. That is terrestrial refraction or looming. It's a textbook back in the question fallacy. It's a circular banjo-do-si-do. The entire argument is dead right here. It's void. Yeah, but we're not going to stop there. Where's the fun in that, right? Let's take a look at this. So, we have Andrew Thomas Young's definition of looming, and then we have quantum eraser, Andrew Thomas Young's Huckleberry. Let's see which one's correct, with examples. So, from Andrew Thomas Young, looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Keep that in mind. From quantum eraser, looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving you the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. Let's see which one of these two have some cowbell to it. All right? We'll stop here quick at Wiki. This is Wiki looming. This is nothing. This is just a blurred photo of ships. All right? Clowns. This is the quintessential example of looming. Right? Now, I showed this during the last presentation with a little trick. In the military, they taught us for night operations to use off-center vision. You can see better. I knew that long before the military because I did a lot of night operations before I got in there, but I digress. So, what I want you to do here is I want you to look right up here, follow this along, focus on here, and you can see the horizon in your off-center vision, right? I can see it clearly, right here, right near the bow, right? Everyone see this? Right? So we got a false horizon right here. We have the sky being inferior mirage down here, right? And it produces looming. Whose definition is more correct? I wonder who. So we have Mick West to the rescue, right? Mick always comes to the rescue if we find ourselves in trouble. So, but Mick had a legitimate complaint here because the media was calling this same photo, right? This same photo, he took it right here. They were calling this a Fata Morgana. Now, he was right for calling them out because there is no inversion here. This is not a mirage. He's correct. He also identifies the real horizon here for you. He uses contrast. So you don't have to use your off-center vision. It's right where I said it was. Right? He also identifies the false horizon. Don't pay any attention to his shroom-induced reason because he said it was due to fog. Now let me ask you something out there. If this was a fog bank, can you see the boat? My word, people. All right, this photo was taken, another example of looming. This photo was taken in 2014. It was the Scottish Open. Now, don't look at this photo over here to the right. Don't worry about this one. You don't even have to use off-center vision with this photo, right? You can see the horizon. I can see it clearly, right? But they go ahead and color correct over here, which makes it very clear. Whose definition is correct of looming? You got the sky being inferior miraged beneath this boat, which is giving you a false horizon, right? Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young or QE? This is probably the best example of looming I've seen. Betty called it, as soon as she seen this, she said the boats were being raptured, which I thought was hilarious. It looks like it too. However, even in this photo, I can still see the true horizon. It's real easy. You don't even have to use off-center vision here, right? Don't have to use it. I can see it. It's right there. This is a great photo, right? Now, whose definition is correct? Because we have the sky being inferior mirage beneath an object, which makes it appear to be lifted up or floating, right? You can see that the sky's being reflected here. You can see the clouds here, right? It's a collage, but you can still see them in here being reflected down, right? This is a no-brainer, man. There's the false horizon right here. Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young's or QE, his Huckleberry? Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, this is a joke, folks. A joke. Now, let's go back up. I want to go through the argument one more time. It's going to be quick. Now, if you see this argument, let's go to this. If you see this argument presented by anyone in any other form than what I am going to lay out and did lay out before, that is word for word, including this modus tollens, with the exact same photo, it is not the argument. Is this clear? Is this clear? Let's go with the argument. Modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. It's their black swan. It's the kill shot. It's over. Now, like I said, if this argument is presented and doesn't go over each thing I said, it's not the argument. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not signing off on it. Is this clear to everyone? Hopefully so. Now, can I please have everyone stand? For you soldiers out there, on your feet. Please remove any headgear. Do not rest in peace, spinning water ball, but in tortuous agony forever and ever you so richly deserve.
People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm here and I said, Brian, can you mute yourself? I got it. You know what? There you go. People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we are debating the flat Earth. We have Mr. Sensible crossing swords with Brian, formerly Flat Earth Tests. They will have 12 minutes each for opening, 55 minutes of open discussion, and a 35-minute Q&A. Brian is going to be going first tonight, and he has a presentation he's going to present to us. So, Brian, I will go ahead and kick it over to you at your first word, and I have a share screen for you as well. So, let me go ahead and get that up for you.
Let's see. So you have a share screen?
Yep, it's up there, ready to go, and I will start playing it whenever you're ready to go.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm pretty much ready.
All right.
Okay, this is a little piece. I want to give a shout out to Mike Cavanaugh, Dr. Zach, and Steve Torrance. If you want to see this model in detail, go to Steve on YouTube. This is just a little piece of it. It's literally terabytes of data. It models all the planets, the sun, the moon, and I just wanted. This is it's just little like I said, tiny piece of it's based on a toroidal system, and the sun is like a magnetic focal point. And like I said, if you're interested in seeing it in detail, then it's on YouTube. So here, and I just wanted to back it up with a little quick bit of evidence. You see the clouds behind them in front of them, thick clouds. Where I'm from, the sun, or the clouds block the sun that are that thick. So that kind of supports the idea that it is possibly a magnetic focal point, or maybe even a focal point of light. So this is Dr. Zach pretty much. I'm trying to narrate this, so I'm going to say he's just explaining how all they had to do is add the atmosphere, and all the months of them trying to put this thing together, it fell right into place. And they added it to a globe, and it did the same thing as it did on a flat Earth. Instead of the sun setting first and then the real sun actually setting behind it, the apparent sun set afterwards. So it kind of contradicted the globe a little bit, but and then he goes on and he shows the model, the FE model, up against the globe model to a video he took in reality. And it pretty much everything matches. He says, pretend you're seeing a hot spot on a lake. If you're seeing a hot spot on a lake 5 miles away and it's 10 miles across the lake, if you go to the other side of the lake and you turn back and look, you're not going to see the hot spot hitting the lake through the clouds. Sun's going to be behind you. So everybody has a personal sun. It's basically refracted, if you will. And try to triangulate. It's like trying to triangulate a rainbow. Here's another flat Earth model. I believe he made this for celestial navigation. If you want to see this in detail, go to Troolon.com, TROOLON.com, and that's based on the refraction. And I think it's like the sun is a focal point of light. Let's see. So here's an eclipse. We're looking at it, and you have the sun pointing. The moon's light is on the top side of the moon, and so we look at the sun, and where's it at? It's down about to set. So what they tell us is that the sun, if it's only 1 degree above the horizon, it's over 1 million miles above your feet because it's so far away. Okay. We go back and look at it. So there's the shadow it's casting on me. Why ain't it doing that to the moon? We go back about half an hour later, and it's the same thing, except the sun's just further down. So what I do is I go and I check that math. I go to the triangle calculator and put in a distance of 93 million miles and a 1 degree theta angle. And sure enough, yeah, it's 1,600,000 miles. So if the sun, that's how they explain this. So if the sun is above your feet, above the horizon, 1 degree, It's literally 1,600,000 miles above your head. Okay. So I had some people saying that. There's the info if you want to see it right there. 1,600,000 miles. So if it's 2 degrees above, it's over 3 million miles above your feet from a tangent. Okay, so that brought into question, okay, what about these clouds that are underlit with the sun that's on the horizon? If the light's coming in parallel, then how is it hitting the bottom of these clouds? If it's 2 or 3 degrees above the horizon, it should be millions of miles above that cloud. So then I found a picture with the sun on the horizon and supposedly globe proof. And right there, the diverging angles alone, are enough to prove a local sun to me. But look, this sun's 3 or 4 degrees above the horizon, yet it's shining on the bottom of the cloud. So I ask, how can all these images exist if the light is parallel? That's an impossibility. If the light is shining down on the moon, okay, and down on a shadow on the ground, how is it simultaneously casting a shadow up into the clouds or shining light directly on the bottom of clouds? That violates the parallel light. I don't see any way of getting around that, but I'm all ears. So I'll give more examples of that. And the sun's clearly on the horizon in all these pictures. That's the closest one, and it's still on the horizon. So one argument gets them tangled up into another one twice as bad. And this is not the only time it happens. It happens a lot. What seems like good globe proof, if you look at in detail and scrutinize it, you will, you'll run into more problems with the globe. Okay, so here's how they explain the parallel light, which is fine if the light followed the latitude lines. Okay, so I went to Google Earth, and we're observer 2's at the equator, seeing the sunrise on an equinox. Okay, he's looking due east. So I typed in my location, or actually at the beach near my location at Jack's Beach Pier. And a guy sent me a video. He's trying to teach me parallel light on the equinox. He said the parallel lines are in space, not on the globe. So, I want to put that to the test. I go to Google Earth and I look and I'm like, it would work fine on a cylinder. So the parallel light, we could be parallel with the equator, but on a globe, we're changing orientation. So I want to check and see how that works. So the first thing I did when I found out about flat Earth is the first equinox, I went down to the beach, and this is something I set up. I set up 2 string lines, and one compass east and one due east. And when the sun came up right after this photo, and sure enough, it split due east. So the sun does, in fact, come in due east, at least for me, and it's supposedly for everybody on the Earth, on equinox. So there's a little setup of me. There's me as a stick figure looking. There's the pier next to me. And so I wanted to see where am I looking. So I go to Google Earth, and one thing I know is that Google Earth will only plot portions of a great circle or a great circle. So that's a straight line with respect to your orientation on the globe model. So whatever direction your line's going off into, if you go down in the 3D view, that's what way you're looking. So there's me next to the pier, and there's a sun just trickling above the horizon. Okay, and so I go to see which way I'm facing, and I'm facing above Africa, just off the coast, 6,000 miles away. So I type in there's south of the equator on the same longitude, and looking at a sun just poking above the horizon. I see the same thing. So I do understand that the line is not following the ground. It's supposed to be looking up into space. So if I'm looking at a sun that's just about to rise, I do realize if I start heading toward it, I will get higher above the Earth, but I'm still going to be heading in that direction. That's, like I said, that's part of a great circle. So I use that so they couldn't bend and warp it. So they try and show you light coming in over half the globe so they could bend you over backwards. But if you're with the same orientation as the equator, it would work fine. The problem is, as soon as you leave the equator, you change orientation. And so that's where, I don't know if I want to call it a trick, but that's where the mistake is, kind of got all our heads thinking it works is bend over backwards. But if you pull strings on a globe, I think you'll see the same thing. It's because it's a flat line, so it'll set out further, a few thousand miles further. That's kind of what the local sun model predicts anyway. I've seen them try to model it. They still have that slight convergence from the observer north and south of the equinox. So the parallel sun, 93 million miles to me is just totally destroyed, at this point. So, but here's about the stars, and so there's the moon, and I play a couple of star trail time lapse with the moon in it, and so whatever the moon, wherever it's at in the ecliptic, it's following them stars. So if it's over the equator, it's going straight. Now I don't think I'll get any friction on that. They have to agree with that, and so I got to thinking. Okay, so we can't show the moon, we can't show the sun in more than one location at once, and we can't get shadows from stars. But what we can do is use a little logic. And I played Mr. Sensible saying that the stars were deviating, or they were separating, going off to the north in the northern hemisphere, and then he took it back when I said that they're separating. He's like, oh, no, they're not separating. So it gets into a technical argument. Even here's stellarium. It even, when you flatten out the horizon, it still shows separation. There was the Astronomy Society saying that there's 3 paths to the stars: straight over the equator, and then right toward the northern hemisphere, and left depending on your direction. So anyway, I want to, and I also in there, you couldn't hear it, but I had other Globers saying that it's not perspective. It's not a wide angle lens. That has nothing to do with it. But so here I have the, like I said, the moon following the star trails. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually use sun count to plot. Sorry? We're going to plot the angle to stars using sun count, because like I said, we know the sun follows the stars and its path. So here we go. And so anybody who doesn't know about side count, we'll call it, that ball is the sun, or represents the sun. The stars in this example, actually, the stick underneath it represents the shadow that we measure. So there's directly south under the equator, and we see the divergence, and we do measure these shadows. So if you are an observer at the equator, and you're in your front yard, you have a little 5x5 perfectly flat square. Okay, you set it up in a 1 meter stick. You will measure these stars physically deviate. They will deviate. We can measure it. And so what's that tell us? It tells us there's more than one. There's more than one star. There's more than one point. It's not antipodal, is what I'm trying to say. There's a couple of different separate star rotations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian, for your opening statement. We will go ahead and kick it over to Mr. Sensible for his opening statement.
Okay, let me get my screen shared if I may. Brian, I'm getting all my voice straight back at me through your...
I'll go ahead and mute
it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, share.
So while he goes ahead and gets his screen share set up, I just want to say that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And if you have a question for one of tonight's debaters, please fire into the old live chat and tag me at Modern Day Debate. Super chats will go to the top of the list, and they will get priority. And please keep it civil. Insults will not be read. And with that, let's see if this works. Brian,
Okay.
I will go ahead and start your timer at your first word.
I won't
I'm sorry, not Brian, Mr. Sensible.
Right.
Apologies.
Brian suggested that this debate was on sun, stars, and then when I pushed him, he broke it down, say sun angles, flattened globe, parallel rays, Coriolis, and star trails, which I thought was a bit vague, but let's see how I do. First of all, what are stars? This is Webb's first deep field from the James Webb Telescope. It covers a patch of sky that's approximately the size of 1 grain of sand held at arm's length. This was a 12.5-hour exposure in several different wavelengths. It's galaxy cluster SMACS 0723. The cluster is 4.6 billion light years away. The smeary lines are other galaxies that are further away still. They're smeared due to galactic lensing, as predicted by Einstein. The mass of the cluster is bending the light of the further galaxies. This shows that there is a real gravitational effect caused by their mass. This is how it works. Light from the distant objects travels past the supermassive object, like a galaxy, and the rays of light are bent due to the curvature in space-time. This is an image of space-time curvature. Here is... Oh, sorry, 1 second. Crumbs, I'm losing track of which one I'm on. 2, 3. Sorry. Here's another example, an Einstein ring, where a distant galaxy has been...
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Are you...
No, I am. Oh, it's locked on one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Looks
right,
like this one.
Hold on, can I stop and share it again?
Yeah, let's do that.
Darn. So I want to share
and I want to let you know, folks, that our guests are linked in the description below. So if you're listening on YouTube or the podcast, that you can check them out if you like what you're hearing.
Okay, if I may just race through the first bit. So sure. The first image was the Hubble Deep Field, covering 1 grain of sand area of the sky. You can see the smears of the further galaxies that have been lensed. And this is how it works, showing the image. Hopefully it's coming up. So you've got the distant object with its light rays traveling past the supermassive object, rays of light being bent due to the curvature in space-time. This is an Einstein ring where a distant galaxy has been lensed and distorted by the object in front. Like the way a glass orb twists and bends things that you can see through it. Einstein had predicted that light would be bent by gravity and distorted space-time, but there's no way of seeing this on a galactic scale at that time. However, we do have the sun, and that also should bend light due to its gravity. This can only be seen during an eclipse when the solar disk is covered. In 1919, Sir Arthur Eddington carried out an expedition to Brazil to see a solar eclipse. This had been calculated to occur using orbital mechanics and based on gravity, the orbits of the moon and Earth being a sphere. And he tried to test the theory. He imaged stars right near the eclipsed sun that were appearing in slightly the wrong positions due to their light being bent. Einstein's idea was demonstrated as correct. This shows that the sun is a massive physical object, so massive that it's warping space-time, making the light travel in a geodesic that appears to us as bent. So what is a sun made of? If you split the light of its spectrum, you get absorption lines, known as Fraunhofer lines. Each element causes lines at different points in the spectrum, like a barcode. So once we have the code, we can tell what is absorbed and hence what the elements are. Here's a spectrum of the sun. Reading the lines, we can ascertain the physical makeup of the sun, all its constituent elements, again shown is a physical object and enabling us to deduce how it works, i.e. nuclear fusion. We can look at the spectra of other stars and see what they are made of. These are spectra from stars of different types. The sun is the G2 star just below the center. You can do the same with galaxies, and you get an interesting effect, spectrum redshift. The lines in the spectra still show the same barcode patterns, but they're shifted towards the red. This is Doppler shift. Like the sound of a train or a car horn passing, the notes drop as the wavelengths are stretched out. Think of it like pond ripples. Someone dropped a weight in water. Imagine ripples passing you at a rate of 1 per second. If you walk towards the drop point, ripples would pass you more often. The frequency is higher. If you walk away, almost at the speed of the ripples, they take longer to catch up with you, less pass you, perhaps 1 every 2 seconds, and the frequency is lower. The galactic light is redshifted as they're moving away, and the frequency of light waves we receive drops. So we know the stars and galaxies are physical and a long way away and accelerating as well at increasing velocity. So why parallel light? Well, if I quickly play this, I don't need sound. So if this tree in the middle represents the sun, light rays hit your eyes coming from any part of it, top, bottom, left and right. We can see, as I point out, that they arrive from different angles. If we look at another tree further away, light from the left and right still come from different angles, but it's smaller angles. They're closer to parallel. It's the angular size of that tree. The sun's angular size is approximately 0.5 degree in the sky, meaning light arriving here can at most be only 0.5 degree from parallel. Stars are point sources of light, and the angle is infinitely smaller again. We can treat sun and starlight as parallel. So why is parallel light useful? Well, Eratosthenes used the fact of parallel light and the position of the sun to calculate the circumference of the Earth. He knew how far the second reading was from the first, knew the difference in angles, and so could work out how far around the sphere it was, and hence the entire circumference. We rely on parallel light in order for sextants to work. If we put Mr. S at the GP of the sun, with it 90 degrees overhead, the zenith, and then add a second Mr. S further away, the sun for him is, say, 10 degrees off of the zenith. He's 10 degrees around the sphere. Every degree is 60 minutes of arc. Therefore, he's 600 arc minutes away around the curve. This is referred to as 600 nautical miles, with 1 nautical mile being 1.15078 miles. So he is 690.468 miles away from Mr. S1. A nautical mile, by definition, is 1 minute of arc around a curve. It relies on the fact the Earth is a sphere. If Mr. S are triplets and a third is in the other location with the sun 20 degrees off zenith, he's double the angle of Mr. S2, and at twice the angle, he's also twice the distance, 1,200 nautical miles, 1380.935 miles from Mr. S1. This relationship always holds true. This explains why sextants and celestial navigation cannot work on a flat plane with a local sun or with non-parallel light. Here we got 7 Mr. S's, each with a sun a multiple of 10 degrees from zenith. Each should be exactly 600 nautical miles from the other. Simple geometry shows this doesn't work. The distance between them increases the further the sun is off of zenith. On a flat Earth, each 10 degrees the sun is off zenith does not equate to the same distance, 600 nautical miles. The sextant wouldn't work and it would be useless. Please note this, Mr. Nathan Muteboy Oakley, failzoid and bitchmade from Australia. So what about star trails? We know that time-lapse images show stars apparently rotating around a point near Polaris, anti-clockwise. Yeah, that's rising in the east to the west. And clockwise around a point near Sigma Octantis in the south, still rising east to west. Flat earthers seem to have a problem visualizing this and get hung up on clockwise and anti-clockwise. That isn't the issue. The issue is it's impossible to have 2 points of rotation over a flat plane unless stars move further apart and close together during the night, like gears meshing. Imagine a bike wheel with 2 hubs. Try rotating it around both hubs at the same time. 2 points of rotation require a 3D environment, an axis of rotation through north and south, and a 3D Earth. It could be any shape apart from flat. The trails are circular and not ellipses, which again couldn't happen over a flat Earth. What I'll do is I'll play this next video without sound and talk it. So a nice demo for Mr. Brian Leakey. So I've got a camera and I'm going to turn around and keep turning in the same direction. So I start rotating towards the east, and the center view at the top shows the view you'd get over the equator. Stars would be rising at one side, going straight across and dropping on the other side. I tilt the camera up, looking towards Polaris. Now we can see rotation about a point in the sky. It's going anti-clockwise. I then point the camera down, carry rotating the same direction, and we get rotation counter to the original rotation, which now is clockwise. This cannot happen on a flat Earth because you have no way of looking below ground level. So Coriolis. Flat Earthers also can't understand Coriolis, which relies on moving from an area of one rotational velocity to one of a differing rotational velocity while maintaining the original velocity due to conservation of momentum. It wouldn't result in balloons or helicopters lifting off and having Earth turn underneath. Balloons travel with the atmosphere and they just get moved around by the air, and helicopters also the same, but also a powered craft, continually adjusting their position. Now this time what I want to do is unshare and share a particular video, if I may. Just bear with me a second. I'm getting good at this now, I think, I hope. Number 17. Here we go, because this one's got sound. Coriolis would be the turning of the Earth underneath an object above it, like this. That, most emphatically, is not Coriolis. And what's more, it's impossible due to the conservation of momentum. If we take a tennis ball and just drop it, as expected, it goes straight down towards the Earth due to gravity. Now let's apply 20 miles per hour of momentum. As the ball is released, it falls to the ground at the same rate. However, this time it's also got a forward momentum of an additional 20 miles an hour. It tries to maintain that momentum. An object in motion will remain in motion unless acted on by an outside force. So to compare the two, while the car is stationary, the ball falls directly downwards to the orange marker box. If we place another marker box under the point where the ball was released while travelling at 20 miles an hour, it totally misses. It's still accelerating downwards at exactly the same rate of 9.8 meters per second, but it has the additional velocity forward and it maintains that momentum. We'll start by marking our center point, the point of rotation, and another point out towards the outer edge. Now let's say we want to fire a cannon from the outer mark to the middle. We're going to want it to go in a straight line like this. But the outer areas are having to move faster than the inner areas to complete each rotation. The cannonball will fly straight directly up the screen, but it has a sideways velocity due to its momentum it had at the start. That gives us a curved path. That is Coriolis. Coriolis is the deflection from a straight path that is apparently seen on a rotating surface when you are moving from an area at one rotational speed to an area at another rotational speed, but while maintaining your initial momentum. So, it's a globe. I checked. Please subscribe, Mr. Baldy. Sensible Cats and Mr. Sensible Live. Suck it up, princess. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sensible, for your opening statement.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, great time. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and kick it into the open discussion in just a second. But again, I just want to remind everybody that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. I want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And tag me at Modern Day Debate if you have a question for one of tonight's debaters. Super chats go to the top of the list. They get priority, and make sure you keep it civil. Don't attack the person, attack the argument. Moderators are working to keep the conversation elevated, so make sure you show them respect and each other as well. Hit the subscribe button. We have plenty more debates coming your way you don't want to miss. And our guests are linked in the description below, so if you're listening on YouTube or the podcast, make sure you check them out if you like what you're hearing. And with that, we will go ahead and kick it into the open discussion for about approximately 55 minutes, I believe. So at your first word, gentlemen, we will go ahead and start that out.
That was
go on.
Some presentation. That was some presentation, man. Am I debating you or Wikipedia, man?
Well, Brian,
I want to. Before we get started, real quick, I want to offer you this. I want to offer you. We can each invoke up to 3 yes or no questions. If you say it beforehand, and it's nothing, solid. It's not a prove all, end all type of thing. But if you want to do that, I'll offer you 3 direct yes or no questions if you invoke them.
Well, I'm not sure where these rules are suddenly coming from. I think
That's
it's
just an
an
idea.
open discussion. I mean, I'll answer questions honestly as best I can. I hope you will too. I do want to ask you, Brian. I do want to ask you. You said about the stars with the rotation. Are you saying that during the night they will separate and get closer together?
Yes, and if I could, listen.
In that case, you will be able to show me. You will be able to show me one image of a star constellation, like say Orion, that's distorted because it's being ripped apart as it goes to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. The belt of Orion follows the equator. Yes, it does, man. I showed the astronomy club, if you didn't see that, where there's 3 star paths. Nobody in mainstream debates this. Anybody could do a time lapse. I even went as far as going to sun count and showing you how the sun follows the exact trails depending on where it's at in the ecliptic. Okay, the stars most certainly deviate.
Software, you cannot show me any film where or photos where a constellation has basically spread out and got further apart. What you're talking about is wide-angle photography to get more of the sky showing the rotation of circles. And
Did you not
see? They look straighter, but that effect is just purely down to the lens. If you measure the distance between any of those stars visually, you will find they do not change. Ever.
So stellarium, you're going to throw out stellarium because I just showed like 30 seconds of stellarium with the horizon leveled off. I do understand a wide-angle lens can magnify an effect, but I just showed stellarium. Stellarium acknowledges the 3 star paths. Okay, the astronomy clubs, like I said, hold on. Okay, them shadows represent what's going on. So if you are in a single position at the equator, okay, and you have just one little flat square piece of ground, 5 by 5. It's a flat. Don't worry about the rest of the Earth. Just your one little 5 by 5 box. Okay. Now, this is what you'll get. This is the angles you'll get. So them stars, if they could leave shadows, they would deviate. Okay.
Brian, let's say you're looking at Orion. Okay, and according to you, you can see the belt splaying out.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, the belt follows the equator.
I'm looking at Orion as well. I do not see them splayed out.
I don't think you're looking at it then, Mr.
People
Sensible.
would
I don't
see
know
the
any.
stars. Different people would see the pattern of Orion or whichever constellation differently at the same time. That is patently impossible and patently, I'm sorry to say, absurd.
I'm not telling you that it spins full circles.
Brian, is there anything that you can do about the audio on your microphone?
Yeah, let me try something.
I tried to change the settings on my end, but I couldn't do much here. Sorry about that, folks. I see a lot of complaints in the chat about the microphone, so I just wanted to see if we could do anything about
Hopefully
it.
that's a little bit better, man. You might have to turn me down a little bit.
Let's see. Let's go with that for now and see how it goes.
Okay. I'm not saying it's going to spin a full circle from the equator. What I'm telling you is that the deviation is measurable. So whatever's going on, anybody who looks at the star pass can see Orion's belt, the 3 stars that make up the belt. I don't know why you don't know this, do follow the equator. And yes, the head of Orion on the horizon, not right above your head. Now, on the horizon, as far as the approach and as far as the descent,
Brian,
we absolutely do see and measure separation. That's why in celestial navigation, it's broke down from the equator. You have a whole separate system in the south than you do the north.
Brian, 2 things. One, I'm getting all that feedback again, which is awful for me. The second is, as I said, if you took a photo of Orion in your position, I took a photo of Orion in my position, they would look identical. There's no perspective. There's no separation and splaying out of the constellation. Orion always looks exactly the same. It never, ever deviates. Never.
I wish I could have played the audio. I got caught off guard a little bit. I wasn't trying to do nothing. You know, you managed to play pre-recorded. If I could have just played the one thing, I'll show you all the top ballers, okay, saying they're different things, but the main ones like Kosho and all them. And listen, nobody disputes. It's only anti-flat earthers who dispute the 3 separate star paths. I just showed you the Astronomy Club, Google. Okay, go to Wikipedia. There are 3 star paths. Okay, and I'm not talking about, like I said, overhead, and it's ever so gentle. But it's existent,
if they splayed out, then you wouldn't track them properly with telescopes. You couldn't constantly keep a star pattern in a scope the whole time because it would splay out and disappear off the edges. That never happens. To be honest, I don't want to debate anymore because that's absolutely patently
hold on, you can't depend it. You can't,
gentlemen. Because of the audio feedback going on Brian's microphone, we really have to just really try to only take turns in speaking. So just I'll concise statements and then allow the other person to respond.
Yeah, I know. I'll try and mute while I'm not talking. And Mr. Sensible, you do the same. You tend to get a little excited, man. But I'm talking about up on the horizon. The tracking the stars is not dependable toward the horizon. Okay, the speed changes. You can attribute it to refraction or whatever you want to, but you're not. What you're saying we should see, we do see that. You're saying that it's because of refraction or some of this stuff, but I'll tell you that no, it's because of what we see and we can measure it. It's not. It's ever so gentle, but that's what we see, man. I don't know how you're.
There is refraction right in the lower few degrees above the horizon, yes. But looking at star trails, you see the stars going round in a circle if you turn that way. You see them going in a circle the other way if you turn that way. If you use a wide-angle lens, you can see them apparently splaying out, but that's just down to the lens. They never, ever splay out. If you took a non-distorting photo of that constellation above you, it would look the same there as it does there as it does behind me.
So how about what about Stellarium? Stellarium showed deviation. None of the star programs hide this. It's ever so gentle, but it's there. You're acting like it's not, and you're the only one, bud. Okay, so Stellarium's wrong then. Are you telling me Stellarium's wrong?
I am saying that as a constellation rises, apart from that first few degrees of refraction, as it rises, passes overhead, or passes overhead that way, it will not change size. I put £50 down to charity if you can show me images, 2 images of the same constellation, and it has changed.
I'll tell you what, man. I will play specifically for you. We went through this. We went over this for days, and they finally had to come to the conclusion. And I'm talking about your side, the tip of the spear that people I debate every day, had to accept it because it happens. It's on the horizon. It's gentle, but it happens. And hold on. Your stars, you're talking about a degree or two above the horizon. No, they start changing speed when they drop below like 20 degrees. And half the time when they're under 10 degrees, we don't even see them above the horizon. I don't think you're doing these observations, or I don't know if you're even claiming you are, but what you're saying we see ain't it, bud. Okay. Half the time we don't even see the stars sitting on the horizon, bub.
I've already acknowledged the lowest few degrees there is refraction, which actually brings me on to one of your images where you showed the sun setting and the apparent setting. That's true. The sun actually sets before you see it set. Because of refraction, it's lifted just a couple of degrees, and so you actually see it disappear a couple minutes or whatever after it actually has dropped below the horizon. Refraction is a thing.
Yeah, it had to be a thing on either model. But I want to bring up, you mentioned Coriolis, and I didn't touch on that in my presentation.
No, but you told me you were going to. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I wanted to talk about is like the firing tables and all this, and I looked into the math and everything, and the way y'all describe whatever y'all are describing, okay, it's not Coriolis, but I understand what y'all are describing, and if you want to call it that, that's fine. But so I ask you this: if we're on a cylinder, would you experience Coriolis traveling from the equator toward the North Pole?
No. Because your rotational velocity is the same at the equator as it is halfway towards the pole. It's a cylinder. I'm assuming North Pole down vertically through the cylinder. So you've got the same rotational velocity. So your conservation of the momentum is the same at the equator as your momentum would be halfway up and right up to the top of that cylinder. So no, there would be no Coriolis.
Okay. So when you start talking about the atmosphere rotating with the Earth, there are consequences, man, and you can't get around them. You have to address them. So I want to bring one up to you. A consequence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth. First off, I want to say that the air is not bound to anything. There's no bonds on a molecular level. It's free to rotate, and winds go whichever way they want. But besides that,
hold on. You brought up a point, which is okay, but don't just skip straight on. Let me just address that. Yes, it's not bound. But the atmosphere as a whole is rotating and always has been rotating with the Earth. You're right. There's nothing to force it to carry on rotating, but there's nothing to slow it down either. Now, you get variations with winds as air moves towards lower pressure areas from higher pressure areas. But overall, the atmosphere is rotating at the same speed as the Earth.
So it's almost like we're stationary, right? The atmosphere is moving right along with us, right? Almost like we're just not moving at all.
It's
Who would have thought? Okay. Well, anyway, my point was so you say there's no Coriolis on the cylinder because of the tangential speed. Okay. So that means that anything off in a tangent, there will be no Coriolis, right? Anything above that tangent line on a globe, anything beyond a cylinder, in other words, anything the size of a cylinder, which is the tangent from your feet, or above it, in other words, anything steeper, that'd be reverse Coriolis, right? If it's going, in other words, if we're experiencing Coriolis because the Earth is curving down and the tangential speed is changing, that means the tangent would be zero. Below it, as the Earth curves, would be the effect we're measuring. Above it would be we'd be entering a region of faster tangential speed. So it'd be reverse Coriolis, right?
No, what happens is let's take that typical figure. You're rotating at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour. If you jump up into the air, you're moving eastwards, continuing at 1,000 miles an hour. Now, if you got fired from a cannon headed northwards, you're still going eastwards at 1,000 miles an hour, even though you're also now going northwards. But
Yeah,
the land you're now passing over is not going eastwards at 1,000 miles an hour. So you appear to end up ahead of yourself. Your path from the ground looks as if it's curved eastwards.
Okay, so there would be Coriolis on a cylinder. Okay, well,
No. Because imagine a cylinder. Halfway down the cylinder, that cylinder's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. Near the top of the cylinder, it's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. It's one rigid cylinder.
Yeah, and so is your wind, though. Hold on, real quick.
But let me
you just said your wind is rotating with the Earth. So what?
Yes, it is. But
so now it's
imagine
not.
instead the Earth as a sphere has two slices. One at the equator, rotating at 1,000 miles an hour once per day. One near the pole. It's also rotating once per day, but that's a lot slower because it doesn't have to go so fast to get round once per day. So if you stepped from one slice to the next slice, suddenly you're going faster than that slice. That would give you Coriolis.
So if you go above a tangent, then you're entering that. If you say the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, then you need to live by the consequences, and the consequences are that if I project out above the tangent, I'm entering a speed like on a cylinder. But if I go steeper and I project at an upward angle, even a little bit, I'm entering an area that you say is rotating faster than the area I left, not slower. So it would be reverse. I mean, I don't see how.
I think I see what you're saying, but.
Well, you said the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, so
yes,
if it's rotating with the Earth, then
but it does move
that's
around
the consequences, man. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, but you're talking about a hypothetical cylinder. The Earth is a sphere. If you think if you must have been on a train when another train overtakes or you overtake the other train, you look past and they seem to be going backwards as you go past. If you threw an object from your window direct at the window next to you, it would miss because that train is moving at a different speed. That's the same effect as Coriolis.
Okay, so
you're
you
going
can
from
see
one speed to another speed.
Right, so you can see that if we go up above a tangent, we're entering a region of faster tangential speed, basically more angular momentum.
Well, the fact is we're not measuring our position against the atmosphere. We're measuring our position against the land. We fired you from a cannon at the equator, northwards, aiming somewhere directly northwards, but because you start off with a faster tangential velocity, you'll miss. You'll veer to the eastward if we're firing north.
Yeah, that's what they say. But you have the atmosphere moving with the Earth. So let's say if I'm a sniper and I'm laying on my belly on the ground, and even if I'm at a firing range and I'm aiming slightly uphill at the side of a hill, and my bullet never gets down lower than my tangent, then my bullet is I'd like you to address this. That you have your atmosphere rotating with the Earth, so don't try and separate the land again. You have them both rotating together, so I'd like you to maintain that consistency. So if the bullet leaves the ground, which is rotating at a certain speed, and it goes up slightly, it's actually entering a region that is faster. It is literally faster if it's at an upward angle until that bullet drops down beneath that tangent. Okay, then there's no getting around it. I mean,
well, you're obviously talking over a very short distance. I don't know what distance you can fire a sniper's bullet, a couple of miles, say. And now, if you're talking about firing uphill, I know what you're saying. That's a wider radius on the Earth, so therefore its rotational velocity is slightly different. Possibly that would affect the Coriolis, maybe cancel it, or maybe even more so the other way.
Yeah, so we need to get with the military and correct the tables, man, because that could have serious implications.
For Coriolis.
I think it's the Elias effect, the fact that the bullet's spinning. That's why everything seems to deviate to the right. I don't think we know for sure exactly what it is, if at all. But I wanted to say one more thing on that. It's not just the sniper in the short range. Almost every projectile is firing at a target of equal height or even higher, like on ships. They could be firing from the ocean up onto the land, and their bullets always start upwards. So, like I said, I'll end it with this on that. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then we'd have a reverse effect with the upward angle. As long as the projectile never dropped beneath the tangent line, then we'd have to do the calculations different.
With a missile, we're talking about the path over the ground it takes and the point where it lands. You've aimed at a point where it lands. It actually doesn't matter.
So no atmosphere.
Hold on, please. Let me speak. I'll let you speak.
Yeah, sorry.
Now, as it goes through that air, apart from the fact of the air possibly affecting the path, it doesn't matter if it's ahead of or behind where it should be because of the speed of that air. What matters is the target you aimed at. And with Coriolis, if you fired north, then your bullet, your missile, is going to want to tend to move to the east. I would like an explanation. Why do weather systems rotate one way in the north of equator and the other way in the south?
Yeah, me too. I need an explanation on that.
Okay.
Two things. Hold on. Two things. No. No. Yeah, you say it's Coriolis, except for the hurricanes. I live in the hurricane belt. It's a freaking hurricane out there right now if I turn this camera around, but it's finally slacking off. But so you want to attribute that to Coriolis, but I've seen a couple of these storms rotating the other way, and it would only take one. But then you want to attribute that to conservation of momentum. And I look into it, and the pendulums, they deviate clockwise, and the hurricanes deviate counterclockwise. So if you start with a storm, not only that, with a storm coming from the equator, like and working its way up toward the coast, any of them that hit the Gulf of Mexico, they're flying directly in the face of Coriolis, but the spin itself is directly not conserving momentum. So I'm the one who needs an explanation on that. Why does a pendulum go clockwise in the northern hemisphere and a hurricane go counterclockwise?
No, the bigger question, Brian, is if it goes one way in the northern hemisphere, why does it decide to go the other way when you go south of the equator? If it's a flat plane, any effect from rotation of that flat plane will be the same, if not worse, going further south, further away from the center. It actually reverses.
I suppose that if we thought like that, we'd have to assume that if we're on a globe, every storm would be a hurricane coming from down there. The fact of the matter is, it's only the storms with enough energy. Vortex science is cutting edge, man. It's interesting stuff. But I'll say this: you could take a plate in a swimming pool and just take and wave it through the water, and what'll happen is it'll cast a shadow onto the bottom of the pool, and it'll have a clockwise vortex off to the right, like going toward the northern hemisphere, or it's opposite, and then counterclockwise to the right, and then clockwise to the left. Okay, and what'll happen is the shadow, even after you remove the plate, just one swipe of the plate, it'll track right along the pool, and there's nothing there. But here's my point:
actually brushing the plate through the water.
Yeah, just brush the
to
neat
leave two
thing.
vortexes. Yeah, of course you're going to get a vortex each way. So what are you suggesting causes these vortexes? Because I can explain it. What happens is if you've got air at the equator moving north to try and head towards a low pressure system, unfortunately, it's got an eastward velocity. The area it's wanting to head towards has less velocity, so it starts to miss it, but it's being attracted towards it, so it starts to curl back round. Then you get that curving spiral effect of storms, and below the equator, it's the other way round.
Is that right? You're going to tell me that they start? So when they form off the coast of Africa, right above the equator, so you're telling me that they start going eastward, or do they head northwest?
If I can,
and then then they level out, and some of them head off to the left, and I'd say the majority of them head off to the right up the coast. Okay, Florida is kind of like the split point, the Panhandle. I mean, not the Panhandle, but the peninsula is kind of like the splitting point. But so you're telling me that Earth curve took a day off for the storms like Katrina, the ones that hit the Gulf of Mexico? My point being is you still haven't explained if it's the Earth spin, why is it going opposite of the pendulum and the gyroscope?
Right. Here's a diagram of a gross diagram about the flow. As you can see, the red arrows heading from the equator veer to the east. The blue arrows from the north heading towards the west because of Coriolis. So as you see, if they're both, if we look at, I don't know if my mouse is showing, where is that? Around Spain, in the middle of the diagram. If that was the low pressure area, you've got air rushing from the north, air rushing from the south, but both of them are trying to miss it due to Coriolis. So they have to start turning. And then you get the spiral of weather systems. That is how it works. This really is not rocket science. It is very well known.
So no weather systems without being on a ball then, right?
Sorry?
So no weather systems unless we're on a ball that's rotating. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not trying to defend flat Earth or any other shape Earth. I'm defending globe Earth. And the science works. Coriolis.
Yeah, well, I'm good with that, man. But the honest stance is, you think it's that, and here's your evidence. But to act like we know for sure that that's how things, there's always Mother Nature don't like to be pinned down. I'll say that, and there's always other explanations. But I understand the globe does have an explanation. I'll give you that. But you still haven't explained if it's conserving momentum, okay, the angular momentum, the tangential speed. Okay, why is it opposite from the pendulum? So you're saying it's not conserving momentum then? Which one is not conserving momentum?
Brian, off the top of my head, I can't recall which way pendulums north of the equator and pendulums south of the equator will veer off of their original path. But I do know that north and south of the equator, that precession of the pendulums goes the opposite way, and it varies by latitude.
Okay, can you? I don't know if you've ever tried that, but I've done pendulums live on streams, and I don't think they're as reliable as you think they are. But they describe your pendulum? Hold on. Let me get to my point. My point is that I've been searching and I can't find any pendulums in the Southern Hemisphere from any of the colleges, any of the schools. I'm not saying they're not out there, but I've been searching. I can't find any. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but I give up on my search. If you can ever post one of them, you may have one on hand. But I would really like to see that. I'm genuinely curious.
Well, as I said, depending on how far north or south you are, the precession is at a different rate. And you can, if you let the pendulum swing for a while, and it needs to be a very long pendulum that's running for quite a while. You can't just have a little handheld one that, little thing like that. It wouldn't work. You can see the angle of the precession and calculate your latitude. That works.
I think Foucault was. Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I think Foucault was questioned, for him acting like, I think that was questioned. I have the GPS engineering documents that say the Sagnac effect, which is similar, is not due to Earth rotation. That's arguable. I didn't bring them, so I'll in fact, forget I even mentioned it. But,
no. What are you saying? Sagnac is cool.
It proves, let me say this. You know what? Go ahead. I'll concede after making that. I'll bring it next time, or I'll show you after the debate.
Yes, we'd have to have a word with Mr. Bob Nodell. Thanks, Bob, who proved that the Earth was rotating at 15 degrees per hour by using.
Yeah, I knew that was going to come up. He proved it. I knew that was going to come up.
You guys at the same time.
Go ahead, Brian. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was going to say I knew that was going to come up. Even no matter what he does, he's always going to live with that. He posted the results that at the same latitude, he changed heights, and it changed. Which is what we would expect if it's toroidal or vortexual. But we got a over 1 degree faster rotation, as you want to call it, the Earth rotating. So the Earth speeds up over 1 degree if you go up a mile or two.
Yeah, his other readings, which I don't think he's officially published yet, my understanding is that they are within the bounds of error of measurement. But also, what else can affect the lasers within a ring laser gyroscope, which is sealed? It's not magnetic.
The Sagnac effect, man.
Yeah, Sagnac effect. which is caused by the path of the light one way being longer than the path of the light the other way because it's moving. That's the only way it happens.
The only way. See, for you to say that, that's the only way.
Yeah.
That's not an honest stance in my opinion. I don't think I'm not calling you a liar or nothing like that. But
No, I
for
know
you to
you're
say
not.
it's the only way, I think that's not an honest stance, man.
No, it's an honest answer, and I appreciate you not calling me a liar, Brian. I do appreciate it. That's fine. The only other explanation could be if the speed of light changes if you send a laser one way to the other way. The reason we get the interference is that the path traveled by the light is longer. It takes slightly longer going one way than the other, and therefore you get the interference. That is
Another thing that would cause that is if the field itself was rotating. That's the opposite stance for the geocentrists. They claim it's the field rotating. So that's exactly what we would see. And also what we would see is it would be faster as you went up higher. That's so when Bob Nodell, and he didn't publish them like as far as into a magazine, but he posted them and everybody went through them, including me. We just did it the other night, and it's showing an additional over 1 degree at the same latitude. And if you want to say that there's, oh yeah, well, we expected that. That's just a cop out. We did it predicted 15 degrees an hour at that latitude at any height, stationary. And within about a tenth of a degree, and it was way beyond that, which proves it's the field.
Yeah, it should still be and always be 15 degrees per hour within error bars because it takes 24 hours roughly to rotate completely. Therefore, it has, and that's 360 degrees. Therefore, in 1 hour, it has to be 15 degrees. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah,
And
I
no,
wanted,
that's
yeah,
never
like
gonna
I
live
said,
up
man,
to
if anybody thanks Bob, all the arguments sound great on its face, and any of these you look into and scrutinize them, they kill the globe. Like I wanted you to address the with the moon above the horizon, way above the sun. The sun's sitting there like a degree or two above the horizon, and I went to the triangle calculator, and it did show that it's like if it's 2 degrees above the horizon, it's like 3,200,000 miles above your feet, looking off at 0 degrees, judging that as your feet. If you look up 1 degree, the sun is actually 1,600,000 miles above your feet. So that's how y'all explain the fact that the top of the moon is lit up with a moon above the sun. So that's fine. But how then could it simultaneously underlight the bottom of clouds? If it's 93 million miles away, that is a geometric impossibility.
Right. Well, a couple of things. One, there is refraction when the sun is very low. As I said, the sun is actually lower than it appears. Therefore, the rays are shining upward more than you may think. There is absolutely no way for an underside of the cloud to be lit unless the light source was throwing light rays up from an apparent lower elevation. So there's only two possibilities, Brian. Either that sun is physically lower than the clouds on a flat Earth, which means someone's going to have a bad day and needs factor 2 million sunblock, or the sun is below the Earth horizon, the tangent line that is shining up, tangent line, and up to the bottom of the clouds.
Right. I agree. If we had a sun the size of your model, that close, we would definitely need that sunblock. But what also would be what would things look like in the distance? How would the sun appear? You said it could be light refracting. So if the light was bending up, like you said, is the only other possibility. How would it appear to us if the light was curving up, and how would other objects way off in the distance, how would they appear to us if that light was in fact doing that?
Well, you have refraction. So the position of the sun is an apparent position, just like with the horizon. It's an apparent horizon because you have refraction. And I know Fight the Flat Earth has had a bad time of it from people who don't understand. If I look at my hand, that's its apparent position. It's pretty much exactly where I look at it. But there's air in between. Air causes refraction. Therefore, it will be subtly different. I mean, that will be minuscule different. But when you're talking about the difference from your position to the horizon, that's a greater amount of air, a greater amount of refraction. It starts to affect things. Hence, that stupid black swan photo.
No, I'm asking you though. Okay, so that's wait, can you answer a little more directly? If you said the only other possibility is if the light's been like hitting the bottom of the clouds, like if the light's curving up, or if the sun's not. In other words, if the sun's not actually that low, then the light has to be bending up to hit the bottom of the clouds, and that I agree that would be one of the only other possibilities. That would make the sun appear lower. And also, it would make, if the light was doing that in the distance, it would make like mountains in the background, or it would make them appear lower, right?
Well, interesting you mentioned mountains. The tops of mountains light up first at dawn, and as the sun lifts, the sunlight goes down. And at the end of the day, the tops of the mountains are the last things that are lit, because the sun, the rays of light from the sun are coming from a lower elevation. So my either or was either the sun really is physically lower than that mountain over a flat earth, which it cannot be, or you've got a curved earth and it is below that tangent line.
Yeah, that's a big problem in your model, man. Okay,
no,
I just showed you hold on, bud, shut it down. I just showed you the triangle calculator, and like I said, that sun that's 1 degree above the horizon is 1,600,000 miles above your feet. So how can you explain the shadow hitting the bottom of clouds while casting a shadow down on the moon and down on the ground? Even if it's a long shadow with a 1 degree downward angle, that's still light coming in above me. And for it to simultaneously cast a shadow on the bottom of clouds, that proves the local sun 100%, dude.
The clouds are a lot higher than you, Brian. This is a very, very big, I don't know what the word is, but you've got the sun 93 million miles away. The Earth is huge. The clouds are high. It's 3D and spatial awareness. You that business about...
Whoa. Let me cut in real quick.
Yeah, but Brian, it is to do that because I made a note, because you said about, in your video, you said about the moon, which part of it was lit, and there's the sun over there. If you hold a ball up, you will find, arm's length, you will find that the lit part and the shaded part always match the moon.
That whole point of that video was to show you that they don't. I have another video on my channel with a soccer ball up in a tree, and the point is to show you that they absolutely don't. But you just mentioned spatial awareness and said the clouds are high. Hold on. So if I go up in the clouds, the sun's going to change angles? Is that what you're trying to say? I just told you that the sun is 1,600,000 miles above my feet in your model. And you just said that I'm like, I don't know if you're talking about spatial awareness. You said the clouds are higher. So you telling me that if I go up to the clouds, the sun's not going to come up with me? You're saying it's going to change angles or something?
You can there is video on YouTube shot from a plane with the setting sun shining up through the clouds. It's apparently lower than that plane. How can that be? If the plane was at 38,000 feet, are you going to say that the sun is below 38,000 feet?
If it's 1,600,000 miles above my feet, that's where the sun 1 degree above the horizon. Okay, if it's like half a degree above the horizon, then it's 800. And I got Glober's quoting this. It was in my presentation. If the sun is half a degree above the horizon, in other words, just peeking its head up, it's 800,000 miles above your feet. Now, I'm not going to make this argument if it's below the horizon, then you have a point. The problem is we're seeing all these phenomenons with the sun peeking up overhead or even up to 5 degrees above the horizon. That's a problem, bro.
Okay, two things. You can get this effect while the sun is below the horizon once it's set. Satellites that you can see going across the sky are because the sun is shining, from your perspective, is shining up towards them and reflecting off them. Even aircraft, just after the sun has gone, high aircraft will still be in sunlight, but the sun has dropped below that horizon. That's impossible on a flat Earth.
Not if light's refracting upwards. In fact,
well,
just a little, hold on, settle down. If we just invoke a little bit of upward refraction, okay, just a tiny little bit, enough to cause, along with the angle changing due to it being local, just about a degree every 69 miles, that'd be all it would take. It's just a little tiny bit over the distance. And then we would see the light hitting bottom of clouds. We would see the top of mountains being the last thing to go dark, but the shadow not being cast down, which is exactly what we do see.
But if you ever look at either the ISS or any of the other satellites, which it's always predicted exactly when they'll pass over. If you look at a website like heavensabove.org, they'll tell you exactly when they're going to pass over you, what time, how far above the horizon they'll be when they appear, how long they'll be lit, how bright they'll be lit, and when they go into the Earth's shadow. But that whole time you can see them, because we're talking about nighttime, the sun is not in view. And yet you could see them for, I think the maximum is about 5 or 6 minutes going right across the sky over you, but there's no sun. The reason you can see them is because they're lit up.
I agree with my point wasn't with, I need to make this crystal clear. I'm not referring to when the sun is below the horizon. It's a very small window with the clouds and with buildings and stuff, but there is a teeny little window for light to maybe go a little bit past parallel, but there is a window. I'll concede that. But with the ISS, maybe you have more of a window being it's up high. But once again, we're told that if we could go to the moon and the angle to the sun's only going to change it, not even an eighth of a degree. The sun's going to follow us up. If it's above the horizon, though. So I will concede that if we're talking about the sun underneath the horizon, I'm not arguing that. I would attribute that to light refraction.
Brian, if you drive along at night looking at the moon, it appears to travel along with you, or the sun, it appears to travel along with you. If you were going to taking a trip to the moon, the sun would appear to, if you're going straight, it would still appear in your window the same position, because as I demonstrated, the light is all but parallel. It is within half a degree. Sun's 250,000 miles away. The moon's 250,000 miles away. Sun is 93 to 94 million miles away. The angle of the angular size of the sun is about half a degree. So the rays of light are virtually parallel.
So
that's
all
why
them photos I just showed. All them photos I just showed. I mean, I just showed a stock of them. I've even had a bunch of them from Soundly's channel with him showing a sun above the horizon, hitting the bottom of clouds, casting with a sun above the horizon, supposedly casting a shadow up on the mountains. So you're telling me it's parallel, but it's 1,600,000 miles. I can't put enough emphasis on that, above my feet. And you're telling me it's hitting the bottom of clouds and casting shadows up, and also casting a shadow on the ground at the same time?
Brian,
that's not parallel.
I think you're thinking of this the wrong way. When you're saying that the sun is 1 million miles above your feet, you don't think of that. It's the angle. How far angularly is it up or down? Now,
1 degree.
When you said, but when you said it's 1 million miles, you're talking about 1 million miles between a tangent from your feet to where the sun would be if it was at 0 degrees, to the distance vertically to where it is at an angle of 1 degree. The important thing is it's only 1 degree or half a degree or whatever. The million miles or whatever, that doesn't matter a jot.
Right. So 1 degree sun will cast a shadow about 26 meters long with a 1 meter stick. It's all, they show it in SunCalc. If you go to SunCalc, that stick that's attached to the ball that represents the sun represents a 1 meter tall stick. So it tells you the shadow length. Yeah. And if it's sitting on the horizon, my point is to say that, it's casting a downward shadow, however slight, that's light coming in downward. So it can't come upward. But the point in saying how high it was is you said that the ball is always matched. The point is we've documented, every month there's a couple days out of the month where it doesn't match the balls that we put up above us, and that's the explanation. Anyway, in the debate, the explanation. It was in my opening. This is the very first thing I showed. And the explanation is this. The explanation is the math. The fact that if you calculate the sun 1 degree, it's 1,600,000 miles above. That's the explanation, and that is. I will present that after the debate too. So.
Well, Brian, I came across another flat earther some time ago who'd mirrored someone else's video holding a ball and saying it didn't match the moon that was also in shot. And I did a debunk video, and one of the flat earthers actually said, sorry, you're correct. The other one just never responded. He was wrong and didn't back down.
Well, it only
I'd
happens
like
a
to
couple
see-
times out of the month, bro. So if you didn't do it at that exact time, then yeah, it will match.
Why should it be
most
different
of the time
at
it does
different time of
match.
month?
But in my channel, I put a ball up in a tree to show. So if you tried it at a different time, then usually it does match. I'll even concede that. But there's times of the month it doesn't.
But it depends on your position. What I did was I put a ball on a pole about a meter long, and then depending where you are looking round that ball, you would see a different amount of the shadow. But if you've got them pretty much right next to each other in the sky, so I've got the ball and there's the moon, sort of pretty much next to each other visually, they will match. If I look and there's the moon over there, it's a half moon, and then I hold a ball over there, it's going to look different, of course, because I'm seeing a different face of it. If I turn around and hold that ball right next to the moon, they'll match.
Yeah, but the moon is tough on models. I'll say that. Like I said, hold on. The explanation is that it's actually above the sun, but that brings me to the selenelium. Okay, the geometrically impossible eclipse. I understand y'all have an explanation, but it's not the geometry that you're acting like always works. Okay, and you can invoke that. Like I said, on my own channel, I do concede that it usually will match the ball up above us, but it doesn't always match. I have it in my own video, and that's like the selenelium with the moon on the horizon and the sun also on the horizon, and so they're both, And once again, I do want to bring up that if that sun's on the horizon, it's at least a million above our feet.
Brian, you mentioned selenelium. If we didn't have an atmosphere, it wouldn't happen. It can only happen because we got an atmosphere. The sun's being refracted, so it looks a bit higher. The moon's being refracted, so it looks a bit higher. In actual fact, they're in a dead straight line to give you that eclipse. But the refraction
so the sun's not. If it's let's say if it's 2 degrees above the horizon, it's not 3,200,000 miles above my feet, or if it's 1 degree, it's not. It's not 1,600,000, because that was the explanation. That's the across the table, the Glober's explanation on why the sun could be sitting on the horizon, the moon right almost in front of it, and the top of it lit, is the fact that the sun's higher.
If you've got a solar eclipse, that's because the Earth is directly between the sun and the moon. And if you're stood on the Terminator line, so you can just see the sun rising and just see the moon, okay, then what has actually happened is they are in a dead straight line, so our shadow falls onto the moon. However, what we actually visually see is the moon lifted up slightly because of refraction, because it's so close to the horizon, and the same with the sun.
I would give you that. You know what? I would give you that is at least an explanation. At least you have an explanation. But even that fails because because when the shadow, no, it's not, because when the shadow does come in, it comes in from the top. So even if I gave you that refraction, which is crazy kind of to me, but it's at least an explanation. When the shadows do come in, the two that I've seen, they came in from the top. So that whole idea is done. Don't bring it up again, dude, ever.
You did mention something, the very, very first point in your video. You said a magnetic focal point of the sun or something. I really, really didn't understand what you were talking about there.
Well, I was trying to explain it. It's like a magnetic focal point of energy in that model. The best I could do is that, like I said, I could show you the pictures of the thick cumulus clouds, and the explanation I've got from in debate is that it's washing out these cumulus clouds. I think that that's a stretch. These cumulus clouds block the light. In fact, I depend on them in the summertime around here. These thick cumulus clouds don't get washed out by the sun. So when we look off in the distance, and it's not clouds just right on the horizon, it's a little above, but it is off in the distance. I think that could easily be explained if the sun is a focal point, like a focal point of energy, maybe even a focal point of light. That's the only honest explanation, I think, in my opinion, that would explain the sun appearing in front of these thick cumulus clouds.
Okay, well, Brian, you said right at the beginning about some yes/no questions. I'd like to ask you, this isn't a gotcha, but do you agree that the sun is approximately half a degree angular size in the sky?
Sure.
Okay. So would you also agree that if light rays were traveling from the left-hand side of that disk of the sun and at the right-hand disk of the sun, they can only be half a degree apart? That
No,
being
but
the angular size.
now you're trying to switch to the size. Like I'm going above 1,600,000 miles.
No.
The sun is 800,000 miles wide.
I'm trying to demonstrate that sunlight would be parallel, near as damn it.
It can't come in further from the sides from that distance. The geometry, if the cloud is bigger than half a degree, the sun can't wrap around it unless it's closer to the sun. And that would change the angular size of the cloud. In other words, if you have...
I'm just trying to establish that if the sun has an angular size of half a degree, if light comes from the left or from the right of it, it can only be half a degree apart, which is virtually parallel. If we're talking about a star, which is a point source of light, there is no left and right, so therefore the sunlight all comes the starlight all comes parallel. I'm just asking if you agree with that.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
But I was just arguing maybe I jumped the gun. I was just arguing the angular size relations.
Yeah, because I showed the Eratosthenes diagram and then stuck a load of Mr. Sensibles on there to show that if I was 10 degrees away, I'm 600 nautical miles, 20 degrees away, I'm 1,200 nautical miles, 30 degrees, I'm 1,800. That relationship holds true. And then I showed a diagram with a flat Earth and a local sun, non-parallel light, with 7 Mr. Sensibles. As you got further away, so the sun was at a lower and lower angle, the distance between them did not increase at 600 nautical miles per Mr. Sensible, each of which is 10 degrees, but it got longer and longer and longer and longer, demonstrating that celestial navigation using a sextant could not work on a flat Earth.
Okay, I need a long response to that.
Okay.
Okay, I double-checked these angles, and so I tried it at 5 degrees. I just went 69 miles per degree. I think that's empirical. No matter what model you're going to use, we see 69 miles per degree. However you want to explain it, whether you want to put the sun and the stars a gajillion miles away and measure from the center, that's fine. That works. Okay, or if you want to use light refracting with a more local sun. But then I measured it at 10 degrees. It's still 69 miles per degree. It wasn't until I got out almost 1,500 miles to where it started mismatching. So, like I said, it wouldn't take much refraction and for the light to curve. That model that I showed from Trulon was just that. It was a transform for flat Earth with light refraction. And if you plug these observations into the models, like Cinemax and all that, that's exactly what we see. That's why the other model works so good. The sun and the refraction, the model did it for them. It fixed the light, and it actually contradicted the globe to a certain extent anyway. But it didn't make it totally unfeasible. But so to take just a gentle angle. And one more thing, if we measure, if you measure a triangle and you put in for 69 miles for your baseline, and you put in for your angle observation 1 degree, you get a height above the ground of 3,958.7 miles, the exact Earth radius. So I think that's obvious that that's how they got the radius, was that they did the triangulation and realized that as they went further that it wasn't working. So I think it was just easier to map it on a ball, and that's how they did it.
Let me just say a couple things. So you said you tried to map these out, and could you just mute? Cheers. And you said for the first degree it was 69. For the next one it was almost exactly. I mean, I'm glad you're honest enough to say that. I'm pop my diagram up again. As you can see, each one is a multiple of 10 degrees. But look at the difference between the leftmost and the next left, Mr. Sensibles. It's huge. Basically, it gets more and more inaccurate the further you go around. But if you have parallel light with a light source a great distance away, all you're doing is curving around a curved surface. So every time you curve 10 degrees, you have moved 600 nautical miles, 600 arc minutes from the person who's got the sun directly overhead. That's why I issued that as a challenge to any flat earther to draw basically a row of Mr. Sensibles, each exactly the same distance apart, and it equate to the correct number of degrees at the sun's light source. It can't be done. That's
I'll do
simple
better than
geometry.
that. There's 2 mathematical models that I already presented, and I've come up with my own. So I just come up with a ratio, or a refraction ratio, and it's ever so gentle, and it's a direct function of the distance. So all you do is this is how I did McToon. This is how I got the distance on his challenge. But he said I used a sphere, and I'll give him that. I'm not trying to claim he owes me money, but I did get the accurate within about 8 miles. So what I did, here's what I did. I come up with a formula real quick. I come up with a formula by doing the triangulation. So you triangulate you measure your angle in real life. Okay. And if you get, say, 30 degrees, you triangulate it with a height. So what I did is I measured from Polaris, I went 69 miles, and I measured a 1 degree difference. So that's based on no refraction. So then when I get off 30 degrees, I want to measure the refraction and get my true distance. So what I do is I measured the triangulated distance from 30 degrees, and then I apply this formula, 90 minus A, which is using cosine over 90, times D, which is the triangulated distance, times point A, which is 1% of the angle. It's just and it works until you get down to the horizon. In fact, at a lot of the degrees, it's on the dot, matching the 69 degrees per mile on the dot. And but them other 2 had it mathematically modeled out. So there's your challenge is answered 3 times in one paragraph.
Well, I just want to say, with regard to MC Toon, okay, I can tell you that he is a 100% honest person. And if you either met his challenge, or let's say you met his challenge because he hadn't got the rules correct and you've sort of solved whatever, he would pay up. Okay.
That's not in contention, Mr. Sensible. I'm not contending that he owes money.
I just want to make that
I
clear.
did read the rule.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But we know that every 69 miles you move away from the pole, the Polaris drops 1 degree. Now, if that's a flat surface and you draw triangles at 10 degrees, 20, 30, 40 degrees up, you're going to get differing heights of Polaris.
Well, let's see you draw triangles, Mr. Sensible, on your ball. Draw triangles and tell me the
I don't need to, because we don't use
nobody
triangles.
needs to. Listen,
We
nobody
don't use
needs
triangles.
It doesn't matter. Nobody needs to. The point is the height is not in any of the calculations in celestial navigation. So you can't try and pin it on us to provide a height. It's not part of the calculations. Period. It wouldn't work on the surface of a sphere unless you transfer them angles down to the center and put your stars and sun like an infinite amount of miles away. That's the only way to make it work. So don't act like it just works hunky-dory. There are explanations.
Right. Well, I already established that starlight is parallel.
That's our time to get on.
Okay. I guess, well, we'll leave it there then. That's fine.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for having that open, vigorous discussion.
It's fun.
Let's go ahead and kick it into the Q&A in just a moment. I just want to let you guys know that we will be having, the RHE podcast is having an after show directly following this episode. So I believe Mr. Sensible said he would be able to pop by for a little bit. I don't know if Brian will be able to, but he has the link. So I will be showing up there also. So if you guys want to show up there after the debate, that would be great. Also, our guests are linked in the description below. So if you like what you've heard from either of them tonight, please go ahead and click their links and show them some support. Show MDD some support by liking the video, sharing the video, subscribing, as he has many more juicy debates coming your way. And I will go ahead and start the timer for the Q&A, and let's go ahead and get into that. So, of course, super chats go to the top of the list. So if you have a super chat, we still have some room there for that. And we'll try to get to the other ones if we have time. First super chat comes from Witsit Gets It for $4.99. They say, it can't be proven that the Earth is in movement. Hawking agrees it's a philosophical decision based on the Copernican principle. It's a religion. I believe that's for you, Mr. Sensible. You're muted, by the way.
I think what he was saying, and who did you say Hawking? I thought it was Einstein. Optically, if you look at the moon, is the moon moving or are we moving? We're in different frame of reference. So who is right? There is no correct frame of reference. But you can't tell just by looking that we're moving.
Quick point for Austin. Yeah, I think that was his point, is that there's no way to prove that it's the Earth spinning. They picked the latter on philosophical grounds because they can't stand the thought of the horrible position of the sun being in a unique position, or the Earth being in a unique position, and the rest of the universe paying homage directly to us. So that's why they chose the latter.
Yeah, well, I said optically, but if you use a gyroscope like Bob did, thanks, Bob, you'll find that we are moving. And if we're not, you've got the entire universe rotating around us every 24 hours, which I think you're going to need a bit of evidence for.
That's funny because Einstein made his quote after that experiment.
It's his super chat for him, so we gotta let him have the last word. So let's go ahead and move on to the next super chat from Malvia for $5. I hope I'm saying that right. They say, ridiculing furs is a must, Kaz. They refuse to do the experiments that will prove the Earth is round. They are, well, whether or not it is a must, that is not what this platform is for. As far as I understand it, James's his vision is to provide a neutral platform that is an equal playing field for everyone. So we try to foster that environment by not insulting each other and ridiculing each other. What we do is ridicule their ideas with facts, logic, and reason, hopefully. So I hope that if you want to ridicule their ideas, I understand that there is a time and a place for that. Start your channel. We can all do some kind of maybe collaborations in the future. I don't know if James will do that, but I'm certainly okay with ridiculing certain bad ideas. But other than that,
can I put a quick response to that? Can I make a short response to that?
Sure.
That's why I posted a couple models, and then I just supplied another formula to just to try and, whether I subscribe to the models, I don't think I can prove any model 100% anyway, but I just wanted to present them to try and cut down on the ridicule, so to give them people something to go look at and try and prove wrong. And so that's what I recommend that guy do.
All right, let's go ahead and move on. From a commercial sound and video for $2, they say, can a glober show a measurable curvature? Mr. Sensible. You're muted again.
Sorry, I'm trying to be polite so I don't make noises. I sent a balloon up called Mage to 38.75 kilometers and took video evidence showing the curve of the Earth. And to rule out any claims of distortion, the camera that was used was not a fisheye lens. It was not a wide-angle lens. It was a non-distorting lens with two strings that were held taut across it. The horizon was curved and the strings weren't. So I have put my money where my mouth is and carried out an experiment.
So no circle of sight. In other words, if we took a picture straight out ahead and there was a little bit of curve, so when we turned, what did it start over, or did it keep on curving down, or is the horizon a equal distant circle of sight?
It's an equal circle of sight, but it's if the Earth was flat, you would see further in one direction, unless you happen to be right in the center at midday. Then the sunlit portion would be identical in every direction. It was not midday, and yet all you could see was identical in every direction. And it wasn't just visually. Radio stations 400 miles away could pick up the signals. Those that were further away couldn't, because they were round the curve. And if anyone wants to see that, I've got a whole playlist of Mage videos on my Mr. Sensible Live. But actually, if I may quickly make an announcement, I am sending up Mage 3, and I want to open this to any and all flat earthers. If you can come up with an experiment of reasonable price and not too heavy, please contact me. I'm happy to lift a flat earthers experiment to hopefully 38 kilometers so you can try and evidence the Earth as being flat. Just contact me. That'd be great.
First thing we did is set up a drone.
The final word on that because it was his.
Yeah.
His chat. I'm sorry. Hopefully you'll get a chance on the next one. Carney Karn for €5, I think, says, do you think it's a problem for Flat Earth that all navigation is based on the globe, while Flat Earth cannot field any workable alternative? If not, please explain.
That second y'all keep saying this, okay? That second model was for celestial navigation, okay? It's a transform, okay? There's explanations for why we see what we see, but it's functioning, and that equation that the formula I come up with myself, it works for celestial navigation. The celestial navigation is based on a celestial sphere with flat baseline distances and circles of equal altitude. Okay, there's no height. Okay, so for the globe to try and hog 60 nautical miles per degree, no, that's empirical. Whatever's causing that, that's what's in debate. You can't say it's 69 miles per degree, it's a sphere. That doesn't work on the surface of a sphere without assumptions, and that's assuming the stars are way, way far away, and assuming that there is a center of the Earth to measure to and equate the measurement. So it's a model. Nothing more, nothing less.
Can I respond? Quickly?
Real quickly. We have to let him have the last word.
Brian, a nautical mile is 1 minute of arc, 60 minutes of arc in 1 degree, 360 in an entire sphere. It's all to do with the angle of the start from your vertical. It's based on a sphere.
Right. And I think I get the last word. It's based on, and we do the math based on the stars circling. Okay. We get the azimuth and the altitude. Okay. Y'all are questioning the altitude. That's not what's in question. That the stars do a constant circle. Okay, they do. It's a pattern. It's almost like a clock up there. You know, for seasons and time, and the math is done based on the position in that circle at a certain time of year, and depending on the time of day. Okay, so the sphere, that has nothing to do with it. You're trying to hog the 16 nautical miles per degree. That's based on a celestial sphere model.
Okay. We do still have room in the super chat. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to send a question to our debaters, go ahead. But once that does fill up, I will let you guys know. But in the meantime, I do think that to get to all of the questions and try to make sure that there is room for more super chats, we should just try to let the person who's being addressed answer the questions from here on out. The next question is from Pineapple Platypotamus. I hope I'm saying that right. It says for $9.99, flat earthers do not have a sense of humor. They're always, well, this is kind of an insult. Let's just move on. From $4.99, Witsit Gets It says, Hawking said, you cannot prove the Earth is in motion. It's chosen due to Copernican principle that the Earth is insignificant. That's a religion. It's kind of an insult to religion, but whatever.
All that was based on after the Michelson-Morley and everything you're saying. Bob proved them experience have been around for a long time as sensible, and they all say that it's not proven.
Michelson-Morley was all to do with the ether. But sorry, I've missed what he said. I've missed what he said. Could you read that again quickly?
Sure. Hawking said, you cannot prove the Earth is in motion. It's chosen due to the Copernican principle that Earth is insignificant. That's a religion.
But we do know the Earth is in motion, orbiting the sun, because we know that the outer planets, we can see them traveling across the sky, and then we get retrograde motion when the planet apparently goes backward for a while before returning to its original path, because we've overtaken it in our smaller, faster orbit nearer the sun.
1 second. Did I miss something?
So Hawking's wrong?
I missed a question, I think. From Pineapple Platypotamus says, why, for $9.99, they say, why are flat earthers all Christian when the gospel says nothing of it?
Man, he's kind of, that's a fallacy. He's boxing us all into one mold. I don't have a certain exact religion, you know. I might consider myself Christian, but I keep an open mind on everything. And all flat earthers are most definitely not Christian. That's crazy.
And I'll actually support that. I think there's a larger majority of flat earthers who are religious, but there are Christians who are globe earthers as well, of course.
All right. Earth is Life for $5 says, Brian, how could there be a southern celestial pole on a flat Earth?
That's my pal right there. That's my nemesis. Earth, shout out to Earth is Life. I think I just did a good job showing you how in one spot, don't think about the shadows bending and twisting around on the Earth. One little square flat box, you can show star separation. It's not much, Mr. Sensible. It's off toward the horizon, like 30 and start dropping down 20, 15 degrees where it starts becoming apparent. It's in stellarium. Not much, but it's there. We can measure the separation. So that shows that it's not antipodal. It's another star rotation.
All right. Next question from Witsit Gets It for $1.99 says, gotta teach the Globers. Yikes. Brian for the win. So you got a fan up there, Brian. Next question. I read this one and I skipped it. I think I read that one too. From JT6 Mania for $10 Canadian says, plane moving east at the equator at 800 miles per hour plus 1,000 miles per hour momentum equals 1,800 miles per hour. Plane moving west 800 miles per hour minus 1,000 miles per hour against momentum equals plane flying 200 miles per hour backwards. Did you follow that?
Yes, I did follow it. Yeah, I did follow it. The momentum is the same. You're just adjusting or the plane is adjusting its speed against the Earth that's underneath it. If I'm sat here, you don't say I'm moving at 1,000 miles an hour plus 0. You just say, well, I'm moving at 0 miles per hour. I don't see what's so difficult to understand about that, but I'm afraid a lot of flat earthers seem to think it is a problem. Whatever speed you're going, if you apply more thrust with that direction, you will increase your velocity. But it's only going to look like that increase, that 800 or whatever it was you've added, because the original 1,000, the Earth is still moving below you anyway. So,
gotcha.
There's that.
And then from Robert Summers for $5 says, did we ever get any evidence for Brian's constellation claim?
I mean, no globe earther would argue that if it's the Earth moving, the sun and the moon will follow the stars according to where they are in the ecliptic. I think I at least to me, I gave something that demands answering, but you can go to SunCalc. If you're at the equator, you will measure deviation. It's not a lot, but it's measurable. So, and like I said, you can see, if you go out and look, you can't see the stars right. Some nights, it varies. Let me just sum this up. Okay, but we can always see the Orion's belt stay straight overhead, and the head and the feet distort and deviate in the distance. That's a fact. Stellarium shows it. Just go to Stellarium, bro.
All right.
Just go and look at it outside at night.
From Witsit Gets It for $1.99 says, Einstein said pendulum doesn't prove rotation. It's for you, Mr. Sensible.
Did he now? I'd like to see that quote. Because we got conservation of momentum, and with Foucault's pendulum, the pendulum tries to maintain its original back and forth swing, but the Earth is rotating underneath it.
All right. From Witsit Gets It once again for $1.99 says, Sagnac said it was the vortex of the ether.
Okay. If he did say that, I'm not going to argue the toss because I don't know. But if he did say that, he's wrong. Simple as that. And I would like to say, Witsit, I did email you because I would like to have a debate. If you're up for that, please email me.
And the gauntlet is thrown. From Witsit Gets It once again for $4.99. They say relativity says the path contracts while in motion. Actually, so claiming Sagnac is because the path traveled is longer due to motion contradicts Einstein.
When the Earth is not rotating at relativistic velocities, it's only traveling, if you're at the equator, at approximately 1,000 miles an hour. Relativity is going to come into it.
I got to respond to that. There are implications. If, like I said, if you want to get the atmosphere moving with the Earth, so that means that every molecule, as we get higher, is somehow going faster. So that's going to be an action requiring some kind of energy, and that's not explained in science. So there's no way of getting around it. So the air that's higher up has to be moving faster. So what's the energy causing that to move faster if it's not tangential? Also, where is the point that you're saying we can observe all these things that you're claiming? Where's the inertial frame? How high? I mean, you keep talking about it. I meant to say, where's the frame we can observe this stuff? You're talking about the airplane and all this stuff moving with the Earth, the atmosphere moving with the Earth. Where can we observe all this? Where can we see actual Coriolis? What height?
Well, if you were a ballistic object being launched from one place to another, you will experience Coriolis. You will see that the target you were shot at has veered, if you're headed northwards, has veered to the left for some strange reason. If you were stood on the ground watching that ballistic missile, for some strange reason, your missile is not flying straight. It seems to be veering to the left. Why? Sorry, to the right. Why?
You really must.
It should be veering the opposite way. Like I said, if you're firing it's a projectile, not a missile, a projectile firing at an upward, it's entering an area that's moving faster. It should be exactly opposite of what you're describing until it drops down. You say that it's just the ground, but then you want to say it's the atmosphere moving with the ground. So you can't have both. I think you don't. Maybe I'm not phrasing this correctly, but in my opinion, you're invoking the atmosphere moving with the Earth, but not accepting the consequences of that.
All right, well, let's move on. Maybe that could be the subject of the next debate. From Carney Cam for €5 says, why do maths work perfectly on a globe, but to make them work on flat Earth, you have to get very creative? Can Brian explain how maths work on flat Earth?
I think I've already done that, but I think there are explanations needed for any model. So, for example, the flat Earth would predict, if it's the local sun with the angles, with a little help from refraction, we would predict that the sun would linger on the horizon. And that's exactly what we see. Now, it's explained in a globe as refraction. Okay, so the globe also needs its explanations. So to be fair, also, you give us this crazy long explanation about how the seasons work and the angles and the energy and all that. And it's simple. In reality, it's Occam's razor. The sun's closer. It's hot. The sun's farther away. It's cold.
All right.
For some reason, it goes faster in the winter than the summer.
All right. He's already explained the math. Fix your calculator. William Witzik gets it for $4.99. Says, no, Hawking and Einstein both said you can't prove the motion of the Earth with any terrestrial experiment. Not optical. That's a different quote.
Yes, I did see that super chat come up. So thanks for getting back on that, Witsit. Yeah, so Einstein did say that. I'm not aware of that other quote. But yeah, with ring laser gyroscopes, we can detect that gyroscope is rotating. If you can come up with another explanation as to how a ring laser gyroscope reads 15 degrees per hour, I would love to hear it.
Gotcha. From Earth is Life for $5 says, Hawking also agrees that we live in a heliocentric solar system. Stop cherry picking quotes.
That's hostile witness. The best of witnesses is to use the quotes from the people that do not hold your point of view. So, you keep all anti-flat earthers, not just human sensible, say, yeah, it proves the ring laser gyro proves the globe. Look, these are the people who invented these machines, said it proved just the opposite. Sagnac and freaking Michelson. He showed the necessary measurements for the ether with Sagnac and proved that it's the field rotating. But they conceded. Einstein. That's why Einstein and Hawking and all of them said this, because they proved it's the field. And they said there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove the motion. However, we are moving at 30 miles per hour or 30 miles per second around the sun. I mean, it's a religion. I see what Austin's saying. I don't think you've addressed his questions permanently. Are you saying they're wrong, Mr. Sensible, that they did have the experiment?
Well, we have to move on. Let's go ahead and move on. From Witsit Gets It says for $4.99. So the only physical measurement of the curvature is a video viewing circumference of light, optically changing relative to angle. Yikes.
Well, if you say that, then isn't it funny how every high altitude balloon that films always happens to be slap bang in the middle of that lit circle and never right at one edge? That's interesting. And of course, there's nothing to stop you, instead of, I mean, it's wonderful you're doing all these super chats, Austin, supporting MDD, but there's nothing to stop you putting some of your cash in and sending up a balloon to show us that the Earth is flat.
Right. And let's move on to Earth is Life for $5, says Brian, lying about Foucault's pendulum after making a video calling me a liar. Hilarious.
No, I pointed out is dishonesty. Not a direct liar. I think I'll let anybody go to my channel. It's the last video before the MDD introduction. If anybody wants to see the introduction I put together, I apologize to James. I hope he's listening. I did not know. I genuinely did not know that that we could. I put it together right before the debate. Now that I understand, I won't do that again. I wasn't trying to be slick. I just thought I could make it easy and just consolidate my information and play it and talk about it. I'm aware now, but to end it, I'm going to say that anybody can go see what was originally talked about. I was defending myself because you put out a video acting like you did what I claimed or challenged you to do. And it's clear you did not take on the challenge. I'm not saying you won't, but at this point you haven't. And anybody wants to know about that, just go look at my channel. It's the second video.
Sorry, Brian, a challenge to me, was it?
It's some outside.
It was a challenge to him to go film at night with calmer conditions, and he went at like an hour before sunset with crazy shoaling and waves and all that stuff. It's just a little personal thing.
All right. Am I saying that name? Foucault's pendulum?
Oh yeah, and the Foucault pendulum is it rotates clockwise. It's supposed to be conservation of momentum, but the hurricane, anybody could look this up, y'all. The hurricane rotates normally, not always, but counterclockwise. The Foucault pendulum in the north rotates clockwise. Okay, so it can't be conservation of momentum for them to be opposite. It could be something, but can't be that.
Foucault's pendulum isn't traveling.
All right. From the Crawdaddy 029 says for $5, Brian, would you be willing to donate your brain to science? I think it would help to find out. Okay.
That's funny, man. Maybe after I die, man. I want certain promises to my family, though, man. But yeah, I don't see why not, man.
Hilarious, Crawdaddy. Hilarious. From Robert Summers for $5 says, I didn't hear any evidence for the stars. Brian, do you have another positive claim that has evidence I could start my research with?
The only honest stance is how twinkle, twinkle, little star, how we wonder what you are. So, they've been singing that for, ever, but all of a sudden we got it figured out perfect. I think the only honest stance is, we can model it as this. And but it's a model. It's not proven, and chances are it's one in a gajillion that we're spot on with our. It's a model. It's good, a good model. I'll give it that. I mean, it's worth the debate and everything, but we don't know what the damn stars are. We'll never go to one. It's just speculation. It's a story. Austin likes to call it a religion. It's hard to disagree with that.
Only I showed that the spectrograms of the stars, we know what they're made up of.
Brian, you have the last word.
Okay, the guy who just saved hundreds of thousands, or at least probably, hundreds of thousands of life, updating the MRI, going against Kirchhoff's law, proving it to be wrong. Okay, and he had to spend his own money and publish his research and his theories in the New York Times. Okay, that's what it takes to get shit peer reviewed today. And so it went against Kirchhoff's laws, and Kirchhoff's laws, he then went on to prove that the sun can't be a gas, okay? Gas does not emit continuous spectrum. It could be like graphite, or it could be maybe some liquids at certain pressures and all that. The only thing, we're not in a lab with the spectroscopy, okay? Anything in between your observation is gonna show up. Okay, so what's up there? Hydrogen, helium. Is that a coincidence? He proved the sun. It could be anything. It's certainly not a gas. We know that 100% for sure.
All right. From Witsit Gets It for $4.99, they say, again, Einstein said Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove Earth rotation. Yes, Earth's rotation is accounted for via relativistic application with the sky. For you, Mr. Sensible.
I'm not sure what he's. I'm honestly not sure what he's getting at there.
Can you repeat that, man?
Again, Einstein said the Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove Earth's rotation. Yes, Earth's rotation is accounted for via relativistic application with the sky.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's talking about this relativistic application with the sky, but what we do know is Foucault's pendulum, the amount of precession varies with your latitude. The closer you are to the pole, closer you are to the equator, you go beyond the equator, and it starts to precess the other way. It can't be on a flat disk. I say disk or other. It could be square, but it can't be on a flat surface.
Object.
All right. From Earth is Life for $20, they say, thank you so much. They say, flights from Johannesburg to Sydney, which happen several times a week, take between 10 and 13 hours while traveling 550 miles per hour. How is this possible on flat Earth when these airports are on opposite sides of flat Earth? You're muted, Brian.
That depends on what map you're using. Like a Mercator, I think is what they're using. It looks flat to me. Whether it's a globe projection, y'all say the ground's curving, we say the light's curving. Okay, it's going to be the same damn map. That was my point to MC Toon. So I'm not claiming that he owes me money, but I was trying to show him an explanation of why we see and measure 69 degrees per mile. It's the light bending. So we're going to get the same measurement. So you can map it as a globe projection all day long. We gave an explanation showing how that would work if it's flat. We get the same observations, man. They're empirical. But to answer his question more directly, they're starting. We've been pressuring them. They're starting to come out with the actual speeds of some of these planes, and right now it has the record speed, I think, of 801 miles per hour from, I think, New York to London. Don't quote me on that, but they keep getting higher and higher because we're pressuring them trying to get this information. So that's a 250 mile an hour jet stream. They never mentioned this years past. We're putting pressure on them. People are timing shit, and they're having to come out with this information. And on a flat Earth, and maybe even on a globe toward the poles or toward the extremes, the jet streams are going to be faster anyway. So in the southern hemisphere, they like to say it's a pear-shaped Earth. The Navy showed an animation of the Earth that looked like a pear. Now that they've got satellites up, I could go on and on and on. But the evidence for suspicion is there, and it ain't just a little bulge at the equator. It's bigger down there, pear-shaped.
I think the point is that on a flat Earth, travelling from one side to the other would be right across the entire Earth. But in actual fact, those sides are closer to each other on a sphere, and it doesn't equate to the travel times if you take that flat Earth disk. And why is there not a proper flat Earth map? It should be easy compared to a globe map.
All right.
Honestly, I think, let me get a quick last word real quick. I presented a flat Earth map at the beginning, and it would equate. We just need faster jet streams of a few hundred miles an hour for them observations. I have a video, like third or fourth to last, showing with a UN map where you only have to travel about 550, 600 miles an hour for South America to Australia, according to the UN map. So.
All right. And $5 super chat from Sean Hawkins. They say, why does Brian refuse to be humble when he demands humility from everyone else?
I mean, I'm big on honesty, man. That's why I like debating Mr. Sensible. He answers as concise and as honestly as he can. If you go to talk to somebody like Sean, I mean, Sean, you send in this chat is opening yourself up for me defending myself. But you'll never get a yes or no out of this guy. It's like debating a mule. No offense, but he's got his stance. I respect that. I hope he can learn to respect my stance the way a lot of people do nowadays.
All right. And from Earth is Life for $2, they say James Webb Space Telescope. Flat Earth, done.
Boom.
Gee whiz, we just spent $10 billion to get, and like we see more stars in a galaxy. Oh, we can't explain. We can see the ones on the outside spinning exact speed as the ones in the middle. So all we did is zoom in on our grand problem with cosmology, where it's off by an unheard of factor, man. That's for them to bring that up, and for you to bring up high altitude balloons, bro. It's crazy. You look at these high altitude balloons, but look off in the distance, man. I mean, I understand you're defending your model, but man, that's the best proof of flat Earth. Just look, use your eyes, man. At least consider the possibility that since we're not seeing it curve, it's not curving. But James Webb, waste of money, in my opinion.
All right, so that's the last of our super chats. We'll read the rest of the questions if we can get to them. We have 3 more minutes left. If you send a super chat right now, we will read it next. Green Chili Bear at Modern Day Debate: rising above the Earth, at what point do we disconnect and see the Earth spinning beneath us? I believe that's a question.
Sorry, can you say it again, Kaz?
Yeah. Rising above the Earth, at what point do we disconnect and see the Earth spinning beneath us?
Well, you're going to have to leave the atmosphere and travel quite a long way, but it will never look like it's spinning, because if you look, it's going to take 12 hours for a point on one side on that visible sphere to travel to the other. So it's not going to be whizzing around like that.
Gotcha. And then
real quick, to be fair, we've been asking for
Brian, let's go ahead and just move on. From Wits It Gets It for $1.99, they say Copernican principle is philosophy. Copernican principle is philosophy. It's religion. And then Digital Demonic Davros says for $2, hypocrisy around here. Come to Australia. I'm sorry, hypocrisy abounds here. Come to Australia.
Well, I'd go, but I'd be frightened of dropping off the bottom.
Hey, I grab my shovel, man. I'll be there in a few days, man.
Got another one in here from Sofa King Sleepy, says for $5. So you don't know where the sun goes at night, and then to bring up relativity as a reason why gravity doesn't exist?
Yeah, I think he's answering Austin, but I'll defend Austin, man. We could see, I can show you observations of, they say the sun just goes down and keeps going down. I can show the moon following behind it, pointing off to the right, and curve the light turning a little bit to the right. They say it's going down, but if it's a reflection of the sun on the moon, it's going in a circle. That's my opinion.
All right. Okay. Regular questions back to that again. One Toothy Cow says, for the flat earther, why does every government space agency, geologist, cartographer, astronomer, physicist, and all the others spend so much money hiding the evidence?
No, they're not hiding evidence. They have a belief, man. Even if I did the measurements early on, I would have initially mapped it out probably as a ball too, man. If I got the 3958 reading at 1 degree 69 miles, and I mean, it's a lot easier to model it like that, man. And back then, they went with what they could work with. I think, shit's progressing, shit's moving on. We're updating, we're learning new shit. We know, like they invented the sun model, or being a gas, like back before any of the knowledge we have nowadays. It's time to update, move on. It's a little more complicated, but we're modeling it more and more. We're learning more and more. So bear with us.
All right. So that should conclude our Q&A section. Sorry, I messed up the timer there at the end, but whatever. Didn't get any of our super chats there, so that should be it.
I think there is one.
There is? Oh, well, it's not showing up on my list here yet. Let's see. Let me look at the live stream.
I think it's Mr.
This will be the last one, ladies and gentlemen. So if from Wits It Gets It for $4.99, we bring up relativity because Globers don't understand it. We have to explain to the Globers and quote Einstein to debunk modern anti-flat Earth claims.
Well, I would say perhaps you're misunderstanding Einstein because he thinks Earth is a globe. Well, he knows it is.
Shout out to Austin, man. He is a big supporter. Thanks for helping me out too, Austin. I think to make his point solid is that all these claims were just to say that's all we ever get is you don't understand or you're misinterpreting him. He made it crystal clear on some of his points that it's hard to misinterpret. So shout out to Austin. Good job supporting me, bro.
All right. So with that, before we go, I just want to thank moderators in the chat for elevating the discussion, James for creating the platform, the audience, and everybody who sent super chats, and everybody who engaged in the conversation. Want to lastly thank you, the debaters, for you guys are the lifeblood of the show. So thank you so much for being here and engaging in this conversation.
Pleasure.
Everybody who's still watching, like it if you loved it, share it if you want to spread it, and subscribe because we got many more juicy debates coming your way. Speakers are linked in the description below, so check them out. Do it now. And thank you, everybody. Have a great night. There's an after show. Hopefully, everybody will be there. If not, hopefully we'll see you next time. And in the meantime, keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Have a great night.
How are folks doing in here? Anybody near the device? Hello there.
It's been quiet today, Gregory. It's been quiet. Been fishing in the chat.
You should be in the Earth Awakenings. A bunch of clowns who don't know how to argue at all.
Oh, well, that's nothing new. Lumpy, your mic is a little bit muffled there.
Sound very distant.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're probably a lot more.
It sounds like something might be covering the mic, maybe?
I'll be quiet. I'm right into it. So.
I can barely hear you at all.
Go, Lumpy, go check the live stream. You'll see what we mean. Just go peep the live stream real quick. You'll hear it.
You know, the great debate, creation, the great debate, God debate. So people want to ridicule the God of the Bible. They want to ridicule Yahweh Elohim. And, they make these value judgments about the God being evil, which is entirely blasphemous and absurd. And then when you try to debate them, first of all, they ridicule you for debating. Like, I got ridiculed for asking people to justify their knowledge claims. Can you believe this?
Yeah.
Like it's detrimental or not worthwhile or even unjustified or even immoral for me to demand justification for knowledge claims in a forum.
Which server
That's
is it, Gregory?
Earth Awakenings.
Earth Awakenings. Okay.
Geo server. It's tremendous.
Tremendous. I love that word.
Just stupendous. And then when you ask them to justify their knowledge claims about their value judgments, the God is evil, this is evil, that is evil, this is good, that is good. Like this one dude, Highlander, every time I asked him a question, like trying to reason with him, like asking him questions, like, please inform me of your position. Would you please? I mean, you came into the room, didn't you? Doesn't that demonstrate that you're trying to reason and debate in a forum? So I asked him the question, he likes to say at the latest point of the debate, the God is evil because he allows evil to occur. Okay, that's an interesting thesis. According to whose authority is the God obligated to never allow evil to occur?
Right.
Red herring, red herring, red herring. Okay. He finally gets around to saying it, and he doesn't say it very cogently. And so the answer is, my God. Oh, according to my God, he is obligated to never allow evil to occur. Okay, very interesting. I've read the Bible back and forth and listened to it back and forth multiple times and study it very frequently. I never saw that in the text. Can you please show me where he says that he is obligated in any way, shape, or form? Like, where in the text does it ever even insinuate that the God is obligated to never allow evil to occur? What's his response? Let me ask you, I'm gonna have some fun with this. So the question is, where in the Bible, because he's talking about my God who inspired the authors to write this text, the Bible. So where in the Bible does it say he is obligated to never allow evil to occur? Let me ask you, did he say it's in Genesis? Did he say it's in Revelation? Did he say it's in Exodus? Or did he say it's not in the Bible? What's your answer?
Not in the Bible.
He said it's not in the Bible. Are you philosophers in here detecting the error of his argument then? According to you, Gregory, your God said that he's obligated to never allow evil to occur. Oh, where is that in the Bible? It's not in the Bible. I was hoping you were going to say something that made a lick of sense, but you can speak absolute nonsense if you will. So then your knowledge claim that he obligates himself to never allow evil to occur is absolutely unsubstantiated and unjustified. Very simple. Oh, but good is good and evil is evil, and this happens and that happens, and he's all powerful and all good. Oh, so red herrings again.
Well, I would love to know how they would define evil then, because they can't do that without a moral reference, point of reference, and you can't have a
That
moral.
is what I'm interested in, Platter. I was so interested in asking him. Do you know what his answer was to me? After a whole lot of runaround and ripping and running through a whole bunch of sophistry or casuistry, essentially his answer is me. Wow! Isn't that shocking? The God isn't the supreme, the supreme authority. It's you.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow! Who would have thunk? So I'm so glad to meet your acquaintance, Highlander, the Supreme Being. I have a question, and certainly you're supreme, right? So you would know the answer to the question. When someone else contradicts you, when you say it is wrong to beat children, and I would agree with that, for no, without justification, when someone says it is right, it is justified to beat children for whatever reason you please. How do you discern the difference between which one is true and which one is false? Guess what his answer was?
B.
Yes, and society. Oh, that's kind of peculiar. You would think if you're the supreme being, your word wouldn't be contingent upon that which is not the supreme being. But okay. So which one is it? Is it you or society? The majority.
They can't have their cake and eat it. I would like to know what somebody that pictures society. It's okay to point the finger at God and say, you allow evil, but what would, how would Highlander, if he were really God, how would he set things up? What would the realm look like under his rule?
So there's a dispute about what is good or what is evil. Proposition A contrary to Proposition B and vice versa. You say Proposition A, society says Proposition B. How do you discern which one is true, which one is false? And you see where this is going.
Yeah.
You cannot discern which moral assertion is true or false without the transcendent, eternal, personal, supreme being the ultimate authority of knowledge, including moral knowledge, obligating us to his law.
You can't run a red light and then say to the judge, well, in my world, red lights don't exist. There's a law that states that you cannot go through a red light.
Judge, I see that it says I must pay this percentage of tax, but I disagree with that. Therefore, I'm not obligated to adhere to that law.
Great.
Oh, is that right?
I would like to see
right, plaintiff?
Philosophy in real life.
Is that right, plaintiff? Interesting. Arrest him, 10 years in prison, smack the gavel. Just unjustified arbitrarity. Blatantly. With wearing it on your sleeve. With pride. And we wonder why there's so much evil in the world. Because we don't want the God to be God, we want to be God. But we're not the God.
Everybody did what was right in their own eyes. That's where we are today.
And people confessing to smoking and inebriating themselves and constantly opening their mouths in the forum, derailing the conversation at every chance, giving you faint praise at the same time. Electric, I'm talking about this Discord user, Electric. But Bob Dole, the real Bob Dole, Discord user, fellow brother in the Lord, he defended me. He defended me well. And Ghost of the RH, I believe that's his username, or the RTH, also co-signing what I was saying too. I mean, even those who do, Highlander was so pitifully poor in his argumentation. I mean, stupendously and tremendously lacking in his argumentation that even those who disagreed with me disagreed with him. I mean, grown men, they open up their devices, they press the buttons on the screen to come into these forums, and refuse to debate. And not only refuse to debate, ridicule those who are debating in a forum. What sense does that make? I mean, make sense of it. I forgot to mention, not to mention the double speaking. It's not in the Bible, he said. Next breath. I didn't say it wasn't in the Bible. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a textbook weasel earther right there. It's like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You pop them on one point and they pop up on another.
You know, or you ask the question several thousand times and you never heard the answer, not even something that could even be close to be considered anywhere in the ballpark of an answer that is an answer to the question. And then tell me, I answered your question already multiple times. Ooh. Oh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You know, try to gaslight me when I'm the one paying attention in the dialogue, trying to reason.
It's their motivation for being there, because no matter what you say, if their heart, if they're not there to hear sense and hear reason, then
You know, why are you in here then? Why? Why are you in here then?
It'd be annoying. Like,
I mean, good holy God, have mercy on you.
Well, they're the cannon fodder, right? I mean, someone's got to be on the front lines. You think they're going to send Neil deGrasse in here? Hell no. These guys are cannon fodder. I mean, just take a look at the top of the leaderboards. You know, if you guys have ever played video games, sometimes it shows you who's got the most time played. Right? If you look at who's playing this flat Earth game, it's the same 5 globe earthers in the chat, right? And Helio's chat when it was still on. It's all the same 5 globe heads, right? So they're at the top of the leaderboards, not us. So they're cannon fodder. They're here because they have to be. But it's all good, right? We need the opposition.
yeah.
You know, you don't go to a gym if there's no weights in there. What are you going to do? So we need some weights to pick up and put down, right? We need to get those reps in.
If you are able to refute the most sophistic and or the worst of casuistrists, then you can, handle any sophist or casuistrist.
Yeah, man, it's crazy how the skills have changed, right? Because like, I used to sit back and let the big boys do the talking, right? But now it's me and you, Gregory. Now we're in here talking to whoever. You know what I mean? So yeah, man.
Glorifying the Lord.
These freshmen, these sophomores done came up now.
Hello.
We're some juniors and some seniors now.
Funny. Do you want to hear what happened last night?
Please.
What happened last night?
I was at a big barbecue at a friend's house. Lots and lots of people there, and the guy was like, we got talking about the globe and everything, and I was telling him, it just doesn't make sense. There's no proof you can provide of curvature. I was just trying to keep it simple, or the tilt of the Earth, or all this stuff. And then two other guys sat down, and the guy I was like sort of arguing with or debating with, he's like, he was sure that the two guys who sat down. Now I didn't know the two guys who sat down, but friend who I was talking with, he was sure that these guys were going to back him up, and they turned out to be flat earthers too.
Oh, that's awesome.
He turns to them and he goes, do you believe this guy thinks that the Earth is flat and that we don't, that the Earth's not a globe? And they're like, yeah, we know it's not too. It's people, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, maybe even 1 year ago, because those guys, it's just been in the last year for them too. So you should have seen his face.
Oh yeah,
he really fell off the picnic table. So he's like, what? You too? I thought it was just him that was crazy. Well.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing. I've been saying this for the past couple weeks now. It's like they only rely on the fact that they have the home court advantage, right? It's their home territory. So they're expecting to turn to the left and high five the guy. And when they find out the guy to their left is on the other team, they're not happy about that.
You should have seen. He could not believe it. He's a lovely guy. Like, he's in his 60s probably, and I think he has never looked one day at the stuff we've looked at. A lot of us have come to this after looking at many other topics.
Oh yeah.
And he has never looked at any of those, and he can't believe that. Because he turned to them. He said, "This guy doesn't think we went to the moon," and they're like, "Yeah, we don't either." This guy thinks that the world is flat, that it's not a globe. Yeah, we don't either. What?
Since y'all mentioned it, the dude Highlander that was in Earth Awakenings I was telling y'all about, globalist. I just searched him up. Searched him up in that server. Globalist. What do you expect? So, Gregory, what do you expect? Well, just what you got.
You mean globalist? He's involved in
globalist.
Oh,
I like that. I refitted the term globalist, not in the geopolitical sense, but in the cosmological sense. Because it works, don't it? Globalist. Globalism. One who believes the Earth is a globe. If y'all hear some noise, that's a bag of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Wow, I tried. I didn't give up. I love my neighbor as myself, and I love the Lord. I love Lord Yahushua. So I'm going to teach the truth. I'm going to bear that belt of truth. And so, I was in there a while. You can only plant seeds so long. Got to move on to some other place. You can only cast, pearls to swines for so long. So.
They have to see it for themselves. I don't know what it has to do. They have to give themselves the idea. We plant the seeds, I think, and then hopefully it gets watered.
Got to hand them over up to the Lord. Lord, here you go. Hand them over.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you have to be a little bit of a shaman, right? It's a dialogue. It's not a package deal that you can offer them. You sort of have to put your answers in questions and that type of thing. It's really like being a shaman, really. I mean, you can't.
I see what you're getting at. Yeah, you ask them questions so as to provoke them to open up within their own assumptions.
That's
to provoke them to critically think about their position, to scrutinize themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have anything. There's no packet. I can't just give you a packet with all the information. No, this is like a dance, right? We have to do the steps, and then we can, then we're doing the dance. But until then, I'm sorry, I don't have a deal I can sell you.
In the nature of the controversy, in the nature of the case, them repenting, which includes believing the truth, stop believing the lie, stop preferring the lie, and prefer the truth, then repenting simply is not contingent on our apologetic. It's not contingent upon anything that we do. It's contingent upon the Lord and themselves. The Lord granting them repentance and them using their volition given to them by the Lord to choose to accept the truth. Because belief is a matter of volition. You accept or you reject. You accept as true, you reject as false. That's what it comes down to. So we just contribute to that process, but none of us other fellow humans are the determining factor in any person repenting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that this information isn't for everybody. So, that's why we're not here just trying to get the numbers up. People who are going to find out this information will find themselves here.
That's how
We don't have to go out and evangelize. People who are destined for it, who've chosen to see this, they'll see it. So,
and not
I don't
many
have to go out looking for anybody. Just be like a lighthouse. Just be a beacon.
Kim did at the end.
They'll find their way here.
Is it not very vexing and frustrating when you're trying to reason with someone, going down a line of dialogue, a line of questions, or a line of exchange of arguments, and they just refuse to go down this sequitur, intelligible, sensible line of dialogue?
Well, I think that's for a reason, Gregory. It's a defense mechanism. Right? If I let this one snowball start rolling, well, it's going to turn into a really big snowball. Might even turn into an avalanche. So if I just don't let it get rolling, then I don't have to deal with this avalanche.
That's right. Avoid the truth. I don't want the truth. Don't give me that.
It's too much pressure for me, so I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm not gonna let you start your snowball down the hill.
Yeah, which indicates that they already know the truth, because you can't avoid the truth like that if you don't know it.
Right, exactly. Good point.
You say?
Yeah, you should be able to walk into it. Oh, they realize that something's coming. The hammer's coming.
Oh, yeah. He saw it last night. What? All three of you?
Some people, when they start talking in here, they just have absolutely no sensitivity. Like, they just can't hear no one else talking. When they begin talking, it's like a boulder down a mountain. Once they begin, you just cannot stop them and refuse to stop. Don't care about nothing else on the mountain. I am going to roll down this mountain, and that is it. And grown men choose to come on to an internet platform and behave that way. Adults. Well into adulthood.
I think my biggest pet peeve is that when they're rolling down the hill, they're only able to just retell the story that we know better than them. That's the only thing they can offer. Well, I can just retell you the story. Well, I already know what it is.
Proof by reassertion,
No. What, is you saying it one more time going to reinforce it to be true?
Like, so if you say this one more time, I guess you're not trying to debate. I think he's trying to cast a spell. You're trying to make this incantation work. If I repeat this argument, it will become true.
That's how they learned the globe model, from pure repetition.
The catechesis.
All of us did.
A lot of these, you repeat. A lot of these, the vast majority of these so-called higher education institutions are no different than a catechetical school. But they love to profess that they are different. You're not different. You demonstrate that you're not different. You just have a superficial difference in the worldview that you're teaching, but you behave just the same way that you ridicule and despise.
I'm almost at the point where I'm like, if you don't know, I don't know, 5 key details about the globe, then just don't speak about flat Earth. Okay, don't tell me if it's flat. It should. I don't want to hear that. If you don't know about the globe in at least, I don't know, 3 to 5 different ways, then just listen for a little while. Okay? Don't stop making stuff up.
Yeah, like, sir, ma'am, hush, listen to me, ma'am, sir. That is not the implication of this cosmological fact, and not even in the slightest. You understand? If the Earth was flat, we should be able to see everything.
Right.
What? What are you talking about? No, really. What? No. What are you talking about? Why is, and then again, why is that not the implication of your cosmic paradigm? Why don't we see everything everywhere in your cosmic paradigm?
Right. Yeah, man. You do start to see a lot of double standards. Oh, well, where's your measurements? Meanwhile, they don't have any. You know what I mean? It's weird, man. They have
It's
such a
funny you
double
ask,
standard.
Globalist, because that was my first question to you. Before you asked me that.
Yeah, man. It's
right.
I don't even know what to say at this point. You know.
And I understood you completely. You didn't say anything, and I understood you completely.
Oh man.
I love those jokes. Those jokes are my favorite. I think that is my kind of sense of humor. If I was to put it into words, it would be. I just realized this when I said it to myself. I was like, my comedy, my sense of humor is dependent on the situation. Oh, situational comedy.
Right.
I'm a sitcom.
There you go.
Would you go ahead and look at that? You can't beat that with a bat or a stick.
Oh, that's good. Here's another good one, guys. It's so easy to get a baller to like I've been saying. They have this game they play. I call it "Who's Going Under That Bus." Okay, so all you have to do is present them. For example, I'm in the Cogdis room earlier today. Guy goes, "Well, I trust NASA." Oh, you trust NASA? So here's Michelle Thaler. Says you're a rock. Oh, I don't have to trust everything they say.
Oh.
Okay, so I told him, I said, well, congratulations on being our next contestant on another game of Who's Going Under That Bus. So you present them with somebody on their side who, might say something they may not agree with, and they chuck them under the bus. Oh, Bill Nye says we're in a closed system. Oh, get rid of him. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth looks flat. Show him up under the bus. George Mooser says gravity's not a force. Get rid of them. So it's like, it's hilarious. All you have to do is present a globe earther with their own worldview, and they'll get a stink eye. They'll turn their nose up at it,
demonstrating that they don't really care about the law of non-contradiction, but would love to toss that around as ridicule for the position that they disbelieve and don't want to be true.
Correct. Correct.
Being consistent with your epistemology, with your authority figures in your worldview. You don't trust the science. You don't trust the scientists. They know better than you. They went to university. They got all the degrees. They did this and that. Okay. All right. That's fair. Okay, let's consider this. So when Michelle Thaler says, like you just said, I think of myself as a complicated rock. What do you say to that? What say you about that?
Doesn't speak for all of NASA.
She. Ooh. Check her out.
Right.
Huh? Whoa. Hey, globalist. Wait a minute. That's a NASA employee, and she's a very famous spokesman. Oh, sorry. Got to be equal. Egalitarianism. She's a spokeswoman.
Yeah. So there you go. She's a woman. So how dare you?
Do you not respect? Do you not respect women?
That's what I should have said. Hilarious.
You think a woman's word is worth less than a man's? Is that what you think?
It's like 2 minutes ago you said all the experts. Oh, all the experts. Oh, here's one expert. Oh, well, not that one. Okay.
Buddy. So globalist, when she said that, would it be fair for me to say that she is confessing that she is as dumb as rocks?
Oh, dude,
is that fair?
Seems fair to me.
If she's a rock, then she would have the level of knowledge as a rock. You know how much knowledge that is? You know how much knowledge that is? No, Gregory, please, would you tell me how much knowledge? I haven't really been able to quantify the knowledge of a rock that a rock has. How much knowledge does it have?
Somewhere around 0.
Somewhere right exactly on goose egg.
Hey guys, can I be heard?
Oh,
hey there.
Loud and clear, Dave.
Have you guys tried to talk to? I'm going to mispronounce this. Gigo.
Gigu.
What? No idea what it means.
Dave, do what?
Yeah, what name, Dave?
Gigo, G-I-G. And then it's like a Louisiana thing, whatever.
Gigu.
About the rocks, and being them. Supposedly, there was this explosion. Well, it was an explosion in nothing, but it was really something that exploded. And I guess this primeval atom, it just exists somewhere, even though space is inside it, supposedly. So, it exploded from nothing. So, and you're a rock. So, the universe existed from the same thing which rocks dream about. The universe began in the same thing which rocks dream about. You know what that is?
What do rocks dream about?
It starts with an N, and it rhymes with nothing.
Sounds about right.
You know, and I'm supposed to be ashamed that I dare. No. I should be ashamed of my simple-minded, simpleton Sunday school-like faith, where the God made everything, and He loves me, for the Bible tells me so. I'm supposed to be ashamed of that, and prefer this. You know, when I learned these truths, I was kicking myself for ever being, my heart racing a little bit every time an atheist, some sort of belligerent, articulate, pseudo-intellectual atheist started opening his or her mouth. Like, why was I ever afraid of this? Why was I afraid of foolishness? Someone's trying to say something.
No. I mean, that's funny. It's a good point. It's a good point. When you, it's like when you've tested your sword in fire over and over, and it's strong, and it's going to hold up in battle. You're not afraid to go out into war. These guys.
Hello.
That guy that you thought was next level, you were intimidated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out his sword is made of paper. And all you have to do is get it wet.
Not paper mache, paper.
Literally, literal paper. Like, you get it wet and it just falls apart. So, yeah, you don't need to be the smartest guy in the room. You just need to have a sword that can, is tested. It's going to hold up. And
I want to read this in Plato's writings when Dr. Bonson, the apologist, defender of the faith, when he explains, the method of engaging in discourse with the disbeliever, and I really have seen over time, like, I've come to fully appreciate that is how you do it. So since you're so smart, because he talks about Socrates doing this and some other fictional character in American entertainment in some show, I can't remember which, but I'm a twice college dropout, once in person and once on the internet. I'm a high school graduate, but I ain't nobody. I'm just in my little room in my apartment. So since you know so much, and I appreciate that, so I'm appreciative to sit in the presence of someone who knows so much. Can you answer these questions? Can you answer these questions, please? Help me understand something that I have yet to understand. And so they answer. Here's an answer. Here's an answer. Here's an answer. And then you got more questions. This doesn't quite make sense. Perhaps I'm missing something here, but if everything is just stardust, why should I care about the well-being of stardust?
Yeah, and thus enters in the meaninglessness of being a speck of dust in outer space.
Or how does staring at a star, this light in the sky, how does staring at that for any given length of time inform you that it is an unfathomable multitude of millions of miles away, if not so-called light years away, and is this particular size and has this particular quality to its substance, and how?
Yeah, it's weird how they have this weird idea that telescopes provide them with all this information. Like, dude, you're just looking at it. It doesn't give you the information that you think it does, especially not the information that you're claiming. Oh, that's a gas ball in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Oh, you can see with telescopes. Okay, so what did the telescope tell you? Did it whisper in your ear? Come on, man.
Didn't you, Professor, didn't you tell me that the horizon obstructs the ship at a certain distance? But it's past the horizon, Professor. Why do I still see it? I thought the horizon is supposed to obstruct it because that's the beginning of the curvature of the Earth.
Well, hold on. Let me pick up my goalpost and move it again.
But wait, Professor, didn't you Professor, I'm not. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not that brilliant. I mean, I respect everything you got going on in that head of yours. So please bear with me. You told me that the Earth is a sphere, and that the horizon is the beginning of the curvature of the Earth. And now you're telling me the horizon is not where the curvature of the Earth is. So the curvature of the Earth is not the horizon. But earlier you just told me that it was.
Yeah, why
So I
were
don't
they
know
saying that?
how Professor, please make this make sense.
Yeah, man, and like that's a great point that you bring up there to the professor because these ballers seem like they forgot that happened. They forgot that somebody claimed that the Earth curve was where the horizon was. So why are y'all backpedaling now?
I mean, because Professor, didn't you tell me earlier that we should be logical? Does not the laws of logic include the law of non-contradiction? Right, one of the basic laws. So your first assertion is that the horizon is Earth's curve, and now you're telling me the horizon is not Earth's curve. Professor, these cannot both be true at the same time, right? Make this make sense, Professor, please, because you're going to sit up here and test me, and you saying this what seems to be self-contradictory stuff to me, and that's not fair. Or when the professor says, God is not real, man made God, and morality is subjective, and we're just apes we're just evolved apes who are just stardust. Wow. All right. You should not cheat on your test, or I will penalize you and you will fail this class. Question, Professor. Question. Why should I obey that? I don't understand. You just told me morality is subjective. And then I said, okay, well then I say it's not wrong or unethical in any way, shape, or form for me to copy the test, the answers of the smartest kid in class. And then you say, hey, you failed. You cheated. You copied someone else's answers. But I say that I can cheat. Well, I don't care what you say, Gregory. You can't cheat. That's unethical. Professor, you just told me that morality is subjective. Now you're acting as though morality is objective. That is not dependent on the subject. Which one is it? Professor, where do these first of all, where do these moral laws come from in a world that's just stardust?
Oh, he's gonna start sweating now after you ask him that.
Another thing, Professor, you told me that in the beginning of the universe there was an explosion of the primeval atom, aka the Big Bang. You described this primeval atom as having zero volume and zero dimensions, with all matter and energy and space and time in it. Professor, come on. If it has no volume and no dimensions, how is it real? How does it exist? If space is in it, where is it? Where is it? If time is in it, at what time does it exist in? What caused the explosion? I mean, everything is in it. What caused it to explode? If the laws of physics break down at that point, then how does it work at all? And how does that which lacks the laws of physics give rise to the laws of physics? How does that which is chaotic and lacks order give order to itself? I'm not crazy, am I, CB? Am I making sense?
Hey, those questions are some deep questions, man. Nobody, the people will start sweating. That's when the teacher goes, "Hey, man, I just have to teach this stuff," Like, hearing you talk about the Big Bang and all this stuff makes me think about what I used to believe in and how I used to think about it. Like, I don't know, I made up some weird stuff that it was like a heartbeat. Oh, it just beats. It explodes and then expands and then it contracts and then it does it again. Like, I just would literally making stuff up in my own head, and then that would be what I believed in. It was so flimsy. That paper sword again. Obviously that's not going to hold up to any scrutiny. So, yeah, I don't even know, like, why people believe in this stuff. It's crazy.
Trusting themselves to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the incorruptible God for corruptible man and four-footed beasts and creeping things. Because he did not like to retain knowledge of the God. Said the Apostle Paul in his first epistle to the Romans. Here's the epistle to the Romans. I said the first epistle to the Romans, it's the wrong one. How many accurate descriptions of reality must one give until it's justifiable to say that what they're saying is corresponding to reality? How many empirically adequate claims does it make to make an empirically inadequate position? I said that right. I meant what I said. How many empirically adequate assertions must one make to make an empirically inadequate position? What is the supposed method that the globalists use to detect the motion of the Earth?
Most of them claim that Bob did it with a ring laser gyro. The other one's Foucault's pendulum. Which one are you thinking about?
Interesting.
Yeah, how does that whole Netflix thing work? I mean, I've never watched it, but I always just make fun of people when they bring it up. Oh, I saw on Netflix my proof. I'm like, so you're getting your proof seeds from Netflix, guys? Come on. I also say, like, if it's being blasted in the mainstream, just you might want to proceed with some caution. You know what I mean? So. But if someone brings up the ring laser gyro, you just talk about drift. Oh, so Earth's drifting, huh? Dead right there.
So the ring laser gyro is where it is, and I don't get it. Like, where is the connection here? The ring laser gyro is where it is, therefore, and works the way it works, therefore, that demonstrates the Earth is moving?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, bro.
I mean, am I missing? I don't know everything. Help me out here. What is the connection between the premises? The concluding premise, the Earth is moving. The supporting premises to get to this concluding premise, the ring laser gyroscope is where it is. and it does what it does. Therefore, the Earth is moving.
Yeah.
But I don't sense the Earth moving at all.
It's literally like a form of hypnosis. You know, they spin that little magic watch in front of you or whatever. They like, watch on a string, let it swing back and forth. Look, you're really moving. It's like, dude, stop it with it. Literally, we need a role. Guys, if there's any mods out there, I've been saying this for a couple weeks now. Literally, guys, we need a wizard earther role. These people will do this. They'll literally try to convince you of these things, but they have to do it in a way of like hypnosis. They can't prove anything. They just need to convince you. Imagine you've been in a car your whole life. You've heard this before a million times. Lately I've been getting people to literally say, I'll bring up a ceiling fan. Oh, so you flip on a ceiling fan. Does your room start spinning? Watch them start. Mental dip. Well, it depends on the reference frame. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, so how many times out of 1,000 have you turned on your fan and your room started spinning? Well, it depends on how you look at it.
Oh.
Like, well, so
I mean, where do you live?
I know, right? Exactly.
And what do you live in?
Yeah, right. How much you been drinking?
Like, you need to sit down and you need to lay off.
But that's where the hypnosis comes in. Well, if you were on the ceiling fan, okay, but the ceiling fan's still spinning. Like, oh, dude, makes me laugh every time. We need a wizard earther, a weasel earther. It's like someone you play whack-a-mole with. You hit them on one point, they just go to another one.
No, I didn't say that. Refutation. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. No, refutation.
Yeah. Or just makes claims. Oh, can you support that? Makes another claim. Can you support that one? Makes another claim. So now you have 3 claims. Can you support any of those? Makes another claim. So that would be another version of a weasel earther.
So at what time, sir, will you substantiate these? Do you plan on paying for these, sir? Sir, you can't leave. You haven't justified your knowledge claims.
The other one is I've been saying this one as well. A globe.
On the run.
So a globe whisperer is somebody, when you present someone like Michelle Thaler, right? Instead of chucking her under the bus, he'll say that what she meant was so and so and so. Or when you bring up Buzz Aldrin saying, "Oh, well, we didn't go there." Oh, but he meant this, right? So it's like a globe whisperer is somebody that only they can interpret.
Yeah.
Right. No one else can interpret. So that's a globe whisperer. Call him out if you see him.
Yeah, CB, an example of that were you here when Whitsitt was going through the quotes with Matthew? What he meant to say was, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I think he meant to say blah, 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 blah. No, he said what he said, Come on, man.
But Matthew, that is antithetical to what you just heard, sir. Matthew, read it. Matthew, read it.
Right. No, but it means this.
I do that very often. That has to be identified. It's what I call that is just eisegetical distortion. The cat is black, said person A. Person B tries to interpret saying, no, that's not what person A said. Person A said, my wallet is empty. Person B. That's nowhere near what he just said. Nowhere near. No, I said nowhere near. Not even close. Not even in the ballpark. You're sitting there debating with person A, and then person B, who's, the tag team member in this debate, just keeps co-signing him with a supposed interpretation of what person A said that is so patently disparate from what person A said. And not only that, but person A agrees. Actually addressing what was actually said, and then the supplemented following statement disparate from what person A actually said. Person A assents to that. Now you got to address this other interpretation, this pseudo interpretation that is contrary to what you just heard from person A initially.
Yep, I hear you, Gregor. The mental illogical gymnastics some of these people go through, it's amazing. I just can't.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. Like, how does this make sense in your head? How?
Right. It doesn't.
How do you do that?
Yeah, there's no way it makes sense in their head for sure. But I also see it as like mental, not just mental gymnastics. They first set up a bunch of mental roadblocks. Like they literally put up roadblocks.
Set their own mental obstacle course, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And then they perform the gymnastics over the roadblocks. And so it's like, it's just so stupid, man. Like,
yeah, they focus on how do I explain away this logical thing that he just said. I got to figure out a way to explain it away. I think I saw him try to unmute, and I think I figured out the name now. It's GQ, right? I thought they might have unmuted for a second. Let's give him a little spot.
Oh, that. Jaquan. Probably. I don't know.
Hello, GQ. Welcome to the server. CB and Gregory have some questions for you.
Jaquan. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Unless it's a Mandela.
That was not the right intro. That was Family Feud. I just said The Price is Right. I did mix that up. I admit.
That was hilarious.
That was the creepiest thing on game shows back when Richard Dawson had the French kiss every girl. Y'all remember that? It was weird.
Say it again.
Back in the late 70s, 80s, Richard Dawson hosted that show, and he had to kiss every girl.
Oh.
He forced them to kiss him. It was creepy.
Suspect.
I guess GQ doesn't want to talk right now, so y'all go ahead.
I'm your man, Gregory Greenwood, everybody. We got a good one for you here today. We got GQ, who refuses to talk. We got CB. Give me GQ. Give me CB. Let's go. What was that one?
We surveyed 100 people. Do you think you live on a spinning globe? Ding.
7 answers on the board.
ooh, you know what? We need to do that. We need to do that.
Well, you can't go to the dichotomies. What do you think the Earth is? And you got 7 answers on the board.
Oh, Dave, I think GQ tried to get a word in there. What was that, brother?
I wonder if he hears us. Do you hear us, GQ?
I hear.
Okay, there you go. I guess you're having trouble getting through because you're getting cut off in your sentences.
Well, I'm just listening.
Ah.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I feel more part of the group now that my name has been called.
Well, there you go.
So did I get it right? Is it GQ?
I appreciate being able to listen.
Did I get your name right? Is it GQ?
Yeah.
Okay. Feel free to listen. If you got any questions, feel free to pipe up too. We won't bite. CB.
Oh, I will.
Well, I have a question for you for GQ. I noticed your caption there is "I support the current thing," so that could be really funny, or or maybe you do
It's
support the
really
current
funny.
thing. Okay, well that's funny. That's good.
I've got the Ukraine flag up. You know, uh, I've been jabbed 7
Okay.
times.
Nice. Well, do you support the current globe thing?
The ACP, the Academic Cosmic Paradigm, I call it.
I work for FedEx, and I've been listening to a lot of podcasts about FE. So I'm really into it at the moment, but I'm not really. I have to wake up early in the morning, so I'm kind of in a half asleep mode. So I'm listening. I'm looking forward to popping in and out once in a while.
Yeah, man. We're always here. You're more than welcome to come back and pop in and out at your leisure, my friend.
I really appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no worries. Well, shout out to GQ. We always appreciate people getting VC verified. So if anyone's out there listening, you can get a VC verified role to speak here anytime. Just pop in the VC check-in. We'll hook you up.
You know exactly what CB just said, and especially, and even if you think you live on a spinning ball, that we want you here talking to us. Come on. Be nice. We're just going to go through some logical steps with you and see how this spinning ball comes out on the other side, you know?
That's funny, man. The globe comes as a package deal, right? It's all been prepared for you. There's an outline, not many details, but there's an outline, some bullet points. Well, when you talk to a flat earther, they don't have a package deal. They don't have a product to sell you. We have to unravel some broken narratives that you hold and get the crust out of your eyes, and then you'll see it on your own. There's nothing we can give to you. You have to do it on your own. So, but people come here with the hands out. Well, give me something. Give me a menu. They literally want a model, right? And I'm always mocking them by saying like, dude, you've come over to my house for dinner and you keep bugging me to make you a menu. Like, just shut up and eat the food. You don't need a menu. Okay, I don't need to give you a cookbook. I just made you food. Like, but they want the product. They want a package. They want something they can hold on to. But you can't have that.
They can't understand that falsification is independent of replacement. Just because somebody told you one fantasy story, we don't mean we're going to give you another one to go away with. We're here to point out that your fantasy story is bullshit.
Amen, brother. Yeah. Yo, Greg, you got a little background noise there.
Oh, that's the dog on TV.
No problem. They always want to
listen. Did y'all listen to that Mr. Sensible? Did you hear his globe proofs? Not to bring it. It was on here a couple hours ago. All in the sky, all assumptions. We saw this stars. We know this. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, what were you going to say, CB? It's probably better.
I was trying to focus on what you were saying. I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's all good. I'll think of it maybe.
He's just another anti-flat earther. He's not really worth the airtime unless we're just going to. Maybe there's somebody new out there listening that, you know, his arguments aren't even worth refuting at this point to me. But, you know, he's still another guy out there running his mouth. Don't know what he's talking about. And there's probably people listening to him. It's frustrating, you know.
I think I was going to say something about how people are always trying to look at the Earth from an outside view. And
That's one of the hardest things for them to give up is that God's eye view.
Yeah.
You know, NASA showed us, like, we've seen it. You know, it's a ball. It's sitting there in space. And
Or that two-dimensional Euclidean geometric perspective, which you can't have.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, or that two-dimensional Euclidean geometric perspective, which you cannot have. You know, this orthographic drawing perspective, which you cannot have. That's not how you see
Muppet.
Exactly.
You know what? I'm going to start using that more often because I do say that just in another way. I need to start using that Muppet Vision reference more often. That is so funny. They do look at the Earth from not their perspective, but from an outside perspective, from Muppet Vision. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna be on that. That's my next season. If you see me in the chat,
I gotta use that.
Yeah, that's good. That's true, man. But you just can't get that outside view. And well, the good thing is that there's an argument right for that. Well, gas pressure, boom. So space is done. Great. So that's probably one of the toughest pills to swallow, in my opinion. If I just was fresh off the globe team and I came in here and someone told me that outside is really inside, I'd be like, damn. I'd be like, damn, dude, wow. Because I still
that's a really big adjustment to make because the magnitude of the lie is so unfathomably and unquantifiably high. Yeah. Like when you walk outside, you have been conditioned to believe that you're on a ball flying in a void. When the reality is, and then someone comes along and tells you that no, you're on a circular level plane under a container underwater. Huh?
Yeah.
They want you to believe the exact opposite of what you actually sense with your own senses. Exact opposite. They want you to believe that.
Well, Dave, it's as bad. It's gotten so bad that now, like, I mean, they literally believe that there's like some force pulling them down. They don't even know what gravity is, but they literally they imagine themselves being yanked down by something.
Well, yes, I do feel the pull. You know, yes, I do feel it.
They say that. They say that verbatim, dude.
Sir, you feel the weight of your body. You can feel your body pressing on the ground. You don't feel a force pulling you down. You feel your weight pressing on the ground.
It's like literally we're dealing with people who have imaginary friends. That's what it's come down to, fellas. We're talking to people who have multiple imaginary friends.
You know, you're not feeling a pull. You're feeling yourself pushing on the earth. It doesn't correspond to reality. You don't need to be some 4-year, 8-year, 10-year, and above university graduate who has educated themselves into imbecility. You do not. You can just hear the assertion and think. And you realize not only does it not correspond to your human experience, it's empirically inadequate, the implications don't correspond to reality either. Your mass attracting mass, Newtonian, non-Newtonian, Cavendish, non-Cavendish, because it's never clear. Gravity implies that everything would zip toward the most massive object. But we don't see that. Therefore, that's not the case.
Yeah, I had issues with that. Like when I think back to being a younger lad and they talked about gravity, mass attracting mass and stuff. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not being pulled to anything. Like this bigger thing, I'm not being pulled to it. What? I don't know. That never really made sense to me.
Never really made sense to me either.
And they said the Earth is actually meeting the apple. It's going up. Like what? Wait, hold on. How is it doing that? If I drop an apple on the one side of the globe and then the other side, so it's going up and down at the same time. What?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense, dude. I wonder if it's really ridiculous on purpose. I sometimes wonder. That's like a whole nother level of rabbit hole. Like, is it bad on
deliberately
purpose?
did that. Yeah, the devil deliberately did that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case with a lot of things. Joe Biden. I mean, come on, dude. Really?
Yeah,
It's such a shame.
At some point in the strategy meeting, they're coming up the globe. They were like, "Let's make it as absurd as possible. Then they'll believe it." Sorry, Gregory. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's like it's so ridiculous. You know, you look back at older presidents in the past, they seemed more solemn and serious and studious. You know, and you know, somewhat powerful. You fast forward in time, they seem more goofy.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs.
Thanks for your input
Like,
there, Joe.
that's the head of state. Wait, that's the head of state. I'm supposed to trust that. I'm supposed to trust that, number one, and I'm supposed to give all this reverent deference to that,
right?
And be so awe-stricken with the glory and the reverential awe of such a person.
I think our current president is right up there as one of the most intellectual and articulate men that have ever held that office. Sarcasm.
And you know that it's an act. You know full and well these people are not buffoons like that. You can, like they are high up in the world. You can't be a buffoon high up in the world like that.
Right.
You can't function in that level of society being some bumbling fool.
Yeah, you're on the world stage, huge, massive world stage. You think if you don't think it's just like it's part of the act. That's what I think.
Certainly part of the act. If you really are that dumb, you cannot survive in that level of society in the world order.
Yeah.
That's some serious stuff. They're far more intellectual and serious and smart than this performance.
There's a really good quote. I have to look it up to make sure I get it, but it's like something along the lines of if there's a sword in scene 1 on the wall, be sure that it's going to be used in scene 2, right? Like things aren't there for no reason. Let me find the quote.
It's just irrational to lean toward or default to the interpretation that it's not deliberate, that it's not intentional. Very often, especially as it concerns human endeavor, the majority of the time, it's deliberate, intentional. And so that's the most likely conclusion that we should tend toward, unless the evidence suggests otherwise. Unless it is demonstrated otherwise.
I think you're spot on, and it's got to be. It's just an act. They're just making it as silly and as ridiculous as possible, and people that still believe it, that's on them. I mean, come on.
Come on, man. I found it. It's called Chekhov's gun. Let me post it here in the chat. But it's saying it's a dramatic principle that states that every element in a story must be necessary. Let's see. It was advice for young playwrights. Let me just post it in the chat here.
You know, and then you receive this kind of way of thinking, this kind of logic. You know, everything is just an accident. The majority of the time, it's just an accident. It's not deliberate. It's not intentional. Especially not conspired. The critical thinker says, "Why do you say that? Why do you say that?" Especially when, in the nature of the case concerning these geopolitical, sociopolitical, socioeconomic happenings on the higher levels of the world stage and the world order, why default to that way of thinking in interpreting the events?
Good question. I don't know.
Chekhov's gun is a dramatic principle that states that every element in a story must be necessary, and irrelevant elements should be removed. Elements should not appear to make quote unquote false promises by never coming into play. So that happens sometimes in movies. Interesting. The statement is recorded in letters by Anton Chekhov several times with some variation. It was advice for young playwrights. Donald Rayfeld noted that Chekhov's play, The Cherry Orchard, contrary to Chekhov's advice, had two loaded firearms that are not fired. The unfired rifles tie into the play's theme of lacking or incomplete action. The principle is carried out. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, the bottom two have I just kind of quickly posted that top part, but the bottom two actually have more of the meat of the thing. It says, if you say in the first chapter that there's a rifle hanging on the wall, in the second or third chapter it must go off. So it's basically saying like things aren't in the story for just no reason. Joe Biden falling off of bikes and falling upstairs and stuff, like that's there on purpose. At least the way I see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know where I heard this principle before, but I find it really interesting. If in the first act you have hung a pistol on the wall, then it must be fired in the next scene, so to speak. I love that. It's just cool.
This principle, avoid all superfluousness. Superfluidity. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. Superfluousness in the construct, be it the construct of the story or the construct of the edifice or whatever you're building.
But then we look at the globe, right? And they have all these ridiculous, extra, unnecessary stuff. So, I don't know, man. But what happened to the wobble? Wasn't it wobbling?
That's for the goyim. That's for the uninitiates that deserve to be deceived.
Yeah, I agree. It's a test, right? It's a test. Can you figure out this riddle? If you can't, you're not going to make it past this segment or whatever. I really look at the globe like a playpen. Like if you can't make, how Rugrats used to try to break out of the playpen and stuff. Like, if you can't break out of the playpen, you're just meant to be trapped in one. There's a funny gif for that. I'll post it.
I'm being informed by another disciple in Earth Awakenings that some other disbelievers just ridiculing me behind my back. What do you expect from the disbeliever?
Yeah, that's about all you get.
Pray for him. I pray for him.
This playpen idea, I'll expand on it a little bit. There's a really cool show that is basically centered around this idea that there's a civilization within these walls. That's all they know. There's these kids that find this book that says outside the walls there's deserts and woods and seas and all this stuff, right? And if they were to go tell someone in the town, hey, did you know there's like beaches and stuff outside these walls? They'd be called crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like I see so many parallels from that show to this flat Earth, right? The walls are the globe. They've already told you there's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to explore. We've already figured it out for you. That's it. Those are the walls up. And we have decided to peek over the walls, or we heard in books and through lore or whatever that there might be something beyond the walls. And well, no, I don't want to give any spoilers for the show, but in real life, we made it past the walls, fellas. We realize there's more to life than the stupid globe playpen that they put up for us. And
yeah,
it feels good. It feels good.
This general notion that when you receive revelation, because it is revelation, when you receive revelation, this information from someone else that is contradicting your most fundamental beliefs that you take for granted, that is shocking or even cuts to the heart and is very difficult to accept and very difficult to abandon the falsehood that you took for granted as just such a basic, irrefutable given. Which is demonstrable of the fact that deception can go down to the deepest levels of someone's worldview, and that the deception can be so sophisticated and so intensely well executed that it's just baffling, even to the point of being beyond human capability and imagination, human fathomability. This has to be a super intellectual person that is a super intellectual human, or even a non-human behind these lies. If there were a devil, the reality would certainly correspond to that notion. And it does. Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you. Good night.
Damn, that was a smooth mic drop.
All right, Gregory, peace, man. We'll see you.
Yeah, have a good night.
Shout out YouTube in case there's somebody out there listening. Click the link. Come on in here and talk. It's all about the spinning ball you think you might live on. Could be interesting. And while it's there, a few posts up, I put Dale from Beyond Imaginary Curve. He's been on point for like 7 years. He's still on point. So I posted his last video if anybody wants to check it out. He's got some good points on when people hit you with why does it matter?
Ooh, okay.
Try to help people see why this really matters. I mean, it's such a fundamental thing of human existence. They literally lied to us about where we actually live. And we have no clue where we live now. You know, we got told this story and it's all bullshit. So,
what's your go-to answer when someone says, why does it matter, Dave?
well, it depends on the person. I guess my go-to would be appealing to, like, if they have children or think about having children, would you want your children to be lied to? You know, stuff like that. Like, it's such a fundamental thing. Just where exactly do we live? And we got very misled, to put it lightly. You know, what's your go-to?
I usually say when someone's like, why does it matter? I'm like, well, bro, like, if you hit your head and you needed to be picked up or something, you call me, you need a ride. And I start asking you, well, where are you? Well, why does it matter? Dummy. Don't you need a ride? Like, don't you need me to pick you up?
Yeah, that's
I need to know where you are. Yeah.
Make it an immediate thing because in a way, it kind of is. I mean, you got deceived about all this shit. You know, that's a good one.
It's like, yeah, man, you need to know where you are, man. Know your surroundings. I mean, otherwise, you're just living in fantasy. I mean, it's crazy. Might as well go back into a coma.
They've got a word for that, don't they? They've got a word for that called lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's good. Yeah, I can't take credit for that, but I'm all about the metaphors. I love metaphors, like, and those analogies and stuff like that. You have to sort of hit them with a little riddle, and they have to figure it out on their own. It's probably not that fun being a baller, honestly. But there's no other way. If I just straight up tell you things point blank, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. You're gonna get triggered. Hit the abort button, ejectocito, out of here. But if I get you to think about it a little bit, ask you some questions, then you'll figure it out on your own.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Anybody I engage with, that's all I get them to try to do, is just think for themselves critically somehow. You know, because it wouldn't be, if they just believe what I'm telling them, it's going from one belief system to another. You actually have to investigate this and figure it out. And so many people don't want to put that effort in, you know?
No. People will literally spend more effort, and which isn't much, trying to debunk the flat Earth. Then they've never spent any effort trying to go and test their own globe, their own worldview. Oh, but I'm going to debunk this flat Earth, or I just heard about flat Earth 2 weeks ago. They spend this stupid energy looking up Professor Dave videos instead of going to check what they thought was true. Yeah, they don't put any effort.
It's a given for them, isn't it? It's just a given. We must be on a globe.
Yeah, that's part of that home field advantage, that home court advantage that they have. The crowd is cheering all for the same team. The scoreboard, they're down 100-0, but they're still there cheering, right?
Yeah. They're calling foul on every score from the opposing team.
I know, yeah. Oh, come on, ref.
The current score is flat Earth 666 billion light years, low 0.
This is straight 0. But you know how, like, NBA players will, like, flop, or soccer players will flop? Like, that's all they can do, dude. They're just flopping all over the place. Trying to get the ref to call foul so we can stop running the score up. Oh, sorry, dude.
We're going to stay on this metaphor. Let's hope the clock's running down on them. But it doesn't seem like it is, really. I got the whole fourth quarter left. The ref's going to add more time.
Meanwhile, we got
Coriolis help.
A Coriolis field? Well, I was just gonna say that, like, they've got people working on moving that goalpost as we speak. So
Right, yeah. Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Earth did that for him.
yeah, but you know that only happens in Ohio, right?
That's right, yeah. You got to go to that particular football field.
Yeah, you got to come to Cincinnati if you want to see the Earth rotate. It doesn't rotate anywhere else. Oh, dude. Someone's been posting in the chat a gif of Batman kicking a field goal. But that's also in Cincinnati, which is hilarious. So,
yeah, I saw that.
So, Earth only rotates here in Cincinnati.
They've just got to. If they can teach the football players to account for it, they can score a field goal every time.
Yeah, no. Why don't more players do that, man? Just kick it. You don't even need to run any plays. Just wait for the rotation and kick it on the every. Just start racking up points from the first second of the game, dude.
Okay, fellas, we've been joined by Psalms, BC Verified. They got another roll too. You want to say anything or join the conversation? Feel free. Go ahead, go.
Hi.
Sorry, that's just the Smash Brothers Choose Your Fighter music. Sorry about that.
Say hi, hello, song.
Sports Center. Dun-na-na, dun-na-na.
Oh, I need to add that one. That's actually really good.
That's a good one.
I recognize your voice. You changed your name. You used to be Chief or Chong, right? Psalms.
Yeah, that account got banned.
Oh. Dave's not here, man. No, it's me, Dave. Anyway, y'all go ahead.
I don't chat very much. I just kind of chill in the lobby or whatever.
You don't think you live on a spinning ball in literally nothing, do you?
Lobby squad.
You think you live on a spinning ball in nothing?
No.
I didn't think you did. I've heard you talk some on here, I think. You remember him, CB? Used to be Chong.
Yeah, it's been a
yeah.
while.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. You say it got banned? You mean banned from Discord?
Yeah, that account got banned. Wasn't anything I did. I guess I was a part of a channel that got involved with something, and that account got banned.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's happened to a lot of people.
Seven got banned. That channel got destroyed for like misinformation or some bullshit. They got canned. Another channel got canned, and then a bunch of people got banned with it. It was stupid.
Yeah, I got a notice from one server that got shut down. It was like a warning, like you should be careful in the future.
But you can't do this to me.
They can and they will.
You know how much I sacrificed?
Here, I'll put him on. He's on. Can you say something? Jackie talks about you all the time now, bro. I'm
What's
not
up,
even
Jackie?
kidding.
What's up, Flatterday?
What up? She's in love with you. I'm not
sent you
even
that
joking.
song.
Seriously, she's been talking about you, dude. It's crazy. I'm not even kidding you.
Uh-huh. Yo, ain't that your girl?
Huh? Yeah. But I mean, I'm not. I mean, I don't.
Anyway, but yeah, no, I sent you that song, bro. Did you check it out?
Where'd you send it at?
Your DMs, bro.
Hold on.
Yeah, you
I
don't have to do it right now. You don't have to do it right now, but like, check it out. You know what I'm saying? I sent you a little rough draft.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. What part? Yeah, I was gonna ask you what part did you want me to do on that? I read the whole song.
Well, dude, it was a really bad rough draft. It was like a one take.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I heard it. I heard it too. I don't think it was one of your best ones.
No, dude. That's not even. That's out of the I just did that one time so I could send it to you, but
yeah.
And that's not.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's meant to listen to that. But No, you know how the song has like basically the dog and then like him, and they kind of go back and forth. So we could do that. We could do that. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta just pick one. But they're both the flow on that song is crazy. So you gotta practice. I have to practice too.
Yeah.
But yeah, check that out. Man. Let me know.
Do you want me to change? Do you want me to change some of the lyrics?
Yeah, please. Yeah, you're more than welcome to do that because they don't all fit. Like when I went to say I typed it first, and when I went to record it, it didn't fit perfectly. That's why I like kind of messed up in the middle of it. But yeah. But if you want to like, by all means, chop it up, do what you got to do.
Okay.
That'd be
because it's a good like you got the basic concept of it down pretty well. Like as far as like the hook, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the easy part.
Yeah. Sometimes all when I'm writing lyrics, sometimes I try to make so many different things rhyme that my girlfriend, she's like, you're overkilling it. Sometimes it's better if it doesn't rhyme as much.
Right.
You know? So I'm always, but that's just how my mind is. Like I'm always trying to match up the words that rhyme. Because I'm looking at it like not through like the art form, but it's like a mathematical thing how my brain works, you know? But
I'm the same way actually.
Yeah. It's kind of hard not to do it, you know what I mean? But then sometimes it's like sometimes I don't know how to explain it. I'm coming to realize that like the words become superfluous, like if you're trying to rhyme everything, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll just rhyme for the sake of rhyming and it doesn't really make sense. You know? I've been trying to work on it.
Yeah, man, there's so many different elements to music. You could do. You can like focus on flow. You can focus on like telling a story and stuff like that. So it's all about.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's the latest, man? You out here still flat smacking?
Yeah. Not as hard as I do, though.
I still remember. I'm pretty sure it was you who you were like talking to your boss or something at work. You're like, come on, man, dude, just take the phone and like talk to the flat earthers. That may have been you. That was either you or
Yeah, I don't think that was me.
Ah, dang it! Who is the other guy? I forget his name.
Did he put out flat smacking videos?
Can't think of his name at the moment.
Can you send me a link to your? Do you have a YouTube channel?
No, just the SoundCloud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You could post all those on YouTube. I guess everybody's putting stuff on SoundCloud now, though.
I should. I know. Actually, KJ's been asking me to do that. I told her I was going to do that forever ago. I never did it, but I can do that. I guess it's not that hard.
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. I think it's it's easier to maneuver for me through Facebook than not Facebook, YouTube than through.
Oh, of course, of course. Yeah. I'm just being lazy. I haven't done it. I'll try to do it, dude.
Dude, I thought I was being lazy by just having YouTube. So nobody's on here right now?
It's been quiet today.
Yeah, I noticed that sometimes there's nobody on. I guess it just depends the day. It's Sunday, so people are usually with their family right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see a graph of like what times are the busiest and all that stuff. It'd be cool if there was some way to track that. I'd love to see it.
I'm sure it's being tracked. We just don't have access to it.
Yeah, that'd be really cool if we could see like a graph, because then it would be cool to like, all right, well, this would be the time I should pop in and take a look. Because I usually just join whenever.
You can ask Helio, and he'll probably be able to tell you.
Yeah, I'll
Because
do a little research.
yeah, you could probably just go to his channel and no, you'd have to go to his YouTube studio. You know what I mean?
Oh, to see when he's getting most viewers.
Yeah, if you go in YouTube Studio, if you have a YouTube account and you go in YouTube Studio,
Okay.
It gives you all that information.
Okay, cool. I'm also curious if there's like a way that Discord can track that as well. There's like some sort of bot, but
yeah,
be complicated. But yeah, I'll definitely ask Helio. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Like it's crazy what the YouTube Studio shows you. It shows you like the age demographic and like where the country that the views are from, and the if it's a guy or women or men who your audience and everything. I don't know how it could be completely accurate, but it gives you all those stats.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's just assuming that the people that watch are honest when they make their YouTube account and they say like what sex they are and all that stuff, or on their Facebook account. Because all it is like it's just going off the information that the people put when they logged into their thing. You know, like it asks you like what gender you identify as and all that stuff.
All the good stuff, right?
Yeah, I think the stats are correct though. Where it says like where it comes from, or like when the views, you know what I mean? Like it says what country and everything. I think those stats are correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I'll see if we can get any juicy information from Helio. I'll ask him.
Right. Yeah.
We haven't had any events lately. This isn't just to you. This is just for anyone listening. But we haven't had events recently. I've been thinking of different things we could do in replace of like Gold Night or Ladies Night or whatever. We could maybe have a themed day or something where we talk about like one thing I came up with recently was Flat Earth Court. I think it'd be really cool if we like. If you're gonna join, then and you speak, then you have to be a lawyer and present a case.
That's good.
Yeah, well, because that would force them to stop doing the whole but why would my client lie? You know,
right.
That's not how we do things, okay? But that would take a lot of court. We'd need a good few judges and all that stuff. But that'd be a fun thing to do. Also, article night. I've been saying this for a little while too. Literally just go read all these articles about space and all this crap.
Yeah. They're all contradicting.
There's so much silly stuff in there, man. So much silly stuff. Glovers would be even surprised by the stuff they've been saying for the last couple years. Glass marbles on the moon and stuff.
Have you heard of that lady? Her name's Peggy Martin. Oh no, I'm sorry. Peggy Hall. Peggy Hall. Have you heard of her?
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
She has a YouTube channel called The Healthy American, and she's been like anti.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. She's in Orange County, right?
Yeah. So my mom has been following her for years, right? And like there was last year they had a they had a, what do you call it, where people have signs outside the Orange County courthouse or whatever. They were like signs, you know, like anti, you know what?
Yeah.
And it was a big crowd. There was hundreds of people there, and me and my mom went down there, and I was videotaping it, and she spoke, and then another dude spoke, and some other lady spoke, and then I actually got to go up and talk to her, and I put it on my channel, just video of me talking to her, and then I told her about Flat Earth, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to look into that." Well, I hadn't heard anything about that from her until like recently. She put up a video, and she did due diligence research, and this video is like breaks down all the people who were responsible for the new James Webb Telescope images, and she found in the fine print where all of them say that these are just their render or computer graphic renderings and everything. So that was pretty cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Because I was thinking like, just because people are like anti, you know what, they're still heliocentric. You know, it's like a lot of people may put out videos like that, but it's like it's a big jump to put out videos like again, like, you know, making NASA fraudulent. Because then, like, where do you go from there? You know, you know, the next step is to be a flat earther, basically.
Yeah, and people don't like that. Tough pill to swallow.
And I was thinking she's probably going to lose a lot of viewers with this. You know, there's a lot of fanboys out there.
Anyway, I want to bring something up if you guys have never heard of it. So apparently in August this year, one of the space agencies, I don't know which one, is sending, quotes, female mannequins to the moon. Has anybody seen this article?
Did you say she-male?
No, they are female mannequins. They're mannequins. Okay.
Yeah.
Dressed up in spacesuits, but they're female mannequins, right? And they're sending those to the moon in August. If you've never seen it, I will post the links to the articles.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I know that they have a mannequin up there. I've seen like a dummy on some of their like their things inside the ISS. I've seen that they have a dummy dressed up in a spacesuit before.
I'm not allowed to post links, but
yeah,
I'm gonna try.
you can post it.
Yeah, so the mannequins' names are Helga and Zohar.
Weird. Did you post the link?
I'm trying to find the best one to post. There's so many.
What would be the purpose of that?
I know. I was thinking, isn't it like $10,000 per every pound or something like that they send up there supposedly?
So this one, the point of it says that it's supposed to measure the amount of radiation that. Hold on.
They should already know that shit.
It's female radiation risk experiment. I'll post this one. It's from New Scientist or something.
Define female. What so because they have to do it to see if it's any different for a woman. We haven't tested a woman on the moon yet. Like, come on, what?
Yeah, this shit's happening. It's real. People love it.
Wait. Did you literally say that they're testing radiation effects on a female, but it's a mannequin?
Yeah, read the article. It's stupid. People love it though.
If it was a boy mannequin, it would be different.
It's one for mannequin, one giant leap for womankind. That's how the article starts out.
Oh boy.
Oh, I just realized you have to subscribe to read the article.
That's typical. Nothing's gonna stop us now. I mean, they play that song too, and they're showing when they're filming at land and all that. Starship. That's insane. Everyone dip. Rude.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I guess. What about you?
Yeah, pretty good. Sending an email to a friend there about flat earth stuff. Took me about an hour to send it.
Nice. It was an essay.
Yeah, well, no, that's the tricky bit is the editing, so that it's not. People don't want to read long emails. Like I don't want to read long emails, so it's the art of it is trying to reduce it to just a few lines, almost.
Right.
Just a few links. He was asking me about the tides, whatever. I always try to bring him back to you. Like the burden of proof is on you to defend the globe model. You know, he's asking me how do tides work? How do tides work? And I said I don't know how tides work, but that because I don't know, like that's an honest answer. You know, can you show me the scientific experiment that was done to prove that it's the moon gravity that's proven that or that's causing the tides? Oh, but everybody knows it's that. It's like, well, no, but that's an appeal to authority. So then I sent him a video tonight. I think Indio had linked it somewhere in the gravity section on the Flat Earth server, and it was like the tidal nodes might be causing it, but I added the caveat. You know, I don't know if this is it or not, but you know, it's one of those things. I just don't know. But he has to admit the same.
Right. Yeah. See, they want an explanation, a replacement explanation, don't they? They always want that.
Yeah, always, because they can't provide. I mean, the burden of proof. I'm just trying to always bring it back to the burden of proof is on you to prove, according to the scientific method, that Curie would say that it's you can change the variables and it still works. How can you do that with the moon and show that it's causing the tides? And maybe it is, but I don't know how you prove that.
Right. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. Right.
And it's always these reflection to more complicated things when the simple things like, you know, you've never seen any curvature or you've never felt the earth spin. Why, if you hadn't had that beat into you from a child, not beat into you, but programmed into you from TV, movies, you know, you would never, if I came to you for the first time today and said, did you know we live on a spinning ball? You would laugh me out of the room. But because you have to admit that it's because you've never experienced any of that. It's been inferred through, you never observed it, you never experienced it, but it's been taught you from authority and reinforced through the arts. But, you know, if it's true, show me it. Oh, but
exactly.
Science.
Exactly.
But how do you explain? How do you do that? I said, no. I'm not saying you flat earther. No, I never said I was a flat earther. I just, you know, it should be abundantly easy for you to show me a picture of upside down people in Australia, or to show me a photograph of satellites in space. It's the model that's been out there. It's the accepted science. I'm the idiot. Remember, just show me one of these pictures. Oh, but how do you explain? No. You're the defendant here.
Right.
Or are they the plaintiff? I'm not sure. But they can never defend their own claim, and they always have to try and say, can you explain how it works on? So anyway, in the email I was just trying to ask him more questions than answer his.
That's good thing.
Because you end up in theoretical stuff. Like I can't prove the tides thing, but I can prove that the curvature doesn't seem to work by going down to Lake Ontario, and I can take him with. I said in my email, why don't we go? The next day there's good visibility, and we'll go and measure from 40 miles away. We'll go and measure the Toronto skyline, and we'll check it against. We'll do real science. We'll check it against the globe curvature calculator, and if we can to see if we can see too far. Oh, but refraction.
Refraction. Yeah.
You're telling me that crystal clear skyline is a mirage. That is nonsense. And they don't even know what they mean by refraction. It shouldn't be upside down. And it would be like 104 meters. Like I don't know how many feet that is of light being refracted. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
You're overcomplicating this. It's right there. Just a minute. It's right there.
We were musing over that in the lobby a little while ago.
Oh, yeah.
About
probably while I was emailing this.
Yeah, it was in the lobby, just in the text chat. Yeah, and it's all assumed that their refraction is assumed. That everything about it is assumed. Assumed radius, assumed arc of light, assumed gradients in the air between you and what's being observed, which would have to lapse constantly and perfect at a perfect rate for you to get the effect that they're claiming it causes. It's a bunch of assumptions. That's all it is, assumptions.
The very people who would deride us for not using science are going to very against everything in science to say that. Yeah, every single particle would have to be refracted perfectly. I'm not at science. I know very little, but it's just all my instincts tell me that it's right there. And the science seems to back it up when I do the measurements. So to just say, I think they like big words. They like fancy words and long distances. They like billions of miles, and they like, big words like refraction and stuff, because by having a big word, it must be true. So I just need to think of a big word, and then it'll be true, or go on TV, and then it becomes true.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. It's all the I just find it's. You just want an honest conversation without them feeling they have to, without them they have to, where they just have to admit they don't know the answer. Instead of thinking of a fancy word, and when they give me a fancy word, for me, I feel like it's just like them saying I don't know.
Right.
Fraction.
When you quiz them further about the definitions of the words they use, they don't know, or they think they know, and then you can bring up citations which totally demolish their idea of the definitions of the words they're using.
Yeah. I have
That's what QE does all the time.
Yet to find one person, like in the last few months, and I just talk casually with some people about it, who knows their own model even. Say, okay, so what speed are we supposed to be spinning right now? And some of them will say 6,000 miles per hour. Some of them will say 60 miles per hour, and they rarely ever get it right. And then you ask, oh, well, we're also going around the sun, aren't we? Yeah. Well, what speed are we going around the sun at? And they never get that one right either. And then, is the sun also moving through the universe? Half of them say yes, half of them say no, and the ones that say yes have no idea what the official Google answer is, or like science answer is. And then, do you feel any of those speeds? Like, do you not think you would feel that? Oh no, but gravity, refraction. Okay, I was wrong all this time, so I just needed a big word.
Right.
If it's true, and the thing, I have no skin in the game. Like, if the globe's true, if they zoom in with their satellite and show me you guys upside down in Australia, I'll go right back to it tomorrow. It's like, okay, and I'll go and apologize to everybody. There's just nothing backing it up. It's so bad.
Yeah. Even if they could debunk hydrostatics for me,
What's that?
The study of hydrostatics, the surfaces of liquids at rest measure flat and horizontal, and they even use it, to define the level surfaces,
They used that before spirit level, didn't they? They say, here's your water that measures flat. Water's always flat, so we can use that to measure flat.
Right, they won't measure a curvature, and they'll say, well, it's so small at such a small scale,
and
it's negligible and undetectable, right, in small bodies of water. But if you had a large enough water, you'd be able to measure that surface not being flat and horizontal. They'll even use the word horizontal,
I love that meme where it's like, you got the two choices. You know, Earth too small to see the curve, and then the other choice, ships go over the curve. It's like,
Right, yeah.
well, you can't have it both ways. Well, like being down on Lake Ontario, I don't know if this is true or not. You can maybe help me out. If I'm not even measuring from me to Toronto, like a good 30 to 40 kilometers, but me just looking out at that horizon and scanning left to right, and that must be 30 miles across, left to right there. If I'm in the, because those lakes are massive, surely I should see some bend, looking left to right. I don't know, maybe not. And I don't, obviously.
Yeah, you would.
It's a massive body of water, and I'm looking left, I'm looking right, and the things, you could set a ruler on it. I see no curve. And if I hadn't been programmed from an early age that it's curved, you'd laugh. You'd laugh if you heard it for the first time today. I guarantee you all these people who say it's curved, if you got to them first with like flat Earth, and then we came along in a server called Globe Earth or something, and we tried to tell them the Earth was spinning, they'd laugh you out of the room.
And I'm sure they did, back in the day.
Yeah. What was he trying? A friend I was talking to last night, he was trying to tell me that, you've heard of Galileo? And the Roman Catholic Church really persecuted. I was like, well, I've heard of Galileo, and I can't go back in history to see what happened and what didn't happen. And he was under house arrest. Yeah, well, I have read that his house arrest, he had his own waiter and butler and everything, and had this beautiful big house to live in. So it didn't really sound like house arrest to me. And he might have been working for them, but where'd you get this information? So, well, you see, again, you're distancing from the scientific stuff and appealing to history, and because he was persecuted, he must have been right. So if I get persecuted for teaching for talking about flat Earth, then I must be right. If persecution is the litmus test for truth, then it doesn't work. So I don't know what he was trying to say there. I was telling the guys earlier in the stream that the funny thing was I was talking to him, and two other guys sat down, and he thought, I could see him smiling. He thought, here's my opportunity. He was thinking these other two guys are going to back me up, but it turns out they were both flat earthers. I didn't know them. But they came over because they saw us, with a globe on the picnic table talking about it. And so when they sat down, he's like, he said to them too, this guy thinks that the earth is flat and we don't live in a globe. Tell him. And they're like, we know we don't live in a globe either. He nearly fell. I was saying to the guys earlier, 2 years ago, that probably wouldn't have happened, or a year ago even. You would have been the one guy in the room. But I would say it's getting to the point where you're not the only guy or girl in the room. Certainly wasn't the case last night. These two guys randomly sat down. I didn't know them. And he just had to get up and walk away at that point. He said, well, it's not just... I said, well, it's not just me that's crazy, is it? Then it must be this guy and this guy. Well, and I don't even know them. I didn't tell them to come and sit down. This isn't. When would that have happened? So, things are changing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fun. I never wanted to get in the way of a friendship, so that's why the guys just emailing each other tonight. Say, we're just both curious people. And we just passionate about the truth, I'd like to think. And this is just something that we're both curious about. I personally believe it changes everything, but people don't see that at first, and I wouldn't have seen it at first. I got a DM here from a guy called Professor Phil. That's not good. I've heard about him. Yeah, he's emailed me here.